Hello, PUBG Esports fans. The finale of 2021 PUBG Esports, PUBG Global Championship 2021 is here. 32 teams from 4 different regions, Europe, APAC, Asia, and Americas will have a fierce competition during PGC 2021. Starting with ranked decision from November 19th, 3 weeks of weekly series, grand survival, and the grand finals. A variety of matches await us. Let's take a look at how PGC 2021 works. First, it's the weekly survival. Weekly survival will run with winner-winner chicken dinner rule from Tuesday to Thursday with a total of 16 matches in 3 days. The team with the chicken dinner will proceed from the week's survival matches and advance to the weekly final. The 16 teams that advance to the weekly finals will play 10 weekend matches with the Super Rule. Each week's weekly winner will grab a ticket to the grand finals. Also, weekly final teams start again from the first match of next week's weekly survival. So, how will the bottom 16 teams join the survival? The first week's ranked decision matches with super rules will rank the teams from top to bottom. But starting from week 2, only the bottom 16 teams will compete to decide the next week's bottom 16 standings. Through 3 weeks of weekly series and depending on the results from the weekly finals, the teams advancing to the grand finals will be decided. 3 weekly finals winners and the top 9 teams during the 3 weekly finals will advance to the grand finals. Excluding the 12 teams that already advanced, the last 4 remaining spots for the grand finals will be decided through grand survival. In a single day, teams that grab the 4 chicken dinners will fill up the missing spots for the grand finals. The final 16 teams will go through a 15-match grand finals over 3 days. The team with the highest point total in the grand finals will be the PUBG Global Championship 2021 champion. The PGC 2021 champion will have the honor of being the winner and earn a ton of prize money. And that's not all. Your crowd-funded prize money will be added to the total prize pool depending on the team's placement. On top of that, we have special prizes for the teams and players who played astonishing matches during PGC 2021. So this is the format for PGC 2021. What do you think? We hope this resolves some of your questions. And now we are moments away from PGC 2021. Which team will stand on top of the world? Are you ready to witness the new champion of 2021 PUBG Esports?
Yeah.
So we're gonna practice a little bit. Get ready for.
よし。はい、どうも、エンターホース36の天本です。
I'm the coach of TSM FTX. We're currently out here in quarantine in Incheon, South Korea.
Hi guys, I'm Insight and I'm the in-game leader for Fury Australia. I'm going to be showing you guys one day of what it's like in quarantine.
What's up? I'm Snakers from Oath, and I'm gonna give you a little tour of my quarantine room.
Hello everyone, I'm Sparkin. How do I... Oh not in this way, no!
Alright guys, this is my second time in Korea doing the whole quarantine experience, so it's pretty normal for me, to be honest with you.
Yo, what's going on, PUBG fans? My name's Daniel, but you probably know me as Sharpshot 4K from Space Station Gaming, and I'm here to give you a little day in the life of what it's like in quarantine preparing for PGC.
Hello everyone, my name is Alexander Batulin. I'm IGL 14 Virtus Pro, and now I show you some of my daily routine on quarantine, so have fun watching this.
Alright, it's 10 a.m., which means our breakfast has just arrived, so I'm going to go show you guys what I got for breakfast.
Outside your door, like this. Pick it up.
I just woke up. Oh my gosh, that light is bright. I just woke up. I'm about to eat my breakfast, which is right here. I'm real excited for it. There's some waffles, some eggs.
For a special meal. Ooh. We got some cheese balls and mozzarella sticks. And then we got chicken wings, fire.
隔離生活4日目。なんと食いつも油物やフライなどが来ていたんですが、本日はフルーツが来ました。あと10日間、無事に生き延びられるのでしょうか。非常に心配です。
Alright. Some terrible camera work here, but it looks like we got rice. I'm not really sure what this is just yet. Looks like we got some carrot. Some sort of meat. Might be tofu? It kind of looks like tofu. Am I even recording? Yes, I am recording.
Hello everyone, hello! I'm gonna show the room now for you guys. It's kinda messy, my room, because I'm lazy and like sometimes I clean with a vacuum or broom. You guys don't know how you guys say, but it's still been like, we've been here in quarantine. I literally want to sleep, eat, play, and I repeat every day. I'm gonna show a little bit of the hallway here so you guys can check out, okay? So, but let's be quiet because most people must be sleeping right now. So this is the hallway today. And this door is automatic. Look at this. This door is so smart. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Alright guys, I'm back. I want to show you what gifts PUBG have given us because they're pretty incredible. I think they're really cool. So yeah, let me just show you guys that real quick. So right here, we have some pins for our bags and stuff, and the presentation of these guys, that everything came in, was incredible.
And goodies that we received from PUBG. So we got this nice jumper here. It says PGC 2021 Incheon, Korea. I got this woolly jacket because yeah, this is especially good for us Australians since we're not used to this this cold weather here.
So here's the hoodie that PUBG gave me for PGC. Got the logo, big alpaca hoodie, and they also gave me this sweatshirt.
Look at this, man. I got the drip, I got the sauce. Sheesh!
今回のメインです。3段階に分かれてますよ。1、2、3って感じで。
And here's a sick backpack that they gave us. Thanks to me. Looking clean. Sheesh.
we got some badges that I can probably put on my new backpack that PUBG have given us. It's a nice little, got a little PGC logo on it. It seems like it's like a really good quality backpack. I can open it up. I think this will be useful for all my gear and stuff, since like it's got really nice padding, so my peripherals won't get damaged.
Look at this. This is the backpack we won this year. This is the backpack we won this year, and this is the backpack I won last year.
If you're gonna ask me what is the best thing, I will answer you Korean tasty thing. The last slice of it. It's super good and I like it a lot.
この有名なお菓子をいただいたので、イカゲームにも出てくるダルゴナっていうらしいんですけど、10分以内にクリアしないとゲームオーバーなんで、僕も10分以内にやっていきたいと思います。削る順番とか削り方にコツがあると思うんですけど、一切分かりません。で、主人公がやってた裏から舐めるっていう戦法、あれも考えたんですけど、動画的に汚いんでやめます。まあこれ多分本当に現実だったら多分僕死んでますね、普通に。無理ですこれ。
This is my setup, so this is the mic I brought from home, all that. I brought my own monitor, so I could have 2 monitors, it's super useful.
Alright, I'm playing some scrims, so I'm gonna record this a little bit.
I'm playing some PUBGs here. Look at this, look at this. Yeah, look my chara there, awesome. Look my mustache.
大丈夫です。はい、やったー。やったー。いやいや、似合ってか。いや、サムティン。グロムグロム。
What's up, everybody? It is day 13 in quarantine. I'm super excited about my last day here in quarantine because that means tomorrow PGC is about to start. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Hope you guys enjoy the tournament and root for Space Station Gaming. Later, guys.
와, 왜 이렇게 춥냐?
추워. 겨울이야 이제.
출력도 개 추워졌어?
그니까. 너무 추운데.
여기 맞아? 이니시 걸면 걸렸어. 이니시. 카치 여긴가? 여기 맞는 것 같은데?
여기네.
아, 여기네. 올라가자. 와, 밖에 너무 추운데.
왔어? 오랜만.
와,
아니.
뭐야?
아니 살왜
너무
이렇게 많이
오랜만에
빠졌어?
봤어.
아니.
살왜 이렇게 많이 빠졌어?
늦어요. 아
연습하고 왔어.
한주 되는데.
1등 할 거야?
우승해야지.
맛있는 거 사줘. 아, 저번에 소고기 사준다며. 감사합니다. 루테 형이 사준대. 비싼 거 시키자. 루테가 사는 거야?
루테 형이 사는 거.
제발 나한테 제발 그런 소리 좀 안 했으면 좋겠어.
밥 먹었어?
밥 먹었어.
밥 먹었어?
우리 밥 안 먹고 왔지.
밥 같이 먹자고.
밥을 먹고 와야지.
아니 연습할 것 같다니까요.
연습하면서 안 먹어?
아, 요새 스크림
조용히
괜찮아?
하세요.
스크림 괜찮아 요새?
그거 먹으면서 좀 합시다.
아, 오케이. 근데 뭐 시켜.
저희 차돌박이 피자랑
예?
감바스.
아니, 건밥이야 벌써. 아니, 겁나 비싸.
차돌박이
좀-
피자.
밥도 안 먹고 왔어 근데. 빨리 시켜주세요. 똥같은 스크림. 예. 잠시만요. 그럼 우리 트러플 머쉬룸 파스타랑 트러플 뽕연어 그라브락스.
머시룸 파스타랑 그라브락스.
네.
네.
혹시 와인은 주나?
아,
그 자주 먹던 거.
늘 먹던 걸로 하나 부탁드립니다.
뭐야, 진짜요?
우리 늘 먹던 거 있잖아.
돈페리뇽?
뭐예요?
뭐예요?
저희 장단감 있으시고 거리감도 적당 있으시고 산림도 적당 있으시고
바디감이 뭐야?
좀 이제 입에 넣으셨을 때
아, 네.
좀 이제 눅중한 그런 느낌?
아,
늘 먹던 거라서 저는 괜찮습니다. 네. 설명 안 해주셔도 돼요. 난 살면서 와인을 거의 안 먹어봤는데.
나도
근데 우리끼리 술 먹은 적 거의 없지 않나 근데?
회식 때 한 번 있지.
18년도?
나 그때도 음료수 먹었어.
저 안 마셨어 술?
나 술 안 마셨죠.
저 아저씨 항상 빠졌지.
한잔 할까?
짠.
아니 뭐 허공에서.
그대의 눈동자에
취열.
하지 마 진짜.
오야 맛있는데?
맛있어?
응.
이 탄닌이 좀 느껴지네.
이 묵직한 바디감.
뭐 아까 하나 배웠다고.
이제 곧 너희 세계대회 하잖아. 그래서
그치.
약간 옛날 얘기나 좀 할라 해서 PGI 때
좋지.
그 추억을 좀
형이 모은 거야?
내가 모았지.
역시
내가 판 땄지.
팀장님.
역시.
우리 PGI 때는 그때가 세계대회 처음이었지 않나?
처음이었지.
아 근데 NTT가 대단한 게 뭐냐면은 오더가 없어서 맨날 싸우고 지들끼리 막 그러다가 대회만 가면 잘해.
아, 배 아팠어?
약간 약 올랐지. 얘네는 갈 때까지 갔다. 안 되겠다 이제. 근데 대회만 가면 또 잘해 얘가.
나는 맨날 스더랑 골드 가고 싶다.
아 진짜 그랬어 너희? 아니 어쩐지 스크린 타면 되면은 루트랑 스타 와가지고 막 옆에서 막
구경했잖아.
형 힘들어 이러면서
피자 준비해드릴게요.
네. 너무 맛있어 보이는데? 너무 맛있게 생겼다. 이것도 보니까 독일에서 먹은 피자 생각나는데?
아!
가자마자 먹은 거 엄청 짰어, 독일에서.
근데 맛있게. 아니 나는 그것보다 엄청 예쁜 사람이 있었잖아.
뭐라고?
예쁜 사람.
아르바이트생. 우리 사진 찍어달라 했는데 거절당했잖아.
아르바이트생 있었어?
형 이상형 있었나 보네.
나는 여자에 관심이 없어가지고.
난 대회하러 갔지 여자 부르는 건 아니어가지고.
내 기억이 안 나.
그때 아놀드도 왔잖아.
우리 지사장님이 형 친구야.
아놀드 씨.
아놀드님, 아놀드 씨.
형은 여자만 봤구나.
아 오케이.
이거 나도 아메리칸식으로. 맛있다.
맛있다.
이거 맛있게 먹고 1등 했어야 되는데.
1등 했죠.
양보해준 거야 우리가.
고마워.
넘겨줬지.
고마워.
종주국 전 세계 최강의 e스포츠를 지금 보유하고 있는 대한민국 정말 배틀그라운드 종목까지 이게 정말 오랜만에 나온 한국 게임 아닙니까? 그렇습니다. 한국 게임에서 한국 선수들 우승 차지하는데
루트 형이 못해가지고 그때.
루트 표정 안 좋잖아. 빨리 사과해.
소리 장난. 난 근데 PGI 난 우리가 우승할 줄 알았는데 왜냐면 이게 이틀 했는데 우리가 첫날 1등이었어.
그래 너희 첫날에 잘했잖아.
엄청 잘했어.
아니 첫날만 해도 버스에서
잘했어. 엄청 잘했어.
버스에서 뒤에서 막 신나가지고 막 자기들끼리 되게 막 분위기 좋았었잖아.
그때 기억나? 우리 스크림 왔는데 서로 기분 감정이 상해가지고
그게 왜 상했냐?
그때 끝 서클 마지막 서클이었는데 우리 이제 부엉 형이 죽어 있다가 나랑 색피 살아 있는데 거기서 이제 막 사플 듣는다고 사플 좀 했는데 이제 부엉 형이 이제 기분이 나빠져가지고
아 맞다. 아 조용히 하라고 했나? 뭐 하여튼
거기서 이제
사실 원래 조용히 해주는 게 맞거든. 그 사람 플레이하는 현재 하고 있는 사람의 판단에 따라야 되니까. 그러니까 조언을 해줄 수 있어도.
그랬다가 이제 굉장히 분위기 안 좋아져서 대회도 지장이 있을 정도로 안 좋아졌는데
우리는 약간 둘째 날에 1라운드 때 치킨 먹었지 않나 우리가?
그치.
맞지?
어.
그게 좀 컸어. 그때.
그게 좀 컸어.
1라운드
기세
때 먹어서
탔지,
기세를
그때.
탔어. 할 수 있다고 진짜 약간.
괜찮아. 그때 스카 형이 멋있었던 게 우리 내일 할 수 있다. 어?
내가 그랬나?
우리 내일 우승할 수 있어.
내가 그랬나?
하면서 막 약간 전의를 아주 야무지게 불태웠지.
야 우린 뭐 했냐?
우리? 얘가 못했니? 얘가 잘했니?
맞네 맞다. 핫했어.
왜 이렇게 하냐고.
분위기가 다르네 아예.
대회 처음이니까 다들.
그 대회 전까지 거의 2등만 했지 않냐?
준우승만 했지. 어.
그래가지고 진짜 한 번만 우승하고 싶다. 근데 그게 세계 대회였던 거지.
맞아.
그래서
맨날 노래 부르고 다니긴 했어.
나 진짜 너무 좋았어. 근데 얘네가 약간 진심으로 이제 약간
그치.
축하해주길래 약간 좀 놀랐어.
근데
진심으로 응원해주더라고요.
근데 진짜 골드 이겼을 때 같이 기뻤어.
그니까.
아 그래 차라리 우리는 못할 거 가져가줘서 고맙다.
G Gold.
왜 이렇게 술을 먹으려고 그래?
술 안 먹어? 술 먹으러 온 거 아니었어? 맛있는데 나 와인?
브라브락스 보여드릴게요.
맛있다. 형 잘못 시킨 거 같은데?
그러게.
짠. 이거 짠하면은 BG 우승하나?
하나? 무슨 값? 어쨌든 3인칭 우승이었잖아. 그럼 이제 수도는 1인칭 우승을 했잖아.
그치. 그래 1인칭 우승자.
아니 또 아예 다른 경험이잖아.
그치. 수도가 대단하네 그거.
사실 우승할 줄 몰랐어. 그때 좀 예선전 때 잘 못한 것도 있고 지금 생각해보면 좀 많이 부족했던 것 같은데 어떻게 팀원들이 잘 해줘가지고 우승했지.
전 세계 최고의 팀으로 600만 불의 상금 걸려있는 이번 대회에서 우승을 차지했어요. 2019 PGC 우승을 차지하는 제트입니다.
그때 2등을 누가 했어?
페이즈가 있고 3등을 뽀에임인데 11라운드 때 뽀에임한테 우리가 따라잡혔어. 점수를. 그래서 우리가 2등으로 떨어졌는데 딱 우리가 진행하고 있는데 갑자기 뽀에임 킬로가 뜨는 거야.
제지가 맞았어요.
이거 못 살려요. 이거 못 살려요.
포에버 갑니다. 포에버.
이거 영원한 거
포에버. 영원한 거 절대 없네요.
누가 잡아줬어. 2명인가 3명. 나이스 하고 있는데 그때 아마 페이지도 처음에 중앙에서 싸웠을 거야. 그래서 2명인가 죽었던 걸 기억하고 그래서
페이지 클랜과 VC가 싸워요. 야 이러면
자,
VC가
맵습니다.
이거 매워요.
뭔가 톱니바퀴 돌아간 그 딱딱딱 맞는 느낌.
딱 그 느낌 오잖아.
딱딱딱딱 잘 되는 거야.
이런 느낌이 있잖아. 이거 각 나왔는데. 근데 그게 돼.
맞아.
그 기세가 확 올라와.
예, 우바가 치킨을 먹지 않는 이상은 네. 자 이제 우바 선수 혼자 남았고 우바 정리. 우바 정리. 우바. 젠지 우승.
그래서 우승했을 때 기분이 어땠어?
기분?
얼떨떨했지. 얘네는
점수 딱 나왔어.
그러니까 나랑 감독님은 카운트를 다 끝내놔서
엄청 좋아했잖아 너 그때?
이미 경기 중에 이미 우리 우승인 걸 알아서
난 표정이 봤어. 난리쳐.
주체 못해가지고 경기 중인데 뛰어올라 그랬어.
올라가가지고 한 소리 듣겠다 싶을 정도로 뛰어갔어.
진짜
몰랐네 그거는.
아니 근데 카메라로 보였어. 그 표정.
근데 얘네는 이제 얼떨떨했지 얘네는.
우승한 것 같은데 한 느낌이 이제.
정환이는 좀 그런 게 있었는데 다른 애들은 그냥 우승? 얼떨떨하면서 이제 그 상금 생각하니까 아주 기분 째지더라고.
최고의 팀으로 600만 불의 상금 걸려있는 이번 대회에서 우승을 차지했어요. 2019 PGC 우승을 차지하는 제트.
아니 근데 그때가 상금이 진짜 컸지 않나?
어마무시했어.
나는 솔직히
이게
PGI 때가
PUBG구나.
제일 클 줄 알았거든? 근데 그 다음에 상금이 거의 2배가 넘더라고.
얘 그걸로 나 소고기 사준다 했는데 지금까지 입국 다 타고 있잖아.
야 정환이 그거 우승하고 아디다스 저지 산 게 다야. 그런 애한테 소고기를 뜯어가?
뭐 차 샀다 그러더만.
사갔어?
가정용으로.
가정용.
정환이가 효자야. 그때가 얼마였어 정확히? 20한 6억 됐냐?
23억?
아니야 27억 6억이었어.
그거를 4명이서 나눈 거야?
회사 나누고.
그것까지는 물어보지 마시고. 이 시크릿이라.
무조건 내시도 나누지 뭐
이제
시크릿이야.
나눠줬지 이제.
피자를 포크로 먹으려니까 미쳐버리겠네. 한마디만 할게.
해봐.
너 그때 은퇴했다가 딴 거 한다고 다시 들어갔을 때잖아.
그 당시에는 스카 형이 진짜 보석이었는데 보석. 스카 형 이제 떠나면서 어떡하지? 잘 찾아보니까 좀 많더라고. 이노닉스라는 보석, 아수라라는 보석, 피오라는 보석 아주 많더라고.
형 왜 이렇게 울라 그래?
無事 PGC 出場できて、すごい嬉しいのと一安心です。今後の展望はコミュニケーション力を高めて、仲を深めていけたらなと思います。天才神オーダースターロード氏がいるんで、スターロード色が強いねチームになっております。
천재 신 같은 스타로드님이시기 때문에
で、チームの絶対的エースはやっぱスターロード選手だと思います。
이제 스타로즈라는 저라는 사람의 약발을 다 쓰지 않았나 믿어보려고 합니다. 이 세 선수 모두를.
인정.
負けたくない選手、ジブリ e スポーツのランブ選手、GNL のアメリカの選手には負けたくないです。람브 선수랑 아메리카노 선수 저를 죽이겠다.
그 픽댐 챌린지라고 좀 투표하는 게 있는데 역배를 원하시면 저희 팀을 뽑아주신다면 기대에 부응하도록 노력 많이 하겠습니다.
それ見せてこれが佐藤ですじゃないし。
Aiming for world peace. Enter Force 36. Fighting.
Hello and welcome to week 1, day 3 of the weekly survival portion of the tournament here at PGC 2021. We've got 5 slots left for the weekly finals. 11 teams have already made it through to the weekend, and we now find out which teams out of the ones you see here are going to be progressing to the finals starting on Saturday. I'm Jorasar, with me are Saga and Chunks on the desk, and this is going to be very, very tense indeed as the teams begin to run out of time. Saga, all UK desk today, little bit danger zone. How's it going?
I'll tell you what, it could be much, much worse for us because you know what? Europe, we managed to squeeze a couple of teams through on our end towards the later stages of the first couple of days. And there's still plenty of opportunities for the remaining teams left to secure their spot in this weekend's games. Although that being said, the time is starting to run out, particularly if you are one of those teams who's only coming in for your first set of games today. The pressure will well and truly be on.
Chunks, how are you doing today? We've only got one team, I think, who didn't start in the top 16, making it through so far. So the pressure really is on for these new teams.
Yeah, absolutely, and a whole lot more teams going to be coming through today. Obviously, me and Saga are going to be bringing some of that APAC bias, and, well, there's a lot of APAC teams joining us today, so I know that we're going to be excited for it. And you know the best thing about today is there's no NA talent on desk or on the mics, which means we can bash Sonics as much as we want today.
You never know, man. Like, we saw, was it shortly after Heroic came in yesterday? They had 12 kills and looked really, really good. They didn't end up winning the chicken dinner, but it was a statement of intent. 17 are now through. Sonics are unlikely to be hot drop today. To be perfectly honest, Rick, they could genuinely come in and win the first game that they play. That's entirely possible today.
You know what? I would be very interested to see how this plays out because not only is 17 through, but when they got their qualification, Team Liquid started to go, you know what? There's nobody in Pachinki, no one in Picado. You know, we will take that. That's our territory originally. We will slide in. And now they've qualified. So the first thing that's going to happen is after a game or two today, Attack All Around will be showing up in the lobby. They want those central drop spots all for themselves. And then whether or not they're able to qualify, Sonics is going to come in and maybe they will actually end up having to hot drop the 4th team who has dropped in those central cities on both maps for one single game, the one chance that they have to qualify.
So if you're joining us for the first time, this is what the schedule looks like. We had ranked decision over last weekend, and this is day number 3 of weekly survival. This is to determine which 16 teams make it through to the weekly final. And each week it goes something like this. 31 teams go into weekly survival because each time a team wins a chicken dinner, another team takes their place as we order the teams from 17th through to 31st. The final 16 teams, so the 16 that win a chicken dinner here in these couple of days, will go on to the weekly final. Eventually, we'll get 12 of those teams through to the grand final, and then also have grand survival, where there's still a chance for 4 more teams to join them. And then no holds barred in the grand final to determine who is going to be your PGC 2021 champion. We're on day number 3 now. You can see this is today's schedule. We started with 5 matches on day 1. Bumped it up a little bit to make it up to 16, 6 matches yesterday, and we're going to have another 5 matches on day 3. And every single time a team wins, and of course a team does have to win every single game, we bring in one of the additional teams. Now, I believe Enter Force 36 are going to be making their way into this lobby now. The Japanese team have traditionally struggled a little bit for kills, but they've been pretty good with their positioning, Chunks, and they could surprise a couple of people today, you know.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting squad to watch. I think E36 are a squad that, you know, they definitely have that fragging power, bringing a couple of new players over recently. But at the end of the day, they're a team that traditionally have struggled to be able to go out and frag heavy and typically do focus on those wins. So I think that today and this format that we're on could kind of work perfectly for them if they are just going to focus on getting those chicken dinners, not worry too much about the kills, and then qualifying for the weekly finals, which obviously is where they're going to have to switch things up and start going for kill points more than anything else.
And then later on, we're going to be playing potential hot drop roulette, as you mentioned, Rick. It was really weird seeing all of the teams that have contested drop locations are suddenly, at least on day 2, they now all seem to be through. So it feels like we're cycling through and we're beginning afresh here.
That's kind of how it goes. It was MCG that won our first game of the tournament. That was on a wrangle, so they were dodging out the VP hot drop. And then later on, VP qualifies through, and then suddenly there's no one to hot drop Danawar, and then Danawar qualifies through. So we get all of that fun going on in the weekly finals. And Batulins himself has been talking about it on Twitter. He's saying, you know what, we're not all that bothered. We don't see it as a waste of time. We're just seeing it as enjoying ourselves. So I expect that still to be popping off in the finals.
That's impressive to say. I mean, $2 million before we even think about the crowdfunding prize money. And they're like, yeah, we're just chilling. We're just enjoying ourselves. Here's the list of the teams that have qualified so far. Multi-Circle Gaming, Genji, Fury, Oath, and TSM on day 1. We then had Virtus Pro, Danawar, Ghibli, 17 Gaming, GNL, and Team Liquid on day 2. And over on the right-hand side are the teams that are going to be joining us in games 2 through 5 today. Attack All Around, Archangel, Predator, Game Home, and Sonics. So the lobby is constantly evolving. You're going to see 5 matches today, starting with our first game on Erangel. That should be coming up shortly in about 10 minutes time. But because this lobby is constantly evolving, and Chunks, because we have to talk about it, because it's not a case that, oh, the teams that are coming in are just, you know, dropping in locations, everyone is, and we're all playing nicely. Everyone's kind of on top of each other. And I suppose when you have 32 teams in a tournament, that's inevitable to an extent. But PGC really has been non-stop fighting, especially on Erangel.
Yeah, absolutely it has. And, you know, obviously it always starts in the early games when we've been getting those hot drops. And then it felt like, oh, the hot drops aren't happening anymore. The teams have qualified. We don't have to worry about it. But guess what? The action still started happening. We have had some very interesting circles, to say the least. A lot of unexpected ones for a couple of these teams. And it's made things very tricky to try and navigate. I know yesterday having a circle that was pretty much an Everest ending for most of it and then ended up shifting away made it huge problems for a lot of those squads. So I'm excited to see whether we continue to get those, because that is really where teams get tested to the fullest, whether they can actually prove that, sure, it's hard enough to get a chicken dinner, but we thrive on those messy circles, and finding order in chaos is something that really separates the good teams from the great teams.
And we talk about good teams and great teams, but I think you touched on another point that maybe we don't give enough credit to sometimes, and that's the circle. Like, so far, Rick, we've had some pretty crazy circles here in PGC, and, you know, the teams are supposed to adapt. It's part of their job. But sometimes it just makes me think if this was slightly more to the east or south, or an extra compound was in circle, this could play out really differently. Being able to think on the fly like that is actually an underrated skill here. It looks great if you're in a compound dead center, but getting there in the first place is something that isn't always valued as much as it should.
It speaks a lot to the ability, the game sense, and the knowledge of all the IGLs that we have, because some of them here spend so much time studying the game. You've got heat maps of exactly where the circle is going to be favoring, and it's just another thing that you have to adapt to, like you said, on the fly, because we have that constantly evolving, rotating lobby. So every single game during this central part of the week, during the weekly survival, you're never going to be guaranteed to be running into the same teams. So even if the circles are going to be, in fairness, yes, they are a bit obscure in terms of where they're actually going, but they've been quite consistent. We've seen sort of that Everest area ending quite a few times over just a couple of days. So you're at least getting a few chances to redo your own rotation if you haven't already qualified. But the problem is that all of your opponents are going to be different, so they're going to play it differently. A compound that you were able to rotate into for free, maybe someone's joined the lobby that takes that as a drop spot, and you're going to have to fight your way in. It's something that is really causing a lot of problems for some of the teams that maybe we would expect to see a little bit more from.
And speaking of teams we expect to see a little bit more from, and to be fair, they're all amazing. Here we have some of the highlights from New Happy, from ENCE, and from Na'Vi. All three of these teams are going to be playing chunks today, but they haven't got that chicken dinner yet, but they've been so good so far. Surely something's got to give, and we have to see one of these teams through very early on.
I mean, this highlight right here from that Miramar match shows exactly why we expect a couple of these teams go through. New Happy and ENCE both made it to the top three that game. ENCE obviously extremely close to clutching it out. It ended up coming down to a 1 versus 1, but it was Ghibli in the end who managed to get that chicken dinner. And it shows that, you know, ENCE, they have that frag heavy playstyle. They can pick up a lot of kills, but if you're not able to secure it at the very end, then it's all for nothing in this format. So you hope that ENCE are going to be able to pick it up today and that they will be able to qualify. The same goes obviously for every team in the lobby, but teams like ENCE and New Happy, they finished at the top of the standings in ranked decision for a reason, and you'd expect them to continue that momentum over and hopefully make it through, because otherwise it may just be the ranked decision curse. I know we always talk about the group stage curse over in NA, but the ranked decision curse may be cutting those teams out of that first weekly final.
That would be such a shame. The reality, though, is that we can only have 16 teams in the weekly final, and no matter what we do or say, there will always be some ridiculously good teams that don't make it through to each week's final. So it's very important that we see every team fight tooth and nail. You say that now, Rick. They've got a shot today, and
I didn't say anything. I said nothing. That was not me.
Sorry, I just had a cough. That's all.
That would... Oh, you two are unbelievable. All I'm saying is that if that ends up happening today, it would actually be the sickest storyline, and I cannot wait to build the tension for that and see if that unfolds, because that would genuinely be... That would make for some of the most entertaining PUBG I think we would see this week, let alone in the finals. I'm really keen on seeing how they do in that last match. But we've got 4 games to go before then. Enterforce are going to be making their way into the lobby now. After that, we've got Attack all around, and then Game Home and Sonics in that order. And here we see the players warming up, getting ready live from the arena. I mean, Chunks, they look pretty focused. It also looks like they're getting warmed up and ready. So doesn't look like there are any particular problems there. They're chilling out, and lots and lots of focus as opposed to joking around in that booth.
Yeah, it's 2 different ways of looking at it, isn't there? There are a lot of teams that, just like we see on screen now, like BBL, they like to have fun, they get hyped up before a match, and other teams, they realize that the pressure is on and they just want to focus and, you know, focus on the game, not get distracted, which I like the optimism coming out from a lot of these teams. Obviously, there's only 5 games left to be able to qualify. A lot of players right now would be terrified, would be quaking in their boots, knowing that what if we don't make it to the first weekly final? But BBL, they are feeling confident enough in their ability that they can relax, they can get hyped up, and they want to come into this one swinging.
I mean, staying with you for a second, Chunks, just following on from that train of thought, from an esports psychology point of view, and this isn't just in PUBG, this is everywhere, staying positive is it's a really tricky skill to learn because sure, anyone can take a single loss and stay positive, but it's about being able to do that throughout the long run. And just the attitude that we see BBL adopt here, it's almost heartwarming to see in the booth. But that's not just them being jovial, right? That's them being professionals, knowing that the best way for them to get a good result here and the best way for them to take home a chicken dinner is to stay positive and is to keep in that mindset.
Exactly, that's the way to be. You gotta stay upbeat about it, even when things get rough, because you'll often find a lot of teams, they'll have one bad day and they'll get into a rut and they'll be really struggling to get out of it. The thing about BBL is, sure, they've struggled, but it is a brutal format, and I think that most of the teams in this lobby realize that, you know, that winner-winner chicken dinner format is brutal. There's no other way to put it. If you're not getting those wins, you're not making it to the weekly final, and then your chances to actually make it to the grand final get a whole lot slimmer. So you've got to hope that these teams, you know, can take it seriously, but also with a relaxed attitude where they are flexible and able to focus on their game plan. And, you know, SSG, for me, are a team that just kind of epitomize that logic, where you can take things seriously but still just have a fun time. They're a group of friends and they're just here to enjoy themselves and win some cash.
And we see here a team that, well, have shown signs of brilliance, to be honest, and just need to string a little bit together from Space Station Gaming. Rick, we saw maybe, I want to say they had like 2 or 3 really, really good squad wipes and solid engagements over the last couple of days. They just haven't been able to string it together over the course of an entire game. So they end up having brilliant moments, and they follow that up by unfortunately losing a fight or something similar. So they have the ability, but they just need the consistency throughout a game now to get them that win.
Yeah, that is true for several teams, actually. I mean, the fact that we had just a minute or two ago a highlight clip that went on for a solid minute and a half that was specifically built from clips of Na'Vi, ENCE, and New Happy. 3 teams alone. They have been in for quite some time in the lobby, but they have stacked up some ridiculous highlight clips so far, but they haven't quite been able to close it out. And there's quite a few teams, if you look back over the previous performances, where there's 4 top 4 placements, but they haven't been able to convert. New Happy in particular, they've been in from the very beginning. They've had lots of opportunities. They've had 2 second places, 2 third places. Na'Vi have had a second, a third. KPI as well, a second, a third, and a fourth. They have had quite a lot of good positions in the circle as well. BN United, 2 fourth places and a third. There's been so many teams who have come so close so consistently but been unable to close it out, and ENCE in particular is a team that had that sort of going for them in the rank decision for the first couple of days. They managed to clean it up at the very, very end and picked up 3 wins across a single day, but so far it was a very slow start, and then they had 2 back-to-back second places.
Right.
And from there, it's been back down below 10th position ever since. Maybe there's some sort of that mental game coming into effect, but they've definitely shown that they can have not the best of days. They can come close a couple of times, and they're more than capable of bouncing back, but they're running out of opportunities to do so.
I mean, 3 chicken dinners last week, and I think that was on one day as well. So Chunks, ENCE have proven that they've got what it takes. But the fact of the matter is, even if ENCE play the play style that they're comfortable with, we saw them back-to-back second places. If you get enough second places, you'll get a win. Like, I'm pretty happy with where they were earlier on. It's a little bit unlucky, but it's not just them adapting to most chicken format. It's every other team in the lobby are playing differently from rank decision as well, and making subtly different choices, deciding, for example, to take the fights where you have the maximum opportunity to keep 4 alive. There's no point having 2 players left alive snaking into final circle unless you think there's a realistic possibility to win. So teams are playing differently, and ENCE do have to adapt to that.
Yeah, it felt like yesterday and started out with a very, very slow play style. I'd say overly passive at times. There were situations, it was up on that Erangel game, up on Stalber, where they were just laying prone in a dip with 2 teams fighting onto them. And that's something that we wouldn't have seen from ENCE in ranked decision, I don't think. I think, though, that going into tonight's games, after what we saw yesterday with a couple of kind of sparks from ENCE, where they made it to the late game as 4 up. That Ghibli chicken dinner was one to take away from, where they're not afraid to frag out, they're not afraid to get aggressive. So if ENCE can maybe play that passive style in the early game and then kind of thrive on the mayhem, get involved, make some noise, keep teams' heads down and fight their way into the final few teams, if they can stay up as a 4-man, I see no way that they don't get themselves a chicken dinner once they reach that top 4.
Now, as a triple UK panel, I like to think we've actually done quite a good job of spreading the love around and not just being EU biased, but that's also because we've got a fair bit of APAC coverage in us as well. Rick, a lot of APAC teams in this lobby today, and actually some of them could end up being dark horses here, surprising a lot of us, but maybe not you.
Well, to be honest, so far it's been relatively unsuccessful overall. Fury won the third game. They're a team that definitely has had expectations on their back, and it's great to see they've lived up to them. Maybe somewhat less so for the likes of Buriram and BN United. Maybe underrated so much on an international global level, but when it comes to this format, this doesn't necessarily seem like a Buriram wheelhouse, and they've definitely been playing Buriram style. But for BN United, the team that picked up the most chicken dinners across all of APAC during the PCS 5 that they recently walked away as the victors of, maybe we would expect to see a little bit more towards the late stages of the game. Like we said, they've had a few sort of fourth and third places, but so far haven't had the opportunity to convert into a win. Now, if they're still unable to do so, and if Buriram continues to have Nordra running off by himself and dying like a maniac every 5 minutes, then we're just gonna end today with potentially 5 of the 6 APAC teams in this lobby unable to pick up a win, which is not the best of positions to start off the global tournament. So I would be really happy, not just on a sort of bias perspective, but just for a bit of a variety perspective towards the later stage of things in the finals, to see 1, maybe 2 of these APAC teams actually get the win and qualify through, because at the minute we have practically every Korean team in the finals, which is something that maybe some people would have expected to see. They are an incredibly strong region, but I would definitely love to see some of those, like you say, dark horses, underdogs, qualify and show what they're capable of in the super settings once again.
Well, let's get a little bit more pointy, because it seems to be regional playstyle differences that maybe, like you say, aren't in the wheelhouse of some of these APAC teams. What do they have to switch up in general to give themselves a better chance of taking home a dub today?
I mean, if we're looking at Buriram, the one thing that you can immediately identify is the way that they always try to hold on to a little bit too much position. So it worked out for them very well in the ranked decision. They play very wide splits. They hold on to a vast amount of area because that allows them to play their sort of maneuverable play style that they like to go for. The problem is, now that we're in the weekly survival format, those positions have much more priority on them, because there's no benefit to a team to play the edge, to play for kills, because if you're not winning the game, you're not making the finals. Doesn't matter how many kills you're getting. So for the likes of Heroic, who had a 12-kill game, that's cool, but it's not going to be enough to get them into the finals. So Buriram holding on to these wider splits, these wide areas, and particularly Nordra doing a lot of scouting solo very far away from the rest of his team early on, and it is being punished by teams who are starting to make early rotations to get into those key positions. We've seen several teams with Iron Sights minis, with level 1 helmets, with no frag grenades, and we've seen how crucial they can be.
Have you been watching my games again?
The positions every now and then. Yeah, I've been gone back going over a VOD. I've seen the Dance Revolution VODs as well, but no one has been popping those out in game just yet. But it just goes to show how much they're prioritizing these positions, and that is something that Buriram, they tried to hold on to maybe a little bit too much for this format. And if they can sort of tighten it up, we know that they're very capable of taking the fights. It's just getting themselves into a position to take them in the first place.
Now, Chunks, I'm going to be devil's advocate here and throw the curveball. Buriram have struggled with the team being split. There is no doubt about that. But there are some teams, like Mad Clan, for example, who do seem to have a nasty habit of taking 40-50% of a phase 6 circle, even when there's 7 or 8 teams alive. And they seem to do fine. And while they're not getting, the wins left, right, and center, they're getting a good amount of information. They're not dying on the flank that often, and they're getting a lot of kills per game. So some teams clearly can get away with it. What's the secret to making that sort of thing work?
Mad Clan just have massive brains, clearly. No, I've been harping on about them for such a long time now, about how they are such a smart team. They're able to identify when to take a fight and when to back off of a fight, when they're able to flex and when they're not able. So what you get with a lot of teams is they'll send a player out really wide to try and get aggressive and try and get a good area of the zone under control. Whereas Mad Clan, they don't really do that. Sure, their end goal is to get those players in those positions and play off wide, but the reason it doesn't work for a lot of teams is if you send a player out, they're going to get punished. Whereas Mad Clan like to send a couple players, go and scout this area while they hold one back, then they just move bit by bit through the zone until somehow they've just been able to get a huge amount under their control. I mean, let's take a look over at that Power Grid game yesterday where Bad Clan had a massive 2-1-1 split, controlling all of the northwestern side. They realized they were in good positions to avoid getting pushed and crashed at solos. They had good info from the players up on the hillside all the way up at the north. They were covering. So those two players that were out as solos were able to play a little bit more aggressive. And if they did end up running into anyone, they were safe to come back and they had people covering them from miles away.
Easily said, but very difficult to squeeze into a pep talk 60 seconds before a plane takes off. We'll have to see if anyone ends up taking that advice. Taking a look at some of the teams already qualified, Rick, I mean, are there any teams, this is going to be controversial, are there any teams who you weren't expecting to pick up a chicken dinner who are now in the weekly finals? And what did they do right?
I think the one team that really stands out, not only just necessarily the fact that I don't think that they're as good, but the fact that they are the only team so far who has placed poorly in the ranking decisions and has come in just a few short space of games and actually got the chicken dinner is GNL. So
Right.
it's a team that relatively unremarkable overall. Their best performance across the sort of 6 game days that we had during the ranking decision was 33 points. So pretty low average in terms of points gained, particularly during the super settings where you're getting placement points on top of the kills. They had an 18-point day, so nothing particularly impressive on that side, but they've come in here and in the space of 6 or 7 games been able to secure a win, which is something that teams who have played almost double that amount have failed to do so. So they've definitely worked out things in their favor, and it's something that, particularly for a team that maybe came in with lower expectations, having been maybe a bit of a question mark, the sort of rebrand from Veronica 7. Yeah, it's a bit of an unfamiliar logo, but the players themselves more familiar to anyone who has watched the Asian scene, but they're not on that same sort of star level as, PO, because we haven't seen them sort of perform consistently well at international events in the past. So it's a team that maybe they had some sort of question marks around them, and particularly after the ranking decision didn't go too heavily in their favor, some people might have started to write them off. But it is very impressive to see that they've come back and not only picked up a win, but it wasn't exactly a completely passive win that was gifted to them either. It was an 8-kill win. They did have to do some solid fighting to get it as well, and I'd be interested to see if there's even going to be another team who placed outside of the top 16 in ranked decision who can successfully find the qualification to finals.
Well, it's an easy observation to make, to be fair, but when you're in a global finals, even the weaker teams are still weaker teams as part of the top 32 in the world. I mean, the margins between some of these teams like Hio and the rest of the lobby might be 99.9 percentile versus 99.7, but that last 0.2 makes a big difference in a lobby like this where everyone is so skilled. If anything, Chunks, I would argue that goes to prove that while the big name, big star teams are capable of winning the majority of chicken dinners between them, that everyone else is so close behind that you can literally never write any of them off.
No, that's it. I think the best way to describe PGC is any team could beat any other team. There is no team that comes into this that doesn't stand a chance against every other team in the lobby. It means that it is going to be a close one. And, sure, I ragged on Sonics a lot already as one of the teams that came in as a favorites that have now been struggling. And sure, they may only have one game to be able to do it, but they are such a strong roster that they can beat every other team in the lobby. It's a question of will they do it on the day, and that's going to be the theme for every other team coming in tonight. They haven't really had as much of a chance to prove themselves, at least in the winner-winner chicken dinner format. Sure, they had ranked decision, but now it comes down to actually getting those chicken dinners when they count. It's all well and good getting 10 points, but a spot in the weekly final is a whole lot more important.
And in fairness, I'm going to jump on the Sonics train here and defend them a little bit. History has shown that when push comes to shove and they need to win to take home whatever they want to take home, I would say their prize earnings total lifetime has proven that they're capable of doing just that. They can come in at the last second and swoop it out from everyone else's noses. Is that any different practically to dominating from the start? In terms of prize money, Rick, no.
Yeah, we've said it in the past, but PGIS, very first game of this format, when it was first sort of put together, the chicken dinner format to qualify for finals, who was it that walked away with the win in that game other than Sonics? And they did it in one game in the first time at PGIS, so they've given themselves a tough call to try and replicate that, but they have successfully done so in the past, not even to say anything about their success that they had across the entire tournament at PGIS. So it's definitely something that they are capable of doing, and so far for NA, with the one major exception being Dignitas and potentially Sonics. And it has been a relatively successful tournament so far. KPI as well, they've managed to get themselves a solid set of attempts. They were only 2 or 3 games away from the top 16, but so far they've had some very good placements, just unable to quite convert that into a win. So it's definitely working overall for the Americas as a whole. But Sonics, they've got the opportunity. It's a slim one at best, but we've seen some great things from the other NA teams that we have here. Oath and TSM qualified pretty much back to back over the first couple of days of games, and Oath in particular did it in an absolutely dominant fashion with the amount of kills that they were able to pick up. And that's a team who in the Americas regions has been losing to Sonics in a lot of their engagements. So Sonics is definitely a team that you can't look at them and think that the 31st position is anything other than a massive underperformance for a team of their caliber. And we know that they are capable of so much more, but they've given themselves such little opportunity to show it for week number 1. Bearing in mind, they'll be going into the reseeding matches after this, and they can give themselves much more opportunities for the later weeks if they are unsuccessful in their one game that they have to try and make finals.
No, Oath certainly have been popping off. 19 kills, I think that chicken dinner was. Absolutely insane stuff. And you mentioned the Americas having a decent time as well. I want to talk about one of those teams in particular that we are going to see play today. Chunks, what is up with KPI? On the one hand, I'm such a big fan of them. Whenever we see phase 5, phase 6, you almost blink and they're in the middle of phase 5, phase 6 circles. Doesn't matter if it's on Erangel, on Miramar, doesn't matter if we've got north, south, east, west. They always seem to be there. They've had a string of top 5 finishes. Is it that they're sending it into places that, yes, they're center, but they're inherently dangerous? Or is it that they've been really unlucky because they're always there in the final fight?
No, I think you hit the nail on the head right there. They're sending it center. They're getting what is, if you're looking at the map, a good position, but in reality, not a very strong one. They're usually playing dips, which, sure, it's all well and good playing dips, but they're the kind of dips where they have 4 teams surrounding them and they're not going to be able to move out of. And sure, you might have the center of the zone come phase 5, phase 6, but you're really going to have it when that phase 8 pop comes and it goes for one of those hard shifts in the opposite direction. It's not likely. And at the end of the day, even if you do have that dip, if you do have the bowl and it is center circle, everyone's going to have high ground on you when they're pushing into it. So it's not ideal for KPI. And I hope that they can go with a similar strategy to what they've done, where they do manage to get center of the circle when phase 5, phase 6 rolls around. But I want them to get in a more defensible position, because that is where I believe they have been lacking. They haven't been in a position where they can actually fight out of. It's been a whole lot of get center, lay low, and hope for the best, and then maybe try and fight when we're in the top 4 teams. And that's just not the way you want to be playing.
Another team that have, I don't want to say struggled, because struggled is the wrong word. We've seen some great fights from them, and we know how dangerous they can be, especially when Aegsleft is on form, is Petrichor Road. Their last 2 games, oh no, I beg your pardon, but they have had a 3rd place in the last 2 games, and they are one of the teams that realistically we expect to see in the weekly finals, but they didn't have a great rank decision. They've had some decent matches so far, but nothing that's blown us out of the water yet, Rick. We're waiting for that to happen, and we know they're capable of it as well.
I think Petrichor Road have come down with a bad case of fantasy pick syndrome, where there was like 30-something% of the fantasies that had Aegsleft on their team. So of course he has to absolutely underperform to what we know that he individually is capable of, but it's the whole squad as a whole. It's never just on the individual in a game like PUBG. It's the squad as a whole that aren't quite hitting those same peak levels that they were able to absolutely dominate in the Asian region with. And it's something that we are starting to see a little bit of them shining through. They've had a solid 9-kill game. They've started to get a 3rd place, and this is in the span of just yesterday's games essentially. So there's a short space of time that they've played, but we are starting to see a bit of a return to form. But it's one of those again where there's so many teams who are in a similar boat. This team in particular is one of them who ENCE has been playing from the very beginning. They won overall in the ranking decision, and they've been unable to pick up a win so far in 11 games that we have played, despite the fact that they ended up with 3 in the final day. So maybe they'll be able to pick one up on the final day here as well. Maybe that's just going to be their MO coming into the event, but it is another one of those where there is the longer you wait in the weekly survival to pick up your win, the more pressure that you will be under. And for both teams who have started to have some decent placements, on top of that, New Happy as well in a very similar situation, Mad Clan, BN United, all having some very solid top 4 placements, but not being able to quite close out the game. But now that as we're getting in later on, the bigger name teams who we expect to be able to close out those fights when it comes down to a 4 versus 4 have already started to make their way through and qualified, then maybe, it's a big difference. Like we said, we're talking about the margins on the global stage being very slim, but the difference between taking a final stage fight in a 4 versus 4 against Gen G, against GEX, that is something that for a team like ENCE, you have to be more in their favor on one fight of those than the other. And the teams that have generally been the team who you would give the advantage to in those situations, already making their way through to the qualification stages. And as we move down the ranking decisions, we expect those teams who currently are struggling to start to have better performances when they make it to the end game.
And a quick word, Chunks, on New Happy, because there are lots of teams here. I would say there are at least 4 or 5 teams where we say, we know they can win, but they haven't quite performed up to their potential. New Happy feel like a team where they have been popping off. They have been sticking together. They've been doing most things right. They just haven't been able to get the win yet. But there's no obvious, oh my goodness, these guys are a shadow of what we expect them to be. They've actually just been kind of popping off. So maybe it's a little bit of a different situation for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, You Happy, they've made it into what, 3-4 top 5 situations now just in the weekly survival. So it shows that they're able to get there, and they're usually able to do it with at least 3 players standing. So I just hope they're going to be able to carry that one over and maybe get the full 4-man in a bit more often, because we know they can clean up those team fights. It's just a question of actually being able to do it when it matters now.
Well, let's find out if they are going to be able to grab that win when it matters. There's only 1 day left, ladies and gentlemen. 5 games for all of these teams to try and grab one of those chicken dinners. We're going to find out which team now takes home the win in match number 12. We're moving over to Toby and Xenox.
Thank you very much, lads. Awesome job on the desk to start the day. Of course, it is the weekly survival final 5 games here for PGC 2021, presented by Alienware and Toomey here for week 1. Toby, it's a pleasure to be gracing your presence.
Likewise, I was thinking if had we worked together at some point before, but I really don't believe we have. So this is a first time and a joyous first time. Let's make it that sound, shall we?
Yeah, and we'll make it a fun time as well as we head in for our first match, or technically match 12, whatever we're at to now. It's been, of course, a couple of days so far here of the weekly survival. So far, only 5 spots remaining for the weekly finals, of course, Toby. So this is it. It's do or die for these teams that are remaining at this point of the weekly survival.
It is absolutely. I mean, we had to talk about it prior to the game starting, and we were kind of trying to do the numbers on can you even make it to finals through like being in the top early on if you don't make it to all weekly finals? I think there might be a couple of teams that will. They won't have to play the grand survival. But let's start off in a way we wouldn't want to start off if we were a GX fan. That is having a player knocked to what I can only assume to be a tree, unless if you landed really hard down on that US there.
There's no one else near there that would have been able to maybe get a weapon. We obviously didn't get to see it. I would have to imagine tree.
Yeah.
Probably that dead tree hit the top of it and then would have lost the parachute. So it's not going to be a big deal. Saviour's already going to actually live up to his name and probably go save the situation there for GEX, as we do actually have our circle as well. It is going to be to the top right of Erangel. But Toby, of course, during the looting phase, this is where we can maybe dissect things a little bit. Bring it back to the last couple of days. Of course, we sort of ended everything off. Match 11, Team Liquid, a 4-kill win, getting over the line. They, of course, now booked themselves a spot over to the weekly finals. 5 spots left. Who have you got your eye on for today's games as to who you think might make it through? All right. Well, it looks as if Toby has left me a little bit in the dirt, but that's okay. We move forward. Let's have a look at our previous match, which I'm assuming this would have actually been yesterday, of course, as this is our first match of the day of the weekly survival. New Happy, a team that have basically been one of the standouts, of course, already, but haven't quite been able to get over the line just yet. Again, I think as Chunks actually mentioned on the analyst desk, have been able to get to the late game situations quite oftenly with 3+ alive, but so far have not been able to find that win. They've already had 2 second places, 2 third places as well. So it's just finding that win has been a bit of a struggle for New Happy. I have to think with 5 games to go today, they have to be one of the favored teams. Toby, great to have you back.
I know of caster cursing teams, but I've never ever known of caster cursing myself. When I said we were gonna have a good broadcast, the first thing I do is accidentally put my mic on my webcam microphone. I have no clue how that happened. I'm so sorry, but now I'm back, and I agree with you, New Happy. They are, I don't want to say a surprise to me, because I know they're an incredibly talented team. I just didn't feel like I had seen enough of them on the global stage to consider them as good as they've turned out to be. And now, of course, with that said, they haven't made it through the weekly finals yet, so that's one thing. But the way that they've been playing through the ranking decision matches was absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal indeed. Now hopping over to Baonam, I believe you as an APAC man might have something to say about this.
Yeah, I mean, so it looks like Godace comes in, Simon goes out. This is a little bit more of what we expect to know from Boundam United back home in APAC. So this should be, hopefully, a big improvement for these guys. So they haven't necessarily been bad by any means, of course, though, being one of the teams that has been playing in this week since match number 1. There is those expectations. They have fortunately been able to make top 4 3 times so far. No second place finishes, but they are a team, though, Toby, that actually thrives on the winner-winner chicken dinner format. They are very good at being able to get to the end game, win those games in the clutch, whether that be through kills or sometimes just a little bit of circle luck.
And that's one of the things that I really both love and hate about the way this format is, that sometimes you have these teams that when you go in your regular super settings point system rule format, they have a hard time finding success. But then when you throw the curveballs in with constantly changing lobbies and teams not really having a whole lot of time to adapt because the very next game things are going to play out completely different, there are just some teams that thrive in that. I mean, you talk about Barnum, and there are other teams like them that, did he just flip? Oh, I thought he flipped his US trying to unflip the buggy there, but fortunately, they both made it out of there alive. But no, it's just interesting to me, Xenox, that there are some teams that play so much better in these kind of, we do not know what to expect, so let's just play our game and take everything as it comes. Whereas to other teams that like it more structured, they, even though you might consider them the better team on the larger scale of things, they can get completely torn apart by all these random factors playing in.
Well, the best teams are going to be the ones that are able to adapt, but also the ones that are going to be able to play their own style and do it really well. Typically, those are the ones that, of course, who have already qualified for the weekly finals this weekend. KPI, Amy, getting a couple of shots in here. But I think for the teams that try to play to the environment, this kind of format just does not buy into that at all. There's just too many revolving doors of teams coming in and out to make that well-known. BBL going to be a little bit careful there with the Darcy's. Go and buy New Happy and Ents here on the rotation. Need to make sure they get all 4 members through safely.
Well, this ain't the way to start it. We saw 2 teams fly up the rope. The second 2 will start driving into one another. Already got smashed down to low HP. Got Marco at half as well, and they're still only halfway through towards the area I think they would want to go to. And I think now, and this is the fun thing, right? These teams have just played a whole week, or a couple of days anyway, of ranking decision where the lobbies played out in one way. And now, I mean, that was a lot of edge play. There were teams that went center, including BBL, but they weren't really contested a whole lot when doing so. They went center. Yes, you might have 2 or 3 other teams that do the same thing in phase 1. Everyone else, we'll take our time. We'll play it slow. We'll get there eventually. We want to play around on the edge, play it safe, and then we'll move in later and rag up kills out it. I thought it was proning on the car for a second, but it was behind it. X-ray had me fooled there for a second. But then you reach now where literally everyone, with very few exceptions, do what they can to claim real estate early on, and that's just such a change of pace and just change of everything really in a lobby like these, that I understand when you sometimes, you can seem like you have no clue what you're doing simply because things are changing up at such a fast pace that you can't really adapt to it fast enough.
Yeah, and so far, though, I have no idea how BBL have not lost a player between, I think, Mert probably should have died just moments ago, but even that rotation was a little bit sloppy. They're spinning around. New Happy was shooting at them. Ants was shooting at them. Somehow, they've been able to get to somewhat decent position, bottom of Stalba towards the right-hand side. All 4 players alive. Absolutely staggering. Yeah. They're going to actually have even a tiny little 2-2 split here. Nothing crazy, but still, I don't know how they've got 4 players alive. But yeah, going back to what you were sort of touching on, Toby, I think this is going to be now with 5 games to go. If you were trying something, do you switch it up a little bit here? If you were a team that was maybe trying to play to the environment, do you play within yourselves a little bit more, vice versa?
I think, and then that's the way I've always been looking at the weekly survival formats. The teams that tend to be more aggressive when playing in the super like a point setting or points rule are usually the teams that tend to play better in Winner Winner Chicken Dinner. And to me, that's mainly because they are teams, like when you play aggressive, you like to be the ones to dictate the pace of a game, right? You like to be the ones saying, we want to fight you, therefore we engage you, rather than being the ones in the receiving and saying, oh, we'll just sit here, wait for teams to come towards us. The team that likes to dictate the flow of their match tends to also be the team that is the most ready for audibles and curveballs coming their way. Therefore, a team like BBL, a team like Heroic that we just saw on the rotation there towards Yasnaya, they usually would thrive in this because they're more accustomed to having random things happen because they just find engagements that much more often. Let's see now T-Bone, speaking of Heroic, spots a flying buggy, now realizing there are players in the nearby vicinity. But no, I mean, these teams are just, at least to me, supposed to be more ready for this. But then, of course, we do see our other ops every now and again, since both Heroic and BBL at this point haven't made their way through.
Yeah, very fortunate there for Star-Lord. Had he flipped the buggy on the other side, his head would have been exposed, and I think T-Bone might have been able to find a kill. But nonetheless, the backside of the buggy is actually what was shown to T-Bone, so therefore took no damage at all. Gets the Wizzy Tower to himself. Does have to be careful. Of course, you can see Heroic have got him measured up. Nice shots from T-Bone, and that's going to force out the first aid kit. They could be aggressive on this if they want to. They know that no one else has rotated into this position. They know it's only Star-Lord, but it's still risky. That you can see the gap, the distance that they would have to run over to that Wizard Tower before they can start throwing those nades and trying to get him out of there. It's probably not worth it right now, not this early on in the game. The other part of that is in itself the strategy, Toby, that you have to bring and the mindset. This is not about trying to find kills. This is about staying alive and finding a win.
And that's the thing, right? I mean, of course, you don't want to have teams sitting right next to you, especially not early on, especially not now that the circle shifted you out on the very, very edge of the next phase. So if you're Heroic here, yes, I would probably dedicate people to try and get down Star-Lord, just because, I mean, A, he's in the middle of your rotation path, B, you don't know where his teammates are. They could turn out to be a problem for you to make your further move. But now let's hold that for a second. Buram and Petrichor driving side by side, trying to make their way up towards the north, and it's going to be Mill and Ike's left working together to take out Canax.
Yeah, unfortunate for Buram, losing Canaxi like that. Obviously for Petrichor Road, they're a team that had high expectations coming into PGC, and they've honestly been quite lackluster, in some ways even disappointing. But they're a team that you definitely can't count out by any means. They're a team that you give them an inch, they'll take a mile, and Axlef just showing his skill there. Example, though, for RV, just takes a little shot, watches as Pero drive by. In fact, straight through Space Station Gaming, Keenan just gets in his vehicle as well. So obviously, teams now starting to adapt to this Phase 2 circle that we got over Yasnaya and Stalba.
It's a tricky one to rotate into as well. There's been so many teams wrapping up towards this. Oh, no, man. What do you know? Do you know that there's a guy right next to you, Rob? Now here's the vehicle actually anticipating it. Okay. Okay, Mamo. Nice knock. Is on low HP, though. Needs to get out of the vehicle. Probably get himself healed on up. Yep, will do just that. But smart play. Not taking anything for granted. Maybe he saw him down there early. Not quite sure. But either way, he gets him down. And that secures them somewhat of a path to rotate into. I mean, they threaded the needle on that one. They made it straight through 3 different teams. And they get there without really taking any casualties.
Yeah, now Vive got to be careful here as well. Nordra just loitering close by. Should be able to find this kill. Example gets the knock, though, onto Nordra. Buram just cannot have anything go their way at the moment to start here for our first game of the night. They've only got 5 chances. You don't really get many. Quizzy, the nade into towards the smoke and the Darcia, but Buram have already evacuated over to the cliff.
Sitting in a smart 2-way position here. Quizzy maybe trying to make it sound like there's more than just one guy on that ridge line shooting. Maybe he should swap back and forth between his different guns to make it sound even more like it. He does have teammates up on the hillside trying to kind of give him a bit of an overlook. Now Alia is coming down to help out as well. I mean, there are only so many players the Buram players can be. Either they're right where they are here, or they should have jumped into the water. And you know what? I love this. The fact that they dip, the fact that they leave here going, yes, the 2 kills could be great, and yes, they are behind us, but look at where we are. We got the hillside, we're close to the circle, Buram is down the hill. We've just popped their tires. They are not an immediate threat that we need to deal with. Because, as you said, kills don't matter. We will take a 0-kill win if we have to, if that means we never put ourselves at risk of dying. So why not avoid the amount of encounters where there's potential that we could lose a player and just leave? And having said this is a smart thing to do usually, but Na'Vi, formerly known as Tornado Energy, are probably one of the most aggressive edge teams in all of EMEA. So seeing them say, you know what? No, let's back off. I mean, that's huge.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, that is absolutely huge, because they would have done that prior, and they would probably have lost the player in doing so too.
Yeah, and of course, Buram United as well in the APAC region typically like to play edge as well. Depends on the format, of course. More so in the point rule system, they definitely did a little bit more than, say, Winner Winner Chicken Dinner. But it is actually one of their strengths, and they just got absolutely shredded by both Petrichor Road and Na'Vi. The one thing I am concerned about with Na'Vi is where do they go from here, of course. There already looks like in the minimap I could see going towards BBL. There's not a whole lot of real estate here for Phase 3, of course. Over towards Stalba, not a whole lot of compounds. You got little bits here and there, but you're going to have to play off the terrain, play off of the trees, for example. Use that higher ground to your advantage if possible. It's KPI on the move. They lose DraftKings. That's a big loss for KPI. For any team losing a player in the rotation part of this game, Winner Winner Chicken Dinner format, it is so detrimental.
It's the threat of trying to bomb its center when you know like 90% of the other teams have already gone there. Is the position on the middle worth the loss of a player, potentially two? Like, would you rather sit inside the compound in the middle with two alive than have to play away on the edge, but at least be 4 up when you take your first engagement? I'm not quite sure. In the meantime, Enforce, they've played it slow on the edge. I like the way they've gone about things, not really taking anything for granted, slowly scouting their way forward, making their way into this. The first game they're playing here today in the Winner Winner Chicken Dinner, so being ever so cautious. I like what I'm seeing.
Tixu, Squeaky just above. Tixu has spotted him, so Zendan's going to go down for GEX. Ents, of course, don't want to sort of move too much from their position. You move down the hill looking to confirm it. What happens then if you sort of walk into the sight lines of, say, a GEX member, then Tixu gets knocked down, suddenly then Ents down to 3 players. That's not ideal. So really nice and clean for Ents. They didn't really even have to move. Nice, easy kill onto Zendan. Bit of a mistake. Ents holding that south side of the circle, though, does mean in the long run, they will most likely have to sort of push upward on the edge of this Stalba base. Depends, of course, on the circle. Can shift back down to the south phase 4, 5, etc. But the main thing right now for them would be to keep all 4 players alive. As Edie on a bit of a mission, a bit of a roam. Of course, he is the last one alive, and unfortunately, well, hits a roadblock, a permanent one at that. Buram United first team out.
The issue is there was really nowhere for them to stop. You would think, guys, you should stop your vehicles, get out of that. But it's such an open terrain on that southern side of the circle. There's just nowhere for them to pull up the vehicles without being shut up by everyone, and that's exactly what happened there. In the meantime, Buram trying to make their way closer down towards SNG and maybe get control of the compound. Now at least they know that there's a full team down there. What they don't know is that Roth is missing, obviously. Went down early on the shoreline, but are they going to commit to a push here? They are easily within Nate distance, you can see, for both SSG and actually KP to some extent now as well. Trying to deal with them, but don't want to overcommit too much to clearing them out.
Yeah, and obviously for Space Station right now, the best thing to do is just sort of go defense, hold out, buy some time, hope maybe there's a third party on Boundam United, say from Unique or KPI. They are kind of around the area, sussing out the situation. Unique probably don't want to actually push on down. They want to hold the compound they've got, especially now with this Phase 4 circle. So I'm sensing Space Station's probably not going to get the reprieve, and Boundam United are going to be able to just sort of flush them out of this building.
Feels bad, man, when you throw a nade perfectly in between 3 players and they all only take 30 damage each. Then you would rather just have had them one knock, right? In the meantime, New Happy, well, they know they're on the edge and they know they have to deal with the other teams on the edge in order to make their way on in. And that's the issue with having to be out there, is that, well, you gotta fight eventually. I mean, there's only so much space to maneuver around, and unless if you want to sit elbow to elbow with your opponents, you gotta start dealing with them at one point or another. So it's about really picking the timing to do so. Minx down to the vehicle explosion, Mill in trouble as well. This should have 2 knocked players written all over it.
So unfortunate for Pero. They had a decent little compound, but they got the circle shifting away from them from phase 4, forced them into the rotation, and then they just get absolutely taken apart on the rotation, which they've basically been doing since phase 1. They've been constantly moving. Heroic with a nice little high ground here as Ents actually now making their move. This might be a fight that Ents actually have to take, whether they like it or not. Squeaky with the nade, looking to open things up. He was low on health, gets knocked down by Dante though of Unique. This is not ideal.
No, I was just gonna say every single time Heroic peeks over in this one, there's gonna be people spotting them from the side. And you can see that's why Heroic is playing so much in the back end of those ridge lines there. They know that Unique are towards the east. They know that you still have Esports 36 on the left side. Now, one more player down. Beamy finds Tixu. They're trying to hold off here. It's only Diggory alive. He's trying to. I mean, if he can get down T-Bone here, that'd be really, really just terrible for Heroic, honestly. But I don't know at the same time how the hell he gets back towards his teammates. Either Navi now driving around towards the west side. They're going to be going straight into New Haven. This is just a hedge cluster that was going to commence at some point, and now it does not. Finds the first one, damage done to the second. Finds the second knock on towards Quizzy as well. But finally, Example that's put a stop to it. Finds the second as well. Example turns on a dime. He's got 3 knock teammates, but there's 2 opponents to come.
Nice clean from Example. Unfortunately, the damage had already been done, though, for Na'Vi. Fortunately for New Happy, though, they're going to get all their players back up unless GX push now. This is the time to strike. Of course, they lost Sendan earlier, so it's only the trio for this team. Can they get this knock? They have to. That was the carry feature that we saw just then. CP Yan gets taken down by Savior. So did Dan as well. For New Happy, it's looking like yet another game where they're not going to be able to find that chicken dinner.
And that's the threat or the danger of playing in on the edge, right? It's so incredibly difficult to make your way on through when there are so many teams in front of you or next to you. If you don't do more to try and get them away from you in the early game, nice headshot. Will he have more to come? Nope, not gonna happen. Ming does get taken down. When you don't do more in the early game to try and weaken your opponents, find the knock there, break up Estor helmet there, there's simply going to be too many teams out on that edge, and you see the kind of the cost of it there. Simply a chaos and cluster on the ridge.
You can see actually with the map now here for phase 5, or at least what we did see, that compound that Unique currently occupy, they've been holding that for the last 3-4 circles. They've not moved out of it whatsoever. They're not peeking. They're not looking to find kills. They're not looking to get rid of teams that are close by to them, like KPI and or Boundam United. They have held firm. They've been rewarded for it. Of course, that means in the late game, they will have a lot more utility to take those fights when needed. So right now, look to Team Unique to be one of the favored teams for this match.
Yep, they're looking real good in that compound. Only question is going to be how many teams are planning on kind of transitioning through that compound into this circle. They wouldn't want to, but there's only so much space up on the north side, and FaZe is already spread out and taking control. You have Kaishin up there as well. Seiko stuff here, trying to look over in towards Stalper and make sure there's no one coming through in there. I believe Fex might have heard a vehicle from Kaishin early on as they made their way up the hillside. And over towards the west side, you actually have Enterforce 36 as well. So there's only going to be so much room on the top side of the circle, and with 3 teams still down towards the south, Unique might be might be forced to take a fight earlier than when they would have wanted to.
And we've just ticked over 20 minutes. Only 10 teams remaining, 35 alive, which is quite staggering. It lends itself to the circle that we've had, especially with this format. It's all about staying alive. But with the circle shifting the way it has been, it's just forced out teams on the move constantly. Landron's going to be careful here for Kaishin Esports out towards this very western side of the circle. In fact, so west, it's not even inside of the phase 5 circle. Fight is exactly what Landron needs to do here. Pure Boy has not peeked over the ridgeline just yet. Amanar does actually get spotted a little bit, but he found the down onto Uran. Not a good start here for Kaishin.
Very curious to see how FaZe is going to react on this. They haven't pushed yet to try and maybe make a third-party play on this. If they can engage here, they might have a good chance here. Lambert in the meantime, and Yuppie, complete slaughter on Enterforce, and now we might see a full 4v4 fight here on the hilltop. FaZe had a chance potentially to make a play earlier, opted not to. They do manage to get Uran down, so one player eliminated. In the meantime, Heroic trying to make a play on forward, but 80 there to punish Cobra.
Oh, wait, we got FaZe, Heroic, and Kaishin all at this Stalber West location. Whoever wins this fight will basically have the West and even parts of the North to themselves. Heroic, of course, have only got the 3 plays. FaZe not fully committing, holding a bit more of the high ground. They could have maybe peeked over, punished Heroic there, but Heroic get the clean wipe on Kaishin Esports without losing anyone else. Of course, they only have the 3 players. Vex just making sure that no one, of course, is still alive or pushing up that side, and then he'll fall back with his team.
I like it. I thought at first he was going to push down on the ridgeline to kind of try and see if he could flank around T-Bone, but maybe remembering the format we're playing. And I like the fact that he stays there. You can see it on the map on the left side there as well right now. Vex, he doesn't want to aggress. He just wants to play the contain. He wants to sit there and make sure that no one gets around him. He has to be the player with his right side closest to the blue, literally on the blue right now, because if anyone gets around him, that is their entire backside completely exposed. Fuzzface is doing the exact same thing up on the north side of the circle. They're just there to say, like playing guard patrol, really. You are not getting through us without us seeing and being able to tell our teammates. I really like the way that Face in our position right now. In the meantime, Capitan and the Emmy, solid double coming through. As Barnum gets taken down. Now Unique from the compound finally starting to engage, realizing that if API gets to wrap around them, they have to fight their way into the circle where, oh my god, that nade.
That's a Kobe. That's what it's named after there. Yeah, Unique need to move, of course, no longer inside of the circle. They got that northern shift phase. They're looking good for this particular match. All 4 players alive. Controlling the northern side. Good nade from Fuzzface onto E-End. It was Metroleus that got the knock, but Fuzzface will steal it. And obviously for Mad Clan, we actually haven't really seen anything from them this particular game. But now down to 3 players, having to push up a very steep hill into phase, and BBL have a bit of a sightline on them. Not looking good.
This was what I was just worried about. FaZe, I like their positioning, but when are they going to start to group up? Now they lose Vex. That's their one contained player on one side, meaning that their entire south side or west side is exposed. Now they need Fuzz to back off and play with his teammates, or they need to really fortify Fuzz's position and kind of just sit on that side, because this is a pretty damn big hillside. Just losing 1, they had 2 in the middle, 1 on each side, perfect position. Now you're down to 3. If you play 1-1-1 at this point and any one player gets knocked, you are going to be incredibly exposed to a potential push.
Yeah, losing Vex, so unfortunate for FaZe with the position that they've got with the circle. They've got now down to 3 players. This opens up the door to seeing them get pinched from both sides. Heroic, Mad, maybe BBL, depending on the way they push up. The good news for FaZe, of course, they don't have to worry about teams behind them. Capitan, he's got Faultlessly behind him as well for Unique. He's the solo for KPI. He hears him, he sees him, the shot's not quite landing the way he would have liked, but eventually, not one for the highlight reel from either of those two, but Capitan will take it. Unique, that's so unfortunate. They lose yet another player down to just 2 remaining.
It's like SpongeBob, right? 38 bullets later. And he finally gets himself the knock. But fortunately, it doesn't matter how many bullets you use as long as you get yourself the knock and stay alive. KPI in the meantime will concede this one. Couldn't really make his way on into the circle. Didn't manage to put a dent in the numbers for Unique, though. Now in the meantime, Matt tried to wrap her out the other way. Didn't like what they saw on the hillside against FaZe, and they run straight into BBL. But Trallius able to find 1. No, actually make that quick. Margo finds 1, finds 2, almost finds the 3rd. The nade should get the better of him. Will happen, and now Smash and Mert forced to make the run on over here. Dava on his own.
And this is perfect for FaZe. Just let everyone else kill each other. Same with Heroic as well, out towards this western side. The circle, though, straight again onto FaZe's side of the map means Heroic now need to move, sweep on over. This is where I'd probably like to see FaZe, though, push over towards Mad Clan and BBL, clean this up, finish them off, and then take that fight with Heroic. Of course, if they do that, they do need to be careful of Heroic as well, as we're seeing a lot of the final utility expended here between these 2 teams of BBL and Mad Clan. BBL still with Smash Mert, and they get the revive of Mitra as well.
Yep, Dava's going to be blind for the next 15 minutes with the amount of flashes he should throw towards him. Finally, Flash is swapped for a nade, and they get him down, so 3 still alive for BBL. I like the fact that Heroic tried to kind of see if they could stab a little from the back there, but not overly commit to it. And as I said as well before, the fact that they lost Vex meant that they had to back off and fortify Fuzzface's position. That's exactly what they've done. Push back, push back, push back. Say to Heroic, you know what, you can take all you want, but we're not going to budge from this position inside the circle. I like the fact that they did this, but this right here, I mean, depending on how fast BBL opts to push up the hillside, this could very well be BBL getting a perfect third-party opportunity. Again, depending on how the Heroic FaZe fight happens up on the hilltop, because I feel like they both know at this point that there's 1 team down the hill, and these 2 teams on top will have to take a fight. But look at this. Despite so many APAC teams being in here, we got a full three-man European roster here. Or 3-team European setup, I should say.
Oh, I knew where you were going with that one, Toby, before you even finished it. Yeah, look, and honestly, look at the winner chicken dinner percentages. 33, 34, 33. It is as even as you could ask for in this type of environment. Kind of like how you sort of laid it out, right? What happens if FaZe and Heroic fight? Well, then BBL can push up the hill. They're fine. What happens if FaZe pushes over towards BBL's position, looking down on them? Well, then that opens the door for Heroic. So this is a very difficult situation. It's a standoff. All three teams don't want to make a mistake. 8T, though, eating a bit of the blue there, I think. Down to 8 health. He's got the first aid kits. He'll be fine. It's okay. Obviously, FaZe inside of the circle. Yeah, this is a tense standoff. Obviously, you always back in the team on the high ground, but in this case, it's difficult. If Heroic and FaZe kick off, look to BBL to third party.
I would be surprised to see anyone go down within the next 18 seconds. I don't think FaZe is going to make a play, as I say, that do throw some smokes forward. I mean, these smokes, honestly, is probably more of a stay away. We don't want, like, kind of like an ostrich thing. If I can't see you, you can't see me. So just throw the smokes off, like throw the smokes forward, block the vision, say let's just wait and see the final circle, because I think that's going to dictate quite a bit of what's going to happen here. Circle's going to go just a bit up the hill. Question is now whether BBL will be exposed to these two teams, but look at the way 8C is playing this one. Nate's now coming forward from FaZe Clan as well. You'd have to think they would want to make a play here, T-Bone. Nate close, but not enough damage done in order to take him down. It's a 3v3v3. This really could go either way, and I think BBL might be the initiators on this. If they find the knock on either Heroic or FaZe Clan here, that could be the other team pushing, with BBL getting a good third-party opportunity, because I don't think neither BBL or Heroic will be focusing BBL at this point.
Yeah, the biggest thing right now is the fact that Heroic and BBL not looking like they're actually colliding. It's actually both of those two looking at FaZe. So FaZe need to be very quick with what they want to do, unless Beamy's making his way down. This might not be the play for Heroic here, pushing over towards BBL, although it could also be a sneak play, a flank. They won't be expecting it. BBL actually pushing onto FaZe. So Heroic pushing onto BBL, BBL's pushing onto FaZe, and FaZe right now don't know what the hell's happening.
Did Heroic just get themselves a third-party spot from doing this? They're playing ring around the road. Heroic runs to...
They're going in a circle.
FaZe runs to Heroic spot, and now they're going to separate. They have no clue Smash is there. This is the 9 billion IQ play from Heroic, realizing the BBL was wrapping up on the other side, and now they will fight. Heroic will have a third-party opportunity of their lifetime if they grab onto this. You know, there's collateral damage all over the place. This is huge for Heroic coming in from the south now. Look at this.
Yeah. Unfortunately, FaZe did not follow Heroic. That made it very easy. Had they pushed onto Heroic, then this all would have changed a little bit. But Heroic now get a freebie. The BBL FaZe fight has happened. That's exactly what they wanted. It's obviously going a little bit 50-50. FaZe win it out, but now they're only down to the 2 players. Now it's a 2 versus 3. Now Heroic have got the numbers advantage in this final fight. FaZe have had the circle. They've had all of the luck, but it looks like Heroic are going to take the win.
What an absolute stellar play. I saw Beamy wrap down that ridge line, and I was nervous if it was going to work out or not. Having said that, we have seen Ghost do things before, but no, not going to happen. They played 1 game yesterday, and on their 2nd game overall, they can dust off their shoulders, and they will make their way through to the weekly finals.
Wow. Quick, clean from Heroic, in and back out they go. Big result. We go back to our wonderful British lads on the desk.
Thank you very much, folks. And in and out, quick as you like. Heroic, they had a statement of intent yesterday. They came in, I think they finished 5th, but importantly, they got 12 kills. They wanted to play active. They wanted to take positions. And, okay, a little bit of an open 3-way fight, to be fair, Rick. It wasn't exactly Heroic's game to take until the very last moment there. But in their defense, they picked their moment well.
They absolutely did, and they played the rotation game very solidly as well. Left it fairly late, actually, to make a move up towards the high ground position on Stalber Hill, but it was the perfect time for them to strike, to wipe out E36, who were taking the fight with Kai Shin, third party on to that engagement. And just as FaZe were on their way over to start thinking about holding out on that side, they saw that Heroic had done the job for them. So FaZe, they got slightly complacent, actually tried to move their way over to deal with Mad Clan, left Vex behind to get caught out, and that was maybe the invitation that Heroic needed to hold on to that road for as long as they did. And then when it came down to that final 4 teams, it was a case of whoever engages first is in a disadvantage for both teams, and Heroic's move to push themselves down below the hill forced BBL to go the opposite way, up the top to take the fight with FaZe Clan, and Heroic then had the space that they needed to surround all angles, and there was just nowhere that either BBL or FaZe could go from that point on.
Look, I mean, Chugs, everything is about high ground and having those angles. It was almost counterintuitive at the end there, but Heroic pulled that off beautifully.
Yeah, absolutely. Really impressive to see from Heroic. And I love the fact that they were smart enough to try and back away from the FaZe fight. A lot of teams there probably would have tried to take the fight onto FaZe, maybe expose themselves and put themselves in a little bit of trouble. But as soon as they realized, look, we can move down this dip relatively safely and we can either focus BBL or just try and play it slow, it was really smart of them. They backed off, they moved down the ridge, and they forced FaZe to kind of overexpose themselves, push a bit further than they maybe expected to, and that allowed BBL to sneak up behind and do a lot of damage onto FaZe. And then at that point, it was just a case of Heroic finishing up the job, and really beautifully done. Considering this was in their second game, that was so good to see from them. Game 1, they fragged out yesterday, and now in their second match, they made it to the weekly final. It shows anything's possible.
A solid European presence towards the late stages of the game as well. Unique, we were calling them out for their rotation at the very start. It was literally like phase 1, phase 2. They held a split. It was very close to where the zone ended. They were able to hold on to it till about phase number 6 before they unfortunately met their demise just outside of the top 4. But still, the top 4, 3 European teams and Mad Clan, who unfortunately fell victim to the push from BBL. And that was the point where both Heroic and FaZe were sort of sat back like, you know what, we don't need to third party on this. Let them pick each other apart, just dwindle one another's numbers at no risk to us whatsoever. That led into that sort of maneuverability game towards the late stages, and BBL on the low ground and FaZe and Heroic sharing the high ground until Heroic made the push down forces BBL out of their position and into the path of FaZe Clan, who FaZe it's an interesting position because they were holding on to that high ground for quite some time, and we've seen over and over again that the least congested side of the zone is the least contested, but FaZe were holding on to Stalba, a very wide split. We were a little bit nervous for whether or not they'd be able to successfully hold it for some time, and it actually took until the very, very final stages of the game before there was any real contention towards that from Heroic, and it worked out perfectly. They timed their aggression very well to wipe out the competition on the northwestern side of zone, hold on the high ground, and secure themselves a spot after only 2 games.
Corexy and Beamy making their way into the top frags as well. Although, let's spare a thought for BBL Esports, who were super aggressive going into those final circles. They held out Team Unique, who had the best position earlier on in the game as well, and made sure to mop up those kills before wrapping around. They had a great game as well, Chunks.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really impressive to see the fact that they held onto that compound for a while and were able to just sneak their way up that hillside. When it seemed like they were maybe going to get taken down by Mad Clan, they were able to pull it back, and even though they had a player knocked, they stayed behind the ridge and they used their nades to finish off Dava. And I gotta say, I feel like that was kind of part of the downfall of BBL. They used so much utility onto Mad Clan to eliminate that solo player. I really wondered how much they had left at the end. Maybe some smokes, maybe some frags would have made a difference. That they could have done a whole lot more damage to FaZe and maybe, just maybe, have taken down Heroic alongside it. But you know, that's hindsight, isn't it? They maybe didn't know how many players were left up from Mad Clan, which would maybe explain why they used so much utility. But it's not ideal to be going into that final, you know, fight with only a couple nades left.
So many teams use so much utility early on. I thought maybe FaZe Clan with the high ground might have been at a bit of an advantage, but I'm not 100% sure there. Look at that, like 8 grenades and 16 smokes. I think the point is when they use them though, right, Rick? I'm hoping that because they have the high ground, it means that it's easier for them to not need so much utility to move around as much. But how true did that end up being towards the end of that game?
It's not even just necessarily the high ground, it's the fact that they timed their aggression so well that they didn't actually need to throw explosives to really wipe out the teams that were ahead of them, because they'd been already making progress on that themselves, with E36 making their push and then getting picked apart by Kaishin, and then Heroic taking the opportunity to pick apart Kaishin as they were picking apart FaZe or doing their best effort to, and FaZe were looking to hold them out. So it really was just perfectly timed maneuverability again to get up towards that high ground, not be the first team to engage. That always seems to be the thing that it comes back to when we're talking about the most chickens format. In the mid game, in the late stages of the game as well, if you're the first team to be taking a fight, other teams will look to capitalize on that, and that is exactly what Heroic was doing. They maneuvered their way up towards the top side of Stalba to third party on the E36KX fight, and Again, towards the late stage of the game, they were up close. It looked as though BBL was going to be the team that would sit back and third party onto the fight between Heroic and FaZe, but they put up a few smokes, got themselves a better position towards the lower side of the zone, and forced BBL up into FaZe, and then took the opportunity to third party from there.
Maneuvered is the right word when we're talking about Heroic as well, Chunks. 32,000 distance traveled compared to an average of 23k. They weren't gifted anything. They worked for every minute of that game.
No, it's interesting to see. I feel like every single game yesterday, the winning team had like 10,000 less than any of the other squads. Yeah, when it comes to the distance travel, like 10,000 less than any of the other squads, or the average squad had actually traveled. So I think it's impressive to see when a team doesn't get, you know, I hate saying the word gifted, but that's a good way to put it, getting that zone favorability, being able to get in there early. It's nice seeing squads have to fight their way through. And teams like Heroic that spent a lot of time actually sweeping around the edges to be able to clear out. They didn't just sit still. They didn't just send it center like we saw a couple teams do. They were very proactive in making sure that they were safe on all fronts. And even though a couple of times it looked like things weren't going to go their way, it led to a lot of kills and, of course, that chicken dinner. And that's their second game, bear in mind. And in both matches, they have absolutely fragged out.
I think that's very important to note. They're now the second team who go through who weren't part of the original 16, but it's difficult to call based on 2 games, but 12 kills and 11 kills. It shows how comfortable they are in this format. And maybe, I'm playing devil's advocate here, I'm not sure if that'll necessarily bode as well for them in the weekly finals if they're so good at the chicken format. But let's find out what they think about that victory before breaking it down even further. We're heading to the interview live from Korea.
쿠렉시 선수 나와 있습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 정말 히로익은요 2번째 매치 만에 바로 파이널로 직행하게 됐습니다. 어제는 5등, 오늘은 또 1등 이렇게 좋은 모습을 보여주고 있는데 다른 팀들이 서바이벌 매치에 임하는 동안 좀 어떤 계획을 짜신 걸까요?
Okay, so you played in the last game yesterday, and you had a good you did well, and and you won the game today. What what preparation was there in the team while you guys were not having a game yesterday?
I think it's just all about resetting between the games and go to the next one with full reset.
네, 이제 그냥 게임 끝나고 이제 리세트 하고요. 이제 그냥 새 마음가짐으로 다음 게임에 임하는 게 다였대요.
또 오늘 되게 좋은 플레이를 보여줬다고 생각을 하는데 그 자기장이 스텔버 쪽으로 갔을 때 바로 이동을 하는 모습을 보여주셨거든요. 그때 팀원들 간에 어떤 대화를 했는지 좀 궁금해요. 들어볼 수 있을까요?
So when the zone was on Stelber, and we could see that your whole team rotated towards the Stelber. We would like to know what calls were there in that moment of the game.
I think we did kind of like blind send. We had like 2 options to go, and if somebody was free, one of them was free, we went there.
이제 두 가지 이제 선택권이 있었는데 이제 조금 더 나은 쪽으로 갔던 것 같습니다. 조금 더 이제 상대를 잡기 쉬운 그 방향으로 갔습니다.
혹시 쿠렉시 선수의 오더였을까요?
Was it your order, Kurexi?
No, it was Page idea.
이제 팀의 주장인 페이지 선수의 오더였답니다.
이렇게 폼이 좋은 히로익인데 파이널에서 혹시 몇 등까지 예상하실지 궁금해요.
Okay, so you guys are doing really great right now, and what like rank do you expect at the finals?
Everyone's aims for the top 1, so I guess that.
네, top 1 1등 예상한답니다.
그러면 1등 이렇게 자신하셨으니까 파이널에서의 위력도 기대해 보도록 하겠습니다. 쿠렉시 선수 인터뷰 감사드려요.
Okay, thank you. We will be looking forward to your win in the finals, your performance, and thank you for the interview, Kurexi.
Thank you.
Thank you. 자, 이렇게 해서 12번째 매치에서 승리한 팀은 히로익이었고요. 저는 쿠렉시 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다.
And that was Heroic. After their victory, they only needed to play 2 games to get themselves into this position. Absolutely fantastic stuff from them. But look, First of all, very happy for them. We've also got an all-EU panel today, so that kind of helps a little bit. We're feeling pretty good about ourselves. Rick, I have to ask the question. They struggled in ranked decision, and then in the most chicken format, they only needed 2 games. They had high kills even in the games they didn't win. We're going back to points rule on the weekend. Are they going to suffer again then?
It is an interesting dynamic. I think the one thing that has really worked in the favor of Heroic this time around is there's always been that element of, yeah, you're hot dropping, it's a different lobby that you're not quite used to. Their typical position over towards the northern side of Georgia Pole in a lot of the ranked decision games was very, very close to some of the high tier teams like Gen G on South George. So it was very often they were running into them on rotations. This time around, none of the South George teams in the lobby, so they were able to take South George for themselves, let Enter 36 have North George all to themselves. So they weren't really all too worried about particularly making that northern wrap rotation, which is similar in terms of the path that was taken by E36, but they took it a little bit earlier, went around, got themselves a solid position to work that western side of the zone. But maybe it is something to be a little bit wary of when you're coming in, particularly on a wrangle in the weekly finals, where if you're dropping on the opposite side of the river to Gen G and you have to cross the river towards them, or they have to cross towards you, you're putting yourself in a dangerous position potentially early on. So it might have some effect on the way that you're making your rotations, the timing. You might have to go a little bit earlier or a little bit later, depending on where the zone will go. It's something to keep an eye on. But so far, Heroic, in terms of the kills that they're able to pick up, in just 2 games, they're on 20 plus kills. So maybe they're not even worried about who they have to fight in the finals. Maybe they're just feeling on form, feeling ready to take any fight that comes their way in the finals. So maybe we have a little bit more space to be confident about their performance than we might have initially expected after the ranking decision.
Okay, that's certainly an optimistic view, and to be fair, considering the way they've been fragging out in the last 2 games, I can't fault it. I just want to see Heroic do well in both the points format and the most chicken setting as well. We now get to see that, of course, this weekend, because they punched their ticket through to those finals. Chunks, this is, to be honest, it's a win that maybe some of us didn't expect, because so many teams were that close to getting a win. And we're in a position now where 4 spots have to be taken by 19 teams, right? So we've got New Happy, we've got FaZe, so many teams that we're looking to make it through that aren't going to be able to right now because so few spots are available. This really is crunch time.
It's brutal, isn't it? There's no other way to put it. Every team is going to be vying for those final 4 positions. It's not going to be easy. Obviously, 4 teams fill in the lobby as well, which means attack all around, I believe, in the team coming in this time around. So it just adds an extra bit of spice to the lobby. But, you know, it's going to be an exciting one, I think it's fair to say, with so many top teams. It's hard to make predictions of who you want to see go through right now. You think teams like FaZe and BBL that have just fragged out in that previous game have to be favorites going forward, but the question becomes now, well, maybe Attack All Around are going to switch something up in their playstyle this time that could throw a spanner into the works in terms of the rest of the lobby. So I think that's going to be an interesting one to look out for as we go into our final 4 games. A lot still up in the air, and now the question becomes, do the teams make changes, or do squads like FaZe, like BBL that made it to the end game there just stick with the same game plan and keep trying until it finally works and they crack through in our last couple games?
Well, let's talk about the previous game, and then we focus on Attack All Around in a little bit, because there were a lot of very interesting rotations. We saw that Heroic did 30,000 plus. I've done it again. But at the end of the day, they weren't the only team. I believe FaZe Clan rotated a fair bit. Mad rotated up towards FaZe Clan as well. And Petrichor Road, I think they were on West Bridge, Sosnovka Bridge at one point, and they ended up in Kameshki, only to get gate kept so hard they never made it into phase 4 or 5. Like, something went horribly wrong with that rotation after they went all around the map, Rick. What was going on there?
They definitely did. It was a weird one as well, because they were sort of rotating almost hand in hand with Buriram, who dropped just above them towards Gatka, had a split in that area, and they both wrapped all the way around through Milta up the eastern coast, and they went directly in between Ensign, New Happy, and then Na'Vi, and all of them only seemed to shoot at Buriram. So Petrichor Road got away with it. They even managed to get as far. They had a couple of sweet-looking seat swaps, particularly towards SSG, who was up on the very eastern coast beaches, but then they went maybe just a tickle too far on their rotation. So when that sort of phase 4 water shift came into effect, went up away from the ocean in towards Stalba, they got themselves caught out in the blue zone. BBL had a very solid position where they were able to gatekeep with only like half of their roster actually looking in the direction of Petrichor Road. But it's another one for Petrichor Road where it's not the team that we have anticipated seeing after their success in PCS 5 so far. And there's a couple of teams who still fall into that category. I mean, Na'Vi and New Happy in the previous game, they were absolutely beating the crap out of each other when it came to sort of phase 4 or 5. And if you were to say to us that, hey, New Happy, after day 1 that they had in the ranking decision and day 2 where they were neck and neck with Gen G, New Happy is looking like a team who potentially won't be in the weekly finals, it would be an absolutely absurd thing to actually consider, given that the form that they showed during the super settings period of play. But it just hasn't been the same level of team that we've been able to see, certainly when it comes to closing out the wins. And now that we've only got 4 chances left, and there's still the likes of Ents, who is yet to pick up a win, Na'Vi, New Happy, Petrichor Road, BN United, some teams that have definitely shown, particularly regionally, that they're strong enough to close out the games, that we're guaranteed at this point to have at least 1 or 2 of them not making it to the weekly finals, which is a very sort of interesting turn of events that has come up as a bit of a product of the format.
Well, let's talk about trying to maximize your chances of getting a chicken dinner in the format, and especially with the kind of circles that we've been seeing here, Chunks. I thought FaZe had, between a quarter and 40%, depending on when you were looking at them, of the northern side of the circle almost at all times in that game. And you had to think, okay, they've got the high ground, they've got a lot of control, they're doing all the right things, but ultimately they weren't quite able to bring home the dub. They were the only team until I think Mad decided to rotate up there as well, and Kaishin. Why is it that FaZe were able to get away with being alone for so long, and how 200 IQ a move was that?
I think it's a case of in a lobby like this, everyone thinks, oh, that's going to be taken. And I think that's a big factor when it comes into a lobby that is this stacked, that is the best in the world. There's a lot of, it's probably taken, this is going to be taken, let's just not even bother going for that. And I think that was probably part of it. And then there were teams that obviously did come up a little bit later that felt confident in taking the fight and surprisingly didn't get too harshly punished in terms of taking that position up on the northern side. And you know, the thing about that northern side as well is it is very hard to kind of filter in through as one, whereas a lot of teams will hear the shots ahead of them and they'll swing round to the side, which is why we saw probably about 4 or 5 teams coming into the north but not really directly engaging onto each other in the way that we maybe expect in other areas of the zone, because there's so much terrain on top of Stalba Hill, because there's so many little ridges and divots that you're able to use as cover to break up the fight. It does work out well, and teams are able to come through kind of separately rather than having to all funnel through one location where they end up fighting.
So does that mean that, so Chunk, staying with you as a follow-up to that, does that mean that the goal for the last 4 games is for teams to almost outthink each other, try and work out which bits of the late game circles are likely to be quieter and hold position there to focus on getting into the top 4 and then play the game from there?
Well, the question is now, is it what I want to see or what we probably will see? I think what we probably will see is things stay the same and, you know, teams play fairly passively and try to outsmart each other. But what I want to see is everyone goes, oh no, we're the best in the world. There's a reason we're at the Global Championship. Let's send it into our favorite compound and let's see 10 teams all fighting for the same position.
And then taking a look at, well, speaking of predicting of where the zone's going to go, Rick, we mentioned Unique a little bit earlier on. They were outside of Phase 1 and immediately took a beautiful split in Phase 1/2. Essentially predicted the Phase 7 circle. It's almost like they'd seen this kind of thing before. They held it pretty well until BBL completely and utterly gate-kept them out of, I think it was Phase 7, but a really good early game sense from them.
It's particularly interesting for Unique given the fact that this is actually their first placement not only in the top 8 but in the top 10, so Every other game that they've played so far, in fairness, a small sample size, there's only been 3, but there's been a 16th place, a 14th place, and a 10th place. So for them to actually have that idea of, okay, you know what, we know where this zone is going, we're going to take a split that gives us a solid chance of closing in towards the later stages of the game, and then actually converging on a spot that was very, very close to the end game was very good to see. Similar to what we've seen from KPI, another team who's similar style, but yet to close out a win.
All right, well, Attack All Around are going to be joining the lobby in just a moment for game number 2. We've had Erangel, we're going to be moving on to Miramar. We'll be back with that game after this short break. See you in a bit.
그냥 뭐 이제는 너무 익숙해져가지고 괜찮은 것 같습니다.
에스터 선수가 깔끔하게 담당하고 있지 않나. 거만한 이런 걸 좀 잘해가지고 저번에 건 저쪽 분이 잘하시거든요. 저는 담당이 안 돼요.
안녕하세요. 저는 거만하진 않은데 이제 PD님들 하라는 대로 하는 성격이기 때문에 좀 거만해 보이는 것 같습니다. 이렇게 원하신다면 제가 하겠습니다.
Today's media day was pretty smooth. It feels pretty good so far. Everything is close. Also because we've been here earlier this year, we kind of know what to expect food-wise. I think it's a lot better. I've seen some of it. The stage looks kind of interesting. It looks really unique, which is sick. I can't wait to see the lights on.
Hai cái nó hoàn toàn khác nhau nhưng mà nó đều cho mình cảm giác kiểu một chút áp lực, có thể là do mình chưa quen nữa. Mình nghĩ là như vậy. YouTube xem Victoria's Secret thôi. Đánh giá ok mà. Cái này là tiếp sức cho team Game Home cũng như là team Bảo Nam có được cái thành tích tốt nhất trong giải đấu lần này.
Jan Vlog.
Jan Vlog.
นี่คือแสดงต่อ
ให้เพื่อนผมโชว์ดีกว่า
เฮ้ยให้โชว์เป็นการแสดงดีกว่า Let him show Go I have magic one magic zero one finger this is a heart done
因为知道过来的时候会是从前，所以我们衣服带的比较多一点，一起加油吧。
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 인디고라고 하고요. 이번엔 일본 팀으로 기대감이 큰 것 같은데 기대에 부응할 수 있도록 최대한 좋은 모습 보이도록 노력하겠습니다.
まあこの1年でねすごいいろいろ変わったことがあるんですけどすごいパワーアップしたと思うので世界大会絶対に優勝します。エンターフォース36ファイティング！ファイティング！
So this is my second time in Korea. It's nice to finally be back, and today we're having media day.
This is very natural.
Did you like the pictures you took?
I just wanted to look cute, but he wanted me to look like an angry man, and I'm not an angry man. He wanted me to flex my arms, but I don't really have any arms, so.
Or like this one? Which one? Yeah.
We're feeling good. I'm feeling fantastic. This is a lot of fun right now.
It was amazing. I just got my first hot meal in probably over 2 weeks.
We played a lot of PUBG, that's for sure. I worked out a lot just to try and stay active because we're kind of trapped in a room for 2 weeks, but I think everyone just played a lot of PUBG.
We've been getting really drunk on soju.
Not me. I don't drink. My mom's gonna see that, bro.
Даже не прикасался к компьютеру, поэтому настрой отлично. Это наше место, и не приходите сюда, пожалуйста. Спасибо фанатам команды Virtus.pro. Вы лучшие.
He's inside zone, and guess what? It's barely off.
Go here and look at this. The rest he's gonna carry him.
You know what? We've seen the carry function used so much, haven't we? We've seen it used so much, but not in the fun way.
Hello PUBG Esports fans, welcome to the weekly PGC. For the next 5 weeks, we'll be bringing you the latest PGC 2021 news and updating you on how the teams perform through up and down. Pick'em Challenge is a great way to enjoy PGC 2021. Let's hope this will help you pick the right teams. Let's get started. The ranked decision matches took place for 3 days prior to the weekly survival. Most Asian teams dominated the rankings and finished strong. New Happy performed exceptionally and started out strong. They were able to stack an insane number of points even in their first global event. Genji was right behind securing points with their combat abilities and great team chemistry. These two teams were both placed in Group B, which formed a rivalry between them throughout the entire ranked decision matches.
재밌었던 것 같아요. 그래도 상위권에 있으니까 재밌었던 것 같아요. 이번에 1등을 못한 게 아쉽긴 하지만 뭐 어떻게 해야 될지 공부를 좀 더 해야 될 것 같다는 생각을 들어가지고 예전처럼 한 번에 올라갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
期待就是希望我们就继续保持这个状态，然后我自己少犯点病，然后我们成绩一定不会差。对根基想说就是希望你们越来越拉。
However, the winner of the ranked decision was neither New Happy nor Genji. It was the dark horse from the Europe region, ENCE. ENCE consistently secured survival points and won 3 chicken dinners during the Group B and Group C matches. Their performance showed their competence in the point rule format as well as their potential to make it through the weekly survival, which will be held in the WWCD format.
It feels really good to be fair, but like in the other hand, the games felt like super weird because like we kind of played good, but in the other hand, we did some mistakes also, and even though we ended up first, there's like so much stuff we can improve and be better. Our revolution for Weekly Survivor is just win one game, can't be that hard.
Although ENCE may have not been everyone's favorite team, just by looking at this week's performance, they should be excited about Week 1's Pick'em Challenge. ENCE, Genji, New Happy, and Oath were ranked at the top of the leaderboard. Oath, the PCS5 America's champion, was able to finish 4th and make their region proud, while the other America's teams had a hard time. Adding Kickstart to the roster was a real game changer. On one side, the intense hot drops spiced up the ranked decision matches. Ghibli Esports versus BBL Esports, and Danawa Esports versus Virtus.pro. These teams fought head-to-head for their landmarks. The highlight was when the two teams from Group D, 17 Gaming, and Sonics fought over Picado and Pachinki. Let's check out what happened.
As Suju, oh, he's ticking down though. It's gonna get, oh, he gets caught.
17 Gaming was able to come out on top 3 consecutive times over Sonics and Erangel. Was Miramar any different?
확킬은 났습니다. 와!
I guess not. At this point, Sonics had to swallow their pride and change their loot spot. Instead of Sonics, Attack All Around came in and challenged 17 Gaming, but failed. But thanks to the two teams, 17 Gaming was able to earn a lot of kill points and finish 9th. As the ranked decision came to an end, the competition between the teams that didn't make the top 16 got more intense. Even promising teams like Sonics, Petrocoro, Not Sincere, and Kaizen Esports were among the bottom 16 teams and tried to earn as many points as possible. Not Sincere and Petrocoro were able to place 17th and 21st thanks to the points they earned early in the ranked decision. Sonics fell to the bottom of the leaderboard after failing to secure their lead spots, and barely managed to qualify to the weekly survival. Will Sonics be able to win a chicken dinner in one shot? Weekly survival is just around the corner, and the chance to predict the top 4 teams for the Pick'em Challenge awaits you. You can choose up to 8 teams, and if you guess the top 4 teams correctly, you earn 187,500 EP. Let's check out the current Pick'em Challenge looks like. First, Gen G. Second, New Happy. Third, Petrocoro. Fourth, Sonics. ENCE, who finished first at the ranked decision, is currently placed at 13th. Of course, there's plenty of time until the Pick'em Challenge closes. Will Petrocoro and Sonics be able to maintain their current place in the Pick'em Challenge? Also, make sure to check out the weekly Kill Point MVP event. You get a chance to predict the weekly Kill Point MVP and earn 15,000 EP. Let's look at the current poll of the Pick'em Challenge. As expected, New Happy and Gen G are neck and neck in the polls. Will New Happy be able to maintain the momentum they showed in the ranked decisions in the weekly final? The Pick'em Challenge for Week 1 ends at 6 p.m, so if you haven't picked your teams yet, make sure to do so. The journey of PGC 2021 has finally started. We'll be back with the latest news next time, so don't miss it.
조아영 씨, 당신은 눈을 감고 게임을 하고 있습니다.
이 섬에 있는 사람의 목적은 하나죠. 죽이고, 속이고, 살아남는다.
나 죽인다고 이 게임이 끝날 거라고 생각하나?
이 섬에서 믿을 수 있는 사람이 있다고 생각해.
너 이 섬에 왜 왔어?
Thunder 1, this is Zeus. Solovia is under attack. SBR is on the rise, threatening security in the region. We need your squad, Thunder 1. Get the job done. Time is running short. Move out now and hit the ground running. Locate the enemy. Disrupt their operations. Oh, and one more thing. Bring the thunder. Operation Red Sword is a go.
Move up.
Copy that.
Suppressive fire. Deploy the camera.
Hostiles nearby. I hear something.
They're on to us.
Welcome back to the weekly survival here at PGC 2021. AAA now joining the lobby. And Rick, we've got potentially a fair bit to talk about as far as they're concerned. A very exciting team to watch, but what kind of impact can they have today? Because they have to have it pretty quick.
I think the immediate impact is, of course, that backfilling into Pachinki Picardo. We saw SSG try and squeeze their way in after Team Liquid did the same thing in like one game in the previous set of games yesterday. So whether SSG will be aware that AAA is going to be wanting to take those central drop spots back, and whether they even care, whether they will be happy to take that fight for it. I suspect that they will be more happy to fall back on their original drop spot. But for AAA, if they do get Pachinki and Picardo for free, they have to make a whole lot of use of it, because we're not too far away from Sonics coming back into the fold, and I would not be at all surprised if Sonics, with just the one chance, have absolutely nothing to lose. So if AAA aren't already done and through to the finals by then, we might round off the day, the entire weekly survival, with a bit of a hot drop.
Look, Chunks, play the good guy here. Heroic have just proven that 2 games is all they needed to make a chicken dinner. It is possible for these new teams to come in and make a huge impact quickly. Can we see another team do it today?
I mean, it's possible, and that's all I'm going to comment on it. I've ragged on those bottom teams enough today. Let's just say it's possible, and I hope one of those teams can pull it off.
All right, let's find out. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving over to Miramar for our next game. Just a few slots remaining. Let's see who gets them. Over to the casters.
Thank you so much, Joe. I'm Toby here, joined by Senux, and we are bringing you the final day of Week 1 Weekly Survival. Of course, brought to you by Alienware alongside with me. Senux, 2 games is what it took for Heroic to make their way on through, and now, just when you think one of the more aggressive teams out of the equation, we're bringing attack all around.
Yeah, a team from Thailand, of course, that has been a little bit up and down in the domestic competition. But look, they're a team that's absolutely stacked, really talented roster. And if they switch on and they have themselves a really solid game, they could definitely surprise many. There's obviously not many chances remaining. 4 matches overall, of course, for the rest of the day. But I guess as Heroic showed us, maybe it only takes 1 or 2 games.
Yep, it's, I believe, I'm trying to think back to PGIS. I believe we had Multi-Circle Gaming be the only team that played just 1 and made it straight on through. Like, literally won the first game that they came in and played. And who knows, maybe that's going to be attack all around. We'll have to wait and see. I know if there's one team that would really love for attack all around to get through already, I'm thinking Sonics. Because they will only get 1 shot at this. And if they have to spend that 1 game hot dropping against attack all around, that is, I would say, suboptimal conditions to play a 1 game in.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. And a good point to bring up, of course, regarding, their drop locations. Will it matter, of course? It remains to be seen. We don't necessarily know. What I will say, though, is, of course, they did play both Pachinki and Picardo. And we'll see whether or not that becomes a factor in the final game. Capitan, though, on to Gustav, who's just dodging them in the air and is able to land safely, half health, but okay, in the end. That could have been a lot worse.
2 tags, no vest, no helmet. That, yep, I should say that could have easily, easily been the downfall for a player. Also interesting to me. FaZe Clan, of course, doesn't wanna contest in these matches. First time in a long time we see them not up to go Monte Nuevo on a very Monte Nuevo permitting, I guess you can say, playing path. So nice to see them up to prioritize being alive with 4, although that almost didn't happen. And just go elsewhere instead. But not oftentimes on these circles we'll see them coming in that far from the north. So curious to see how they're planning on rotating into this one. Because usually, I mean, being Montenegro in this circle, that giveaway where they're going to be playing from. They literally have the phosphate compounds and whatnot over in the northeast side. So it will be fun to kind of follow them as they journey on towards the circle.
Yeah, and obviously we're heading over to Miramar for the second match. As we can see, it will be interchanging throughout the day. So Erangel after this, then Miramar, then Erangel again. It matters quite a bit for the teams that, of course, are coming in for these final matches. A little bit of a look in at our previous game, which was Heroic's win in the end. It was a game that actually saw a lot of action in the mid-game and some degrees the early game as well, but mostly that mid-game, Toby, where that circle was shifting around everywhere, around Stalber, forcing out a lot of rotations. So for a game mode where it's all about surviving, there was definitely a lot of death early on.
Yeah, I mean, when you force everyone up the Stalber side of things on phase 2, you just know chaos is going to come in. There's only space for so many teams in that area, and it was very clear from the very get-go that the teams that didn't opt to, I mean, not that you have to hard commit all 4 players to full speed into an opposing team, but if you don't do some sort of damage early on, no matter how good you are, you're going to be smothered like mid-late game, and that's exactly what happened. Everyone's playing, oh, it's winner, winner, chicken dinner, oh, we have to play safe, oh, we have to hide. Therefore, no one attacks each other, despite the fact that they're next to one another. And then all of a sudden, when everyone is forced to literally be behind the same tree, it's like, well, I guess we have to fight now, and then the whole world blows up.
And obviously on Miramar as well, because it is so open, you would think that there's going to be a lot of that fighting, but because it's so large as well, and a lot of space between compounds, we don't probably expect to see too much here early and mid-game. Compounded by the fact it is, of course, winner, winner, chicken dinner. You want to win, you want to survive. So you're not going to be seeing teams crash compounds. You're not going to be seeing teams force fights that they don't have to force. You might see some long-range shots. Obviously, you want to get into a good position where you can, of course, have a decent sight line, maybe land a few shots here and there, get some good vision, good intel, find a good spot, and that's basically it.
Yeah.
Up until the late game, especially with the circle that we do currently have, basically on top of Power Grid, that kind of western side of Miramar as well. So a lot of buildings, a lot of compounds, not expecting a whole lot early on here, unless, of course, you want to run over your own teammates.
That is, yep. I mean, I guess PPL is just used to having a little more action early on. They're like, if we don't get our doses of 200 damage taken before phase 2, then we don't know how to play the game. Similar to last game, I think they tanked probably like 600 damage in that first rotation, and they got second place. So, or third place make that. So, maybe if that's the secret ingredient to succeeding, then it's what it is. In the meantime, what you don't want to have happen, if 3 players chase you in a vehicle, Deva, trying to get away from there, but ain't gonna be fast enough. The teammates now trying to see if they can get some sort of revenge in as Indigo gets back safe behind the compound, but nope, not gonna happen. And those are just, to me, especially in this format, Xenox, those are very easily avoided casualties. Park your vehicle smart, know where your teammates are, always have a safe exit plan, and B, just be ready for that to happen. It shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, and it's so detrimental to be losing any player at any point, but this early stage as well, 6 minutes gone, you're down to 3 players. You basically can't do anything now if you're Mad Clan for the next, I'm going to say 16 minutes of the game. You do not want to be getting into an engagement. You want to wait it out to the late game, and then maybe towards the end you can push out as 3. But of course, you typically will see in this format the teams that win because they got 4 players alive the longest. It's pretty basic. It is that simple. So losing someone early, like you said, in a position where it's avoidable is seriously not ideal. And for a team like Mad Clan, who showed us, in the ranked decision how good they are, a bit disappointing. And now Cobra's going to go down to Fuzzface. Can Eitzy find someone here into Landron? He is also able to get away. Kaishin, again, similar to Mad Clan, losing a player early. Now their chances of finding a win quite slim.
This is... Kaishin had already rotated out, and they go, wait, we didn't get the vehicle spawns we wanted. So despite the fact that they were actually 2 kilometers closer to the circle than where FaZe is, they said, guys, can we just, can we back off and go back to pick up a vehicle inside Tora Armada? And by that time, FaZe had already made it there. Sometimes I fault the team for making mistakes and whatnot. This was just, one of those, oh my lord, is that an incredibly unfortunate time? Because there was no way in the world they would be anticipating FaZe to be up there at that point. Just unfortunate.
And it's less so about FaZe finding a kill in this position and more so about Kaishin losing a player. That's just the nature of the format. The kill that FaZe get really doesn't do a whole lot for them. If anything, of course, they're actually probably in the worst position out of everyone. So you might be sitting there saying, oh, FaZe got a kill. That's great. Well, what would be even better for them is if they're in a good spot inside of the circle here and not basically in the blue or just about to be. A couple of them are currently. So they need to get a wriggle on. They need to find a good position. You can see on the map screen perfectly given to us. Of course, Kaishin's still up to the northern side as well. Petrichor Road on that move again. We saw them in the last game. Toby constantly rotating. Could eventually be their downfall if they don't find a spot early on. We saw what happened to them in the last game.
One thing that I do like about, coming in late to this circle in particular, that we see both FaZe and KPI do as well out towards the east side. Phase 2, no matter where it goes, is, there's going to be spots up for grabs. B, if you're already center down and it shifts towards one of the edges, traversing that terrain is going to be incredibly difficult. So simply because there's that much more space out on the edge right now, especially out towards the east where FaZe are coming in from, if they time their approach that they just exactly hit the current circle when the new one pops, they should be able to get a pretty decent kilometer or 2 without anyone in the nearby vicinity, where they can then rotate kind of safely around and towards the new circle. Whereas if they make their way in now and sit tight too early and then it shifts away, they have to get back on their cars, they have to get going, they could be caught and forced down behind everyone else. And also, Xenox, I thought Virtus Pro had already qualified. Oh wait, no, it's Baonam. Never mind.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with what you're saying, and I guess that's the nature of RNG in a way as well. You can never quite get a proper grasp of that circle luck. Sometimes it will shift away from you. Sometimes, though, you find yourself a good position early, and then you get fed. It's just the nature of the game. It's why some teams, especially back a while ago in the point rule, definitely loved playing edge of circle and sort of having a little bit more of a hold on what they were able to achieve, and less so dictated by the circle in itself. So playing that edge, sweeping, taking fights, getting kills, that was sort of the mantra for a lot of teams. That of course has to shift and change and adapt with the format that we have. Quickly though, as we do have the map, great positioning here for Na'Vi, covering a lot of that center position, over that terrain, over that mountain range. They've got a good position now going into this next circle. Okay, well, didn't quite go towards Picardo, so those two now move over towards Example's way, and they can hold that spot. The Monte Nuevo Crossroads, though, that's going to be quite deadly in the late game.
This is gonna be brutal for every team currently outside the circle having to rotate into it. If you're FaZe Clan right now, thinking back on the billions of times you've looted Monte Nuevo, and now when you don't, they get that shift. Woof! They're coming in late on the north side, which, considering the position they were in and started from. It makes perfect sense, but very curious to see how the lay of the land is going to be once all teams get inside here. There has to be fights escalating, especially on the north side, because so few teams are coming in from the south now. Into force, full speed forward. They're going straight in towards New Happy here. This is about to go down.
Yeah, and Yip Yan holding that outside position. He's vital here. Amanai actually gets the elimination onto Nan. So Indigo's knocked, but then one the other way. Amanai actually ends up getting knocked as well by Ming. You Happy are winning this fight. They have, of course, got a casualty. Pure Boy going for the revive onto Indigo. Nate goes out for Ming. You Happy losing Nando. It's big. It's not ideal for a team that's looking to find a win. And then you got Star-Lord still outside with a nice little off angle. He gets the down. Wanted to flush, but he gets it avoided. The nade from ZP Yan as well, actually catching his own teammate. This is mutual destruction at its finest, Toby.
Yeah, it really is terrible for both teams. This is just something you do not want to have happen. If you want to take a fight, you have to take it clean, fast, eliminate them, maybe lose one in a 4v4, and then get back into safety. Right now, this is just a big... It's a beacon in the air saying, if anyone else wants a free spot on the east side of Montenegro, come take it now, because we're both bleeding massively. Fortunately, for both the teams, there ain't really anyone pushing in this direction right now. And now, in the meantime, speaking of pushing, here comes Shudik. Might be able to catch Lochi off. Fate jumps out on the other side of the vehicle. Could have maybe had him, but forced back down fast because other teams are shooting towards him. That's... Lochi, that was a fortunate getaway.
Yeah, and just quickly, that was, of course, E36 that gets knocked out. This is now their second game that they've played, and no real looking at finding a win yet. Now, of course, have only got 3 more games, so they're running out of time. Those are the kind of fights. You're either going to be super clean, or you just don't take them at all. It's not ideal for New Happy either. Both of those two teams, obviously for A36, they're out of the game, and New Happy now down to 2 players. Because you take that fight, because you go for that position early on, then end up no one's going to be able to win in the end. And that's why I don't mind the teams that are on the edge, you know, like your FaZe Clans, your Burrow Rams, your Answers down south as well, playing the edge game here on a map like Miramar, come in late. It can work out, find that chicken dinner. You don't need kills. You saw it from Team Liquid yesterday, 4-kill win. That's all you need.
Yeah, I mean, one of the most successful teams in Winner in the Chicken Dinner is Gen G, and it's as if people have been reading their playbook and going, what is it that they do that grants them so much success? The way that VP as well in the EMEA region has found their way to late game so many times is find your approach on the more quiet side of the circle and play it in slow. FaZe Clan opted to do it north around to the west. In the meantime, Burham has actually done the exact same thing. They have a wide split out towards the east side as well. So teams trying to replicate what has been successful for others and kind of putting their own twist on it. I like what I'm seeing. And also Connects, you mean, off of a long rotation, getting rewarded with AUG.
Yeah, and Buram's just basically pushed in and taken Na'Vi's old position just south of Power Grid. They're going to get rewarded for it. You can actually see the 2-2 split that Na'Vi currently occupying here. Now, with this circle, they have a question. Do they bring the 2 on the south to the north, or do they bring the 2 on the north to the south? I think it has to be the latter, surely. But I'm seeing the 2 on the north side actually in their vehicles in that warehouse, making that rotation for Na'Vi to the south side. So that's quite intriguing. Yeah, at this point, you would probably have to... I mean, it's a gamble, isn't it? It could actually go over towards the northwest as well, and then suddenly that northern position maybe is a little bit better. But it is an open warehouse. It is difficult to hold. Buram's close by, so is Baonam. But we have a lot of teams now moving, Toby, off the back of that Phase 3 circle.
And the main thread of this is that the majority of them, if not almost every single player, except for Konaxi, is coming in from the northwest. None of them want to wrap through the city, so everyone is going to be coming in from the north and head south. And we know, of course, that the circle is going to be shifting away from the mountain that Buram are currently finding themselves on. So the question is, as you said, where we are headed. Are we going northwest? Are we going down towards the south? Which side of the road are we going to be on? One thing's for sure, though. This field on the southeast side of Monte is going to be in. And I think that's why we saw the likes of KPI go there early, saying, you know what, if we catch 5 from here on out, even though we're currently within the scopes of every single team, if we can hunker down and just play this one out, we might be that one team who's been floating in the middle the entire game and gets to have 4 in the end game while everyone else was crashing compounds. So I like the idea that they go there early. It could be too early. You can see now Savior able to get an angle. Teams are within positions from where they can do damage. But again, row 1 smoke, get the rest on up. Play for the late game. Play for the late game. There's no reason for you to peek, no reason for you to shoot. Just hide it out and stay alive. That's what KPI is playing for right now.
Yeah, and going back to Na'Vi a little bit, but I very much agree with their decision, as you sort of pointed out, going from the north to the south. Much better compound to hold, a little bit safer as well for the time being, so that works out for them. Ian, taken down by Dr. Logi of Bounham United. And obviously for the teams that are not able to get these kind of compounds, not able to find these positions, it's bowls, it's dips, it's these little ridge lines that they can maybe hold on to, but they're just not that safe. They're in the open. It doesn't take much for someone on the edge of this circle to be able to spot a leg or a head or an arm or anything basically and take that off. So it's very difficult for the teams that are in the center of this position. That's why, again, and south side of the circle, FaZe just south of Monte Nuevo, Unique on the top side, Kaishin, Buriram, these teams holding edge. If they get a FaZe 4 or a FaZe 5 feed, they can then actually have themselves an even better position for the late game where it will matter even more.
Exactly. Everyone is waiting for that one gift. Oh, he got inside the car. Oh, my lord, Mamu, the play! He almost got run over, but then he jumps into the car, comes back at now. The entirety of BPL pulling up on this one, but oh, my lord, what a smart play. Down to low HP, though. Has to try and heal on up. Blue is coming as well. It's not looking good for Mamu here, but individual skill and performance actually gets down Smash as well, and they have to hurry about this. They're all going to be picked apart. All because Mambo held them off. BPL won't get inside this next circle.
Yeah, and this revive inside of the blue, it feels almost temporary anyway. Smash, I don't even think can get off a bandage at this point. Mitra just has to run.
No point. It's phase 4. He's going to die to blue. Yeah.
And even when you do run, you're going to be running straight into Pera. They know that you're there. And even at this point, I don't think he's going to make it out. BBL will go down. Mamu, yes, he dies in this situation, but the other three players for Petrichor Road, they're able to now hold Monte Nuevo a little bit safer. They don't have to worry about BBL that pushed in behind them, for example. So you lose one, maybe in this instance, 17-minute mark, takes out BBL. It's basically a 1 for 4.
Yeah, worth.
Kind of works out well.
Worth for sure. Expendable player goes down, or not expendable, you want to have Mamu alive for as long as you can, but losing one in that situation to prevent a full team backstep when you're yourself trying to get out of a city, you couldn't have it any better. Let's see now, Kaishin, they've rotated long, they've wrapped throughout the entire circle 3 times at this point. Now they're making their way towards the center. They're trying to do now what KPI tried to do earlier. Issue being, for anyone watching the map right now, in between Space Station and Navi attack around and Faceland, there's nobody. And why? Because there's nothing to play in that area. And that's where Kaishin are going. And I think soon they're realizing that they're playing for open ground here.
FaZe, of course, they're holding edge of Monte Nuevo, they're holding edge of this circle, but Fex actually pushes into an aggressive position that Unique have just rocked up on. He has to be careful, and there's the nade from Adusi. He gets taken down. FaZe will be down to 3 players. Unless they can somehow get all other 3 members of FaZe over to Unique, win this fight, Fex is basically dead here, dead to rights. Look how spread FaZe are. Yeah. They can't play off of each other. I understand sort of what Fex was trying to do, but when an entire team rocks up, what are you really going to be able to do to defend it?
It's similar to the last game, honestly. Fex was the one holding the angle. No, I mean, different area, different map, of course, but Fex was the one holding the off angle. Fuzz was on the other side with 2 in the middle. In this case, you have all of Unique pulling up. Last time around, it was Heroic making the play up over the ridge line, right? All of a sudden, that split is not paying dividends any longer. In the meantime, Bounham trying to hold off here. They know that they have Buriram nearby. Zest actually able to get 1 player down, but Lochi still does not want to reveal his position.
Yeah, and suddenly Space Station Gaming in that warehouse position, they've actually played it well, by the way. It's a very open warehouse. You can't just sit in. You have to play outside and around it, be aggressive. Lochi gets taken down by Edie, by the way. Ming should get Mill. Never mind. It goes the other way. New Happy, though, down to just 1 player left. So unfortunately, it seems like it will all be coming to an end. They'll take Pero with them, though. And I think actually it might be 1 versus 1, 1 versus 2 actually. I think Ake's just outside behind. So Mill and Ake's left for Pero. They're not going to be winning this game. Again, Toby, there's only 3 more chances for 2 strong teams that are basically taking each other out at this point in New Happy and Pero. And look at that circle shift onto Ents. They are still in on the very south side. And so is SSG's warehouse on the very north side. Exactly. This would have been a perfect circle for FaZe as well out west.
This would have been a perfect circle if neither Ents nor SSG were in, or at least if just one of them. The fact that both the compound on the north side and the high ground position down towards the south, as you said, is in, makes that center position remain unplayable. Now let's see. KPI, they know they had to go somewhere. They've pushed out of the ridge, and now finally with the molly thrown straight in the teeth of Got Meow, they get down Burram, but they have a rotation to make themselves. They have one vehicle here. Yep, that's one because the bucket just blew up, and it's already smoking, so not exactly an easy rotation to make. Boundam as well in this position. Up close, Nate thrown forward, trap game down immediately more. Sess gets one more, gets the third down as well, and KPI thought they had a rotation to make, but no, Boundam, what a backstab.
Yeah, Boundam are very proficient at their fights, especially towards late game. Unfortunately, though, again, now they're only down to 2 players remaining for the rest of this game. There's actually a lot of teams, by the way, that are quite injured and down to 1 or 2 players. A lot of those not even inside of the circle, though. I think you got maybe 1 or 2 teams that have got a snake inside center position. But look at FaZe on the minimap. You can see there's no teams below them, technically. I mean, Ents obviously holding the most southern position of the circle, but no teams directly below FaZe. They would have been able to just watch all these teams making their way out of Monte Nuevo, all these teams, and even a team like Unique, had Fex not been in that position, they would have had 4 alive, and they could have easily bullied them out of that spot in the latter stages of this match. So down to 3 players, it's not over with. The next couple of minutes, though, crucial for FaZe.
Exactly. I mean, you can see they wanted to make sure that they were the last team outside of the city, and in trying to maybe grasp over a bit too much, they take a casualty. Now the issue is for them, and the map doesn't really show this, but the issue is for them, Ents can see everything they do if they start wrapping south or east around, so they'll get peppered once they start rotating on forward. In the meantime, Petrichor can't really worry about that. They know they have to make it somewhere, and that's forward. In the meantime now, going alongside the Rich, Unique doing the exact opposite, trying to hold off against any team wrapping their way.
Yeah, and Fate disengaging there. Obviously, you don't want to be pushing forward. You didn't get the down, push back, heal. It's all about survival. You don't want to be too aggressive. And fortunately, a big nade from Dante. And also, fortunately, Pero only had the 2 players anyway in Akesleft and Mill. So Unique were always at a significant advantage. Mill now just trying to do a bit of damage. He can't find what he's looking for. Dante with a big nade, and then the shots to finish it off. Nice quick double for him. Unique move forward. 10 teams remain, 27 alive.
How much damage does HSM manage to do before he goes down? Because, I mean, I highly doubt he's going to go out and win this game. Phase 5 turning into Phase 6 soon is going to mean that he's going to chunk down much faster. So I really hope for Dante gets over on the other side of that ridge line before his fate is going to be sealed by the solo circle. Up the hill we go. FaZe inside. FaZe. You'd have to expect to see Digger and Tixu wrapped west towards Squeaky and Rustamount, and then see them play down the hill. He's missing everything. Is it enough bullets to flush? No, it's not. Has to drop over to the SLI. Will get taken down before he manages to do so. Oh my lord. Was it fate? Maybe it was. And he's going to be the one to save him as well.
Wow. Catch your breath, Toby. They're going to catch that revive, and then they're going to have to get moving. So is SSG. So are all of the teams that are down to 1 or 2 players remaining. This is where it gets very difficult. Open area, open kind of circle. Not a lot of room to move. You're going to have to play off of those dips, balls, defilades, anything that you can find. FaZe, Ents, great positions. Kaishin, by the way, they have a solo player in Yuppie inside the center of this circle. Has not been spotted yet. That probably will change towards phases 7 and 8. But then you've also got attack all around, by the way. They've just gone a little quiet about this, but all 4 players alive. They've got 3 kills, holding towards the southeastern side of the circle. They can wrap either down to the south onto Ents, or they can deny Na'Vi, who are making their push towards the circle.
They've played it real slow on that south side now. Not forced to take a fight, but getting to the point where they probably will be glooms. Nate thrown forward. Alia goes down. That nade could be absolutely perfect. We'll see if it's far enough. Bounces off. No, just off to the side. That was going straight for Quizzy, but unfortunately bounced, forces it off, so not a lot of damage done. Boundam will fall in the end. Nice try for them to try and make their way on forward, but in the end there wasn't anywhere for them to really go with it. Second nade comes through. That's going to be a big explosion in a matter of seconds, so going to force Quizzy away. And the thing is, neither of these 2 teams are inside the circle, so they're pretty much fighting for dead terrain right now. But as you can see here, there's not a whole lot of places they can go. Finally now, attack around now realizing we got to go somewhere. We've done damage. That's what we talked about last game. Do damage now, then wrap forward.
And you can see the south side of this circle is a little bit higher than the more mid and northern portion, so Ents would be kind of looking down. Diggory actually gets taken down by Gems. Not sure if he's safe for the res. Looks like on the map he is getting revived, so that should be fine for Ents. Na'Vi, though, 3 players inside of a smoke behind a tree with the blue already pretty much swallowing them whole. Gems, Jayers, they get the double knock. Na'Vi taken out. One of the downsides, I guess, Toby, of playing that edge for so long, not making those moves until the very last second, you get kind of caught on the edge sometimes. And in that case, for Na'Vi, they got caught out. 20 seconds until phase 7. This is going to be a big one, though. Does it continue down south onto Ents? If it does, book them in. They should be able to win this game. If it doesn't, though, then they need to move down and a little bit more into the open, and that could backfire for them.
We'll see now towards the north. SSG with GX right on their heels, trying to trap on forward, but Savior spots two pretty much proning on top of one another, gets both of them down. Rather Sharpshot still on their feet. More shots being fired towards them now, though. They thought they had an opportunity to push forward towards Unique, but they're getting backstabbed by the second. Just one more left alive. Roth down to low HP, trying to see if he can stay put. Will be able to get the med kit off. Now he wraps around the side, takes down SSR instantly. Still got the miniman to play behind. Savior goes for the flush, just rather than try and save his teammate, but not a whole lot more to save as he gets flushed.
And as exciting as all of that is, and it certainly is, and none of it really matters. None of these teams are going to win. I'm telling you right now, it's either FaZe, Ents, or AAA. This circle is a FaZe circle. This is their second game in a row, catching a whole bunch of feeds. Of course, they've only got the 3 players this time. In fact, there is only now one team that has all 4 players up. That is Ents. They're playing this smart. They know that AAA is close by to them on this eastern side. You deal with them first, then you make your way over to the circle. But they need to move down the hill. When you do that, I'm not sure exactly how exposed they will be, but they're certainly going to be a lot more exposed than they are currently. AAA, understanding the situation, you probably don't want to be pushing up the hill, but then where do you really go? So it's hard to see AAA maybe winning this one, but Ents, FaZe, those two looking very good. Can't count out Unique as the duo up north. If they get a phase 8 feed, they could maybe snake their way to a win, but right now, Ents the favorites.
Cycle around can't do a whole lot before Ents make their way down the hill. That's really what everyone's waiting for. Now they've had it. They don't want to wait any longer, but as you can see here, as soon as they make that move, they will be visible. So casualties will be handled. Where does Ents move? They have one ridge down that they could potentially play on. Squeaky already making that transition, trying to see if he can get into a good position and maybe take it away from attack all around before they get down the hill. Yep, he gets into a good spot, gets the knocker down, and look at the vision they have on towards FaZe now. They know they're forced to make the play over towards Unique. This is playing perfectly into Ents' hands. We talk about teams that want to dictate the flow of a late game. Because they make the wrap on down, they force FaZe to wrap away. They force them to go the other direction because they say, we just took a spot from where we can see all of you. Go closer to Unique, we force you, or we dare you to come to us, but you will die trying. Super smart play from Ents to take this hit, this hill control.
Yeah, and Squeaky basically took it, but didn't overextend as Aduzi just catches 8Z. Had no idea, snake in the grass moment. Aduzi goes down. Dante's still there. Saved Unique before, but now he needs to save himself. He's the only one still alive for Unique. FaZe, not even sure if they can get the revive onto 8Z. Surely not. Nice nade though from Gustav. Maybe now they can, but Ents, they understand the situation. They smell blood in the water. And for FaZe, it's looking like it may be yet another second place finish, depending on what happens with Yuppie here. But Ents, they played this perfectly. Yes, they didn't have to do a whole lot, but they didn't overcommit their position. They pushed in. Squeaky took a nice spot. They dealt with AAA perfectly. They didn't overplay their hand, and they deserved the win because of that. FaZe down to just 2. Gustav, 8Z. Never mind, so they actually did get the revive, so they got Fuzzface as well. So Ents do need to be a little bit careful here. You lose one, suddenly it's a 3 versus 3. It's not over yet. They want to deal with Yuppie.
I'm afraid they might have overcommitted a bit. Not saying that they won't win it, obviously, but I think they expected everyone involved in that final fight to be, or everyone remaining alive, I should say, to be over on the other ridge. Now I think, yep, Rostamar has seen something in and around the Shack. Does it get him? Okay, that's him. That is very, very crucial for them to get the damage dealt over towards him. They are going to be forced to spend utility on him. Yep, he will fall. That is massive, because I thought for a second with them pulling up, if Yippee pulls off a massive 1v2 here, there's a good chance for FaZe to be the ones to wrap around. I thought maybe Ents pulled up on this a bit too soon, but now we'll see. They have the circle, they have the dot, and they know exactly where the remaining FaZe-land players are. They're keeping Diggory up on the hillside for the overhill control. Squeaky peeks on over. Damage done towards Gustav.
Need someone to push this though here for FaZe. Get in that front line. Maybe just sort of get that first down, and that may just open things up. Unfortunately, that blue pressuring them at their backs. They need to move forward and fight at the same time. Good nade that landed onto Squeaky, but Ents playing this perfectly. They've got the hold at the back from Diggory. He can see just about everything. Rostamar can now push up front line. This is all too easy for Ents, playing this perfectly. The spray, it lands in the end, and that's all that matters. Ents will take the chicken dinner here.
What an absolutely phenomenal endgame. Everyone playing their roles exactly the way they have to. I'm loving this ends that goes out and takes charge and dictates the flow of an endgame. I haven't seen it a lot in the tournaments past, and now they seem like a whole other team with the amount of control they take. They keep Diggory up on the hillside, Xenox. He knows he can't go down, so every single time they shoot towards him, he backs off down the hill to force them to spend more time looking his way. In the meantime, the rest of the three wrap around, take full control, take them out. Perfectly executed endgame by ends.
Yeah, and remembering, of course, for FaZe, they were in that circle for basically the entire game, right? So they, unfortunately, didn't have the members to compete with ENCE towards the end. Another second place finish for them. Full credit to ENCE, though. They're going to the weekly finals, and we're going back to the desk.
And they finally do it. There were lumps in throats. It took until day number 3, but they get there, and that's all that matters. Maybe not quite as easy for ENCE as we would have anticipated after the ranking decision last week, but Chunks, at the end of the day, they make it through.
Yep, and that's all that matters, isn't it? You get yourself your chicken dinner, you get to the final, and ENCE managed it eventually. Did it with a bit of a different strategy to what we saw out of them in ranked decision. We mentioned yesterday, maybe they were getting a little bit too passive, but I think they found that balance now for that, you know, winner-winner chicken dinner format, where they were able to play it slow. They had themselves a compound. Sure, they were taking a lot of shots throughout the game, keeping players' heads down, but not really taking those team-on-team fights that worked out so well for them over in ranked decision. Instead, opting to play it a little bit more reserved and then keep 4 players up. And then obviously when the final few phases started to come through, they moved out of their compound, they moved down the hill, they swept as a squad. And well, as soon as they saw FaZe had taken some casualties, they immediately moved in for the push. And a very deserved chicken dinner, better late than never.
It did feel a little bit different, didn't it, Rick? Because they were more proactive. And they were more reactive to what was going on around them. You could see this ENCE was a lot more energetic than we saw yesterday, for example.
It's an interesting one to call it maybe proactive, because there wasn't that many proactive moves that anyone in that circle could make, because proactive usually means pushing out, flexing out of your positions, getting space, getting angles.
Right.
If you tried to do that in a zone like that, you are going to die. And for the teams that tried to make plays, particularly once we got the shift to the southern side of the road out from Monte Nuevo, I mean, we saw exactly what happened to the likes of Kai Shin when they tried to make their play. Fortunate enough for them that Yopi was able to survive long enough to make it to the shack and secure a top 3, which overall isn't really going to amount to all that much. But there really wasn't much space for the teams to push out and make those proactive plays, but ENCE had the high ground to work with, so they had angles just sort of naturally from their position towards any sort of third-party opportunities that they were able to take. It was kind of similar to Attack All Around, just down the edge of the mountainside to their sort of north and slightly east as well, which is why no surprise whatsoever to see those two teams to top the kill standings for the previous game, as they were the only teams that had the angles and the possibility of doing so without exposing themselves to an absolute death trap.
Yeah, very bright start to Attack All Around. Managing to grab 9 kills. We've got Glooms up there on the leaderboard as well in their very first game. It's all good to say, yes, this is a great start for them and all that, but Chunks, at the end of the day, they now only have a small handful of games left to make that impact. That said, people are definitely noticing them after that.
I mean, we saw what happened with Heroic, didn't we? They only had to play 2 games after fragging out in their first to be able to actually make it through to the weekly final. And I mean, Attack All Around, judging from game number 1, have shown similar performance. Sure, they didn't get quite as many kills as Heroic did in their first game, but they did a lot of damage. They fragged out and they showed really good team cohesion moving through. They were as a 4-man for the entire game. You didn't really see them split off too much. They were working through as a unit, taking those fights as a team, and that's the most important thing when it comes to winner-winner chicken dinner. You have to remain 4 players up, and that's something that for the longest time in that game, Attack All Around did extremely well.
Something else to call out from an MVP perspective, you just saw it, Saga, a really well-deserved MVP to Rustin. Almost 1,000 damage, longest kill, basically a Noadra distance away. Absolutely delightful stuff from ENCE there, but he really did step it up another level.
Yeah, particularly when it came towards the late stages of the game where there wasn't going to be too many targets left over, and those that there were left over in that zone were really being funneled into one another. And there were some really clean shots as well being hit by Squeaky as well towards FaZe as they were making their final push over towards Unique. So the DMR definitely in favor for ENCE and their high ground position, giving them a whole lot of opportunities to put them to use.
Let's now hop over live to an interview with our winners. They've done fantastically well in ranked decision, and it took them 13 games, but they are in to the weekly final. This is ENCE.
선수 나와서 인터뷰 준비하고 있습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
Hello.
아니 랭크 디시전 1위 팀인데 이게 어떻게 된 건가요? 뭐 2등을 어제 2번 하기도 했지만 계속 10위권 바뀌었거든요. 혹시 이에 대해 어떻게 생각하시는지 궁금한데요.
So you were in the second place twice last night, and other games you are not even in the top 10. That may have kind of mentally dragged you down. And how did you recover from that?
Because the format is so different than playing with the super settings, so you need to kind of adjust how you play. But yeah, yesterday was kind of rough for us because, 2 second places, no wins. So, but like today, fresh day, fresh mindset, and we managed to win a game. So of course it feels good.
그래서 일단 포인트롤이랑 그 경기 포맷이 너무 달라가지고 어제는 조금 당황을 많이 했고요. 그다음에 2등도 2번 하고 다른 게임들도 조금 좋은 성적을 내지 못했는데, 그리고 오늘은 새 날이니까 새로운 마음가짐으로 열심히 해서 이렇게 승리를 차지하게 됐습니다.
아 좋아요. 사실 뭐 파이널에서 또 좋은 모습을 보여줄 거라는 거 너무 당연할 것 같고, 제가 느끼기에 지금까지는 서바이벌 룰에서 약간 수동적인 플레이를 보여준 면도 있지 않나 싶었는데 오늘 약간 달라진 것 같아요. 이유가 있을까요?
You've been showing really passive your play style. But then on this match, you played kind of differently. Why is that so?
Yesterday's fight against Rempa in Miramar, against Ghibli, it was kind of, we played too passive, and like we knew that we should have won the game against Ghibli yesterday, and today we wanted to like be more aggressive and proactive. And like we saw one FaZe guy alone, so we just pushed him, and then it was 2v4, and it was kind of easy game for us after that.
그래서 기블리랑 할 때는 이겨야 되는 걸 알면서도 좀 저희가 좀 주동적으로 하느라고 잘 못했던 것 같은데, 일단 오늘은 조금 적극적으로 조금 더 교전을 적극적으로 임하면서 좀 승리를 쟁취할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
기블리가 또 긴장하게 했군요. 우리 파이널에 먼저 진출해서 기다리고 있는 기블리 스포츠에게 혹시 한마디 가능할까요?
Would you like to send a message to the Ghibli who is waiting for us in the weekly finals?
You played really well the fight yesterday, Ghibli.
어제 경기 너무 잘했던 것 같아요, 기블리 팀.
그러면 우리 엔스 팀의 파이널 출사표 한번 들어보겠습니다.
What is your determination getting to the weekly finals coming up this week?
We're gonna have the same momentum as we had in ranked decisions, so we're gonna aim for the top, and I'm pretty sure we can manage to do that again.
그래서 저희가 랭크 디시전에서 했던 것처럼 똑같이 하면은 이제 좋은 성적을 거둘 수 있을 것 같습니다.
네, 스키키 선수 인터뷰 정말 감사드리고요. 다시 한번 파이널 직행 축하드립니다.
Congrats on the win.
Thank you very much.
네, 이렇게 해서 13번째 매치에서 승리한 팀은 바로 엔스였고요. 저는 스키키 선수 만났습니다. 여러분, 이제 14번째 매치가 기다리고 있을 텐데요.
And that was Squeaky from ENCE. I absolutely love his interviews. He nails it every time. The amount of disrespect was negative. He's so kind to everyone else as well. It's hard not to absolutely love the guy. He's great. And I'm so happy that we're going to get to see ENCE in the weekly finals as well. They came into this with such high expectations after ranked decision, and I'm really glad, Chunks, that he mentioned, look, you just have to play it differently in this format, but they show now that yes, they can play both.
Yeah, and I think another key thing that he was able to identify there was the fact that they did play a little bit too passive yesterday when they were in that end game up against Ghibli, and that was kind of the reason that they lost it. You could even tell that they were very passive with the way they were actually taking that fight, even though they had a really strong advantage coming into it. Even the peaks, like it may just be something that people play the game a lot notice. Like there were a lot more jiggle peaks than going for like wide peaks and actually just trying to spray them down. So I think it's shown a lot more confidence from ENCE today, especially I think coming up against a team like FaZe in that final zone would have been a bit of a confidence boost, because it's two teams that have come up against each other so often over in EU. There isn't kind of that nerves as, oh, maybe this team is going to do something unexpected, like maybe it was with Ghibli yesterday.
I think the fact that you haven't heard a single shotgun get pumped off the entire time is going to make you a little more confident in pushing FaZe Clan. To be honest, there was never an opportunity for a shotgun to shine in a zone like this. If you don't have a DMR, you kind of are trolling. But for FaZe, it was pretty unfortunate that they weren't quite able to deal with Unique in quite a clean enough fashion to give themselves the space to work with. They had no vehicles left. There was really no opportunities for FaZe in this final circle, given the fact that ENCE had held on to that high ground position, had avoided taking the damage, but still been able to dish it out from high above as they overwatched pretty much the entirety of the circle. The one team that really stood out to me as a sort of, I have no idea, A, why, and B, how this has happened.
I know what you're going to say.
So, of course, Buriram and BN United, they took the battle. It started off, Buriram started rotating south and thought, wait a minute, we could just go and fight someone and die instead. So they did that. And then BN United tried to rotate into the zone. KPI, who earlier on sent it into the middle and pressed the Z key to prone for a while, somehow, after that fight went down, were able to just walk out of the field with nobody shooting them and just wipe out Buriram up top. They did unfortunately get picked off by BN just afterwards, and it really amounted to nothing overall because everyone on that side of the zone ended up dead by that point. But it was just crazy that they were under so much pressure, so much fire coming into that position, and they were just able to walk out for free. It was very, very strange.
So that is another nervy second place for FaZe Clan, but showing all the signs of potentially taking a chicken dinner. This one, though, goes to ENCE. They will join us in the weekly finals this weekend. That was game number 2, guys. The players now have a scheduled bathroom break. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, it's back onto Erangel for game number 3.
Drop back.
Hello, PUBG Esports fans. The finale of 2021 PUBG Esports, PUBG Global Championship 2021 is here. 32 teams from 4 different regions, Europe, APAC, Asia, and Americas will have a fierce competition during PGC 2021. Starting with ranked decision from November 19th, 3 weeks of weekly series, grand survival, and the grand finals. A variety of matches await us. Let's take a look at how PGC 2021 works. First, it's the weekly survival. Weekly survival will run with winner-winner chicken dinner rule from Tuesday to Thursday with a total of 16 matches in 3 days. The team with the chicken dinner will proceed from the week's survival matches and advance to the weekly final. The 16 teams that advance to the weekly finals will play 10 weekend matches with the Super Rule. Each week's weekly winner will grab a ticket to the grand finals. Also, weekly final teams start again from the first match of next week's weekly survival. So, how will the bottom 16 teams join the survival? The first week's ranked decision matches with Super Rules will rank the teams from top to bottom. But starting from week 2, only the bottom 16 teams will compete to decide the next week's bottom 16 standings. Through 3 weeks of weekly series and depending on the results from the weekly finals, the teams advancing to the grand finals will be decided. 3 weekly finals winners and the top 9 teams during the 3 weekly finals will advance to the grand finals. Excluding the 12 teams that already advanced, the last 4 remaining spots for the grand finals will be decided through grand survival. In a single day, teams that grab the 4 chicken dinners will fill up the missing spots for the grand finals. The final 16 teams will go through a 15-match grand finals over 3 days. The team with the highest point total in the grand finals will be the PUBG Global Championship 2021 champion. The PGC 2021 champion will have the honor of being the winner and earn a ton of prize money. And that's not all. Your crowd-funded prize money will be added to the total prize pool depending on the team's placement. On top of that, we have special prizes for the teams and players who played astonishing matches during PGC 2021. So this is the format for PGC 2021. What do you think? We hope this resolves some of your questions. And now we are moments away from PGC 2021. Which team will stand on top of the world? Are you ready to witness the new champion of 2021 PUBG Esports?
Hi, kami ang Archangel Predator and kami from Philippines, and sa buong team ko siguro kahit alam namin parang underdog kami dito sa tournament na to. So, gagawin talaga namin lahat ng makakaya namin para manalo, para makuha yung championship na gusto namin, ang gusto ng lahat ng buong organization ng Archangel Predator.
So ang strength namin as a team, individual lang yung mga strength namin eh. Kunwari kay CJ, yung strength niya, nanonood siya ng anime before the tournament. So ayun, magbunga na yung pagkataba niya. Mag-dominate siya. Okay ba yan? Okay na. So sa lahat ng teams ng PGC, kami pa yung underdog. Pero aasahan nyo kami na mag-dominate kami sa tournament. So better watch out. Watch out. You better not.
Suportahan nyo lang kami dahil kami yung mananalo at iboto nyo din kami sa Pick and Challenge kasi may easy points kayo sa amin.
Lipad, Archangel!
Đội mình là Game Home Hà Đông. Xin chào tất cả các bạn. Team mình là team Game Home Hà Đông và chúng mình đến từ khu vực APAC. Đây là một giải đấu rất khó khăn và thử thách, vì vậy rất khó để biết được ai sẽ là nhà vô địch. Rất mong là các bạn sẽ đón xem chúng mình sẽ làm được những gì trong giải đấu sắp tới.
Đến với giải đấu lần này mình muốn gặp Panasonic vì họ là đội đương kim vô địch PGI S10. Các bạn cẩn thận, chúng tôi đang đến đây.
Hy vọng mọi người có thể bầu chọn cho team mình thật là nhiều ở trong mục Pick Game Challenge để tạo động lực cho team mình cố gắng hết sức.
Thành công luôn đi kèm với sự may mắn. Game Home. Thành công luôn đi kèm với sự may mắn. Game Home.
Welcome back to PGC 2021. We actually just heard from Archangel Predator and Game Home Dahong. I believe Archangel are in the lobby now, so AAP going to be joining us. What do we think of them, Rick?
I think it's a tough one for Archangel Predator, considering that we haven't got their full roster here just yet. I believe Mad Dog will be able to play later on, but for now, they are going to be using a couple of substitutes, and Mad Dog is a big part of the success in the APAC region. But Calbs, I'm not going to lie, for a coach, this man has stepped up, and he has been performing incredibly well for Archangel Predator, at least compared to the expectation that they might have had. Still not ideal in terms of the ranking decision, but They've got, what, 3 chances now to secure themselves a win.
Yeah.
They tied for first place in PCS APAC on the chicken dinners that they had alongside BN United, and with kills as well. So definitely a team that can certainly perform, but BN United haven't really hit that same peak on the global stage either. So between the two of them, they have the capability to make that a reality, and AAA as well certainly showed that they can survive and get the frags towards the late stage of the game. We are certainly starting to stack the lobby a little bit with APAC teams, so maybe the odds are high that we might start to see that second team go through to join Fury in the finals.
Chunks, it's never easy when you don't have your normal 4, right? Like playing with a sub, at the end of the day, they gel really well, but it's not quite the same.
No, it just isn't. It's about that chemistry, isn't it? It's the unspoken things a lot of the time with teams where you just expect them to be able to do things without having to say anything. So I just hope that the players that are filling in are able to adapt today.
Match 14 now. We're in the plane heading over to Erangel. Let's find out what this game brings. Toby, Xenox, take it away.
Oh no, Xenox.
Thank you very much
for
this
Xenox.
14th match. I did not have myself muted at all. Thank you, lads. Of course, here for the Weekly Survival. Match 14, Toby, PGC 2021, presented by Alienware and Toomey. I could have played that one off perfectly, by the way, and no one would have been none the wiser. So, Toby, thank you for that.
You're welcome. You know what? It had to happen. I've throughout having done EMEA, we've always been called out by the other guys when we accidentally forget to unmute, and that's just the way it is. That is just how the cookie crumbles. Either way, let's get this one going. We're joined by the guys from Arcangel. To see them flying over Gatka right now, and if there was, okay, I'm gonna throw this one to you, Xenox. If there was one Apex team to go out and win it in game 1, is it Arcangel?
Ooh. Honestly, it could be any APAC team. That's just the nature of the territory that they play in. It's a difficult one to predict, but Archangel Predator is a very, very solid team. If any team, I would probably say Boundham United. I just think they're very proficient at the Widow in a Chicken Dinner format. Their ability to win fights when it matters, to get themselves into good positions for that late game, and then therefore get the win itself is... honestly, second to none in the APAC region. So probably Boundham United, but look, AAP, very solid as well. Looking forward to seeing what they can do. They have 3 chances. That's all they've got. 3 chances to find a win to get into the weekly finals.
Yep, 3 shots added, and hopefully for them, they'll be able to make it happen. We talked, I mean, I kind of want to go into this again. We don't have to talk about it for a long time, because obviously we've got a game to cast. But we talked about the likeliness of a team going through that doesn't make finals all 3 weeks, without having to play the Grand Survival for Grand Finals, obviously. My best guess is that we'll maybe see 2, maybe 3. I think 3 at most teams that haven't played all 3 weeks will make it through to the finals. So like every week you miss is 10 games you don't play that other teams will play. And I feel like only 2 or 3 will do that.
Yeah, look, I tend to agree with you. We had a lengthy discussion about it. I think you've got sort of one chance, right? For the teams that don't qualify for the weekly finals this week, I would then say, right, that's it. 1 strike and then you're out.
Yeah.
You've got 1 more chance. You've got to get in next week onwards and then build from there. Of course, remembering there is the grand survival, so even if you are unlucky and you do to miss out on all of the weekly finals, you still have somewhat of a chance anyway in the grand survival later on in a couple of weeks' time. So it's not end of the world scenario as we have a little bit of a look at Archangel Predator, of course, our new team that has rotated in here for Gatka. They come into the lobby. They've got 3 chances. Like we said, they're a good team. They are solid from the Philippines, of course. They not necessarily the best team from APAC. Many would obviously look at Fury. Then you've got the likes of Boundham United, Buram, etc. But they're up there. They're a very solid team. They can hold their own, good fraggers, and they can play well to the end game.
And not only they're a good team, but I mean, okay, so unless if we get an intensely spicy military shift in Phase 2, with where CJ is currently posted up, they're in a pretty damn decent spot right from the get-go. So if they can fortify the center sort of realm of the circle, maybe push some people into the forest to prevent any other team to take full control of kind of their back garden in that compound, they seem to be in a really good position here from the start as well.
Yeah, Gakka's always a difficult one to sort of assess early on for Phase 1. I don't probably read too much into it. Obviously, there's so many changes that can happen with the upcoming circles, but it's always nice to be sort of around there. The big thing, though, I think here's for SSG, getting across this lighthouse bridge safely and as quick as possible with this kind of circle. It is going to attract a lot of teams in this vicinity. So they, of course, want to get across early, don't want to linger around too much on Sosnovka Island. The same will then be said, of course, for Unique looting up in military base. They got FaZe as well on Sosnovka Island. So we had 3 teams overall. That's a lot of teams for a rather southern circle. If teams do want to gatekeep, they could have actually had sort of a pick of the bunch. They still could. SSG, if they want, they can actually just play in this position right here. It's deep inside of the circle. You can then gatekeep any teams coming across the bridge, like FaZe, like Unique. So it would be a good spot for SSG if they want to hold here.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. I'm a little worried though. I mean, if there's one point in time that I would hate to see bridge camps, because I mean overall I don't like bridge camps all that much, but if there's one point in time I really don't want to see bridge camps, that will be in a format where kills don't matter. Because the risk you're exposing yourself at compared to the potential gain, I don't see the upside.
Well, I guess in a sense, you're trying to make the kills matter in a sense by making sure that no team can sort of come in behind you. So by denying teams getting across that bridge, you then actually make your backside a little bit safer. Of course, in any case that you can actually get kills without giving anything up, it's always something you probably want to do. You're just taking out the competition, you're making your area around you safer, and therefore that leans into surviving. What you don't want to do, though, is get too overzealous and crash compounds that you don't really need to crash. That's probably the biggest factor in it. Na'Vi over towards the yellows, really decent spot, somewhat hard to crash. You can hold many different angles, turns it into that close quarter fight. So they can hold here basically until the circle dictates them moving later on. But SSG lingering around.
Yeah, that's the issue. I was just looking at it now, and the fact that Na'Vi has kind of allowed for SSG to wrap in between them by not, you know, firing a warning shot or something similar, or at least letting them know that they're in the nearby area. Having said that, there comes the warning shot. I don't think they want to have SSG sitting nearby. I mean, it makes perfect sense for SSG to scout up in this direction because they hadn't heard anyone early on, but now, of course, backing off, realizing there's a team around. All of them, as soon as they heard that, they all backed off from the east side of the road there. Makes perfect sense. Na'Vi in a solid 2-1-1 split right now, and there's no reason to try and contest it.
Cheeky Orm for SSR, GEX. You like those nice and early. As long as you can hit those shots. It is, of course, very, very impactful. Especially if we get like a Gatka field and open territory. That AWM is going to be so tasty to have. Keeping an eye on the map here. A lot of teams now that were north now starting to make their way down, of course, towards the circle. So already looking quite congested. Looking at Mad Clan, New Happy, and FaZe are the only 3 teams not inside of this circle currently. I don't mind that for New Happy and to a degree Mad Clan, 2 teams, Toby, that have, for whatever reasons in the first 2 games, had fights early, lost fights early. I'd like to see them get to the end game with all 4 players intact.
Also, I mean, if you look at the area of the map they're coming in from, those are the area. I mean, with the exception of military base, of course, those are the areas of the map with the most space. So it's not like they're in a hurry to, there's nothing available for us inside the circle. They can take their time, wrap in late. They know they're going to be on the edge. They know they're going to be playing it late, and as you can see here, perfectly timed with the map as well. They have plenty of space to maneuver up towards the north. Whether Mad Clan opts to go through Rosaken over that way, or if they wrap left around over towards Cube and Everest, there's plenty of space for them to sit tight on the edge and wait for the next circle to pop. I'm just saying, I think the reason FaZe hasn't left military yet is because they know Synox what's going to happen next.
Don't say it, Toby. Don't bring it. Don't. Look, I love a good Sosnovka Island circle. Love a bit of a military base finish if possible, but there's way too much of the mainland intact here. It would be.
I hear you say
look, it would be a very fun shift if it does happen onto Sosnovka Island. I think for FaZe, they're probably just being a little bit cautious, and you can see that through Fex, making sure no one's bridge camping, the Milta Bridge. They can somewhat wait, but the problem with this particular spot right here at the Milta Bridge, it's not inside of the circle. Had it been, maybe they would have waited. It's just better to cross now. You know it's clear, no one's there. Even if it does come down to the south, you know you can then make that little wrap back through the Milta Bridge. No one's going to be there, so you can make that quick little wrap. So they'll just probably pull up to the compound on the beach, just to the left side of this bridge, hold there, wait for the circle, and then play off it.
And this was the warning shot that I talked about earlier, the pufferfish coming out and say, oh, I'm so big and scary, let me just fire a bullet and let you know that I'm in the nearby area. Rather let a team know where you are than have those kind of RNG pull-ups come your way where their opponents don't expect you to come, you didn't expect the opposing team to come, and you take casualties early on. Because again, even if you get those 4 kills, if you lose 1 player and it is not for a absolute prime real estate position, it's not going to be worthwhile. So liking the fact that these teams that aren't in, like, at least right now, prio spots, just say, you know what, get the hell away from me.
Well, I mean, 4 for 1, if you're defending yourself, is a win. Even if you're attacking in that situation, it's probably still a win. This was the compound, by the way, kind of referenced. It was very difficult to say it, but I think in any case, you get a 4 for 1, that's fine. As long as there's not like that third-party situation where another team of 4 is about to push onto that position as well. And as you said, a big factor is, of course, the position that you are holding. If you're on the edge, you probably don't need to be taking that fight because you're not fighting for that survival position. Exactly. But if it is a position, a strong compound, late game, inside of the circle, dead center, yeah, 4 for 1 there would be perfect. But currently at the moment, we are just 15 seconds away from phase number 2. Not a lot happening at the moment inside of the first 10 minutes, but as we know with sort of Gaka field finishes, always fun to sort of watch them play out.
He did. I was looking at that going, how the hell did he get that kill? But that was from way down in the other compound. That's a solid 900-meter knock on the roof. Good job, Belgian bots.
Well, it doesn't get much for it. He gets a pat on the back from Toby.
Yeah, that's all you
gets
need.
a thumbs up.
Why win a tournament if you can get a pat on the back from Toby? I'm just saying.
Nice shot. We did get our circle shift here for phase 2, though, Toby. It is going to be the Southern Gaka field where we will be going. Ferropeer still intact. It does mean that for the teams New Happy, Unique, FaZe, all around that farm region, they're going to make a decision what they want to do. And it looks like FaZe actually going to go in the blue, rotate Sosnovka, and then come up on the other bridge, Lighthouse Bridge, currently where Space Station Gaming are occupying. If they stay in that spot and then FaZe make their way through, that could be disastrous for FaZe in the long run. There's that replay of the shot from Elgin Bots. It got a nice little pat on the back from Toby. Not much else, technically, but it's still a nice shot.
You just love to see it. I mean, impact or no impact doesn't matter. It's just impressive to watch. You love to see it. Love to see it. As you said, circle down towards the west we go. And I mean, there's still plenty of spots to play around. Of course, you have the kind of the center belt going on through with the forest area. Very, very, very playable for quite a few teams. Up on the east, scouts up the north side, though that forest area, not that much space to maneuver, and BBL trying to make sure no one else is contesting them. We do have Archangel, though, on newcomers to the lobby in their first engagement of the game.
Losing carbs early. Not ideal, CJ. Oh, the nade so close to smash. This is not a bad spot to take this fight, but Mad Clan just to the south can engage on this if they feel they can actually third-party sweep up these kills, clean up these two teams, or at least one of them. Mitchellist landing a couple of shots onto CJ, but he gets away in the US. Algenbots makes his way over to Carbs, and he can get the revive. And I think AOP just sensing that they want to fall back. We're on the very northern side of the circle, right? So we're not dead center. This is not exactly like prime real estate. But if you get a couple of northern shifts, this compound is actually quite strong. Oh, yeah. So for AAP, get the revive, fall off from that fight. Didn't quite work out. BBL with a decent position. But look at this from Janky Turov. This is absolutely danger for Unique.
They have no... Oh, do they now realize that their opponents nearby? The way that they're jumping around, and also with the vehicle coming up closer now, you'd have to think that Unique are starting to sense that something ain't quite right. But right now, Doozy is playing his back turned towards them, so... Gems not wanting to shoot initially. Now he does, but look at the timing! As soon as he starts shooting Na'Vi from far away, shoots towards him. Perfect timing. Django was up close, though. Now jumps up in fight. His position revealed, and finally, actually, it's going to be Glooms able to take down one. Fate does get flushed as well, so casualties have come in on the Unique side of things. Deus now pulling up here, trying to take full control of the hillside.
Yeah, I think it'll be just one and done. It's still a win here for attack all around. Unfortunately for Unique, they just get... So, oh, what a shot! Shay is never mind! It's not one and done! They'll take 2 for the road. And unfortunately for Unique, that's probably their game.
Wow, the double SLR headshot on the buggy. What a... I mean, it's just...
Wow.
You know it, right? When you're in that buggy, when the first one connects, meaning it already has the line on in, that's just like, yep, I'm not going to be surviving this. I can feel it already. And 3 bullets is all it took for him to take him down. Let's see. New circle is gonna pop. We stay by the water. This is an unusual shift on these circles. They tend to always force everyone miles into the field, but we're playing the fairy pier side of things. I love it.
Yeah, and there's pretty much all of the best spots currently occupied. Na'Vi in the woods just south of that compound that Pero's holding. Then you've got SSG on the northern side of Fairy Pier itself already with E36. But the crash from BBL, I love to see it. This is the kind of compound that you want to be forcing the fight. Even though it's winner, winner, chicken dinner, sometimes it does call for a good crash. In this case, this compound at this spot with this circle, Toby, now's the time.
Smart play from Mambo up upstairs on his own, trying to hold off. And look at the amount of damage coming through with the utility. 3 down from BPL, and they're taken out instantly. Completely wiped within seconds. Utility proves useful for Petrichor to get themselves the 4 kills, and now in the meantime, on the other side of things, Na'Vi trying to hold off against KPI, who's come to say hello.
Such a clean fight as well for Pero. So if any other team had have made their way in, they would have been ready for it. Nice shot from Silzen, lands the headshot onto Example. Na'Vi actually now with 2 down. And I think they're just actually going to turn tail here and run away and just give up with what they've got left. Go back over towards the gas station. And unfortunately for Na'Vi, pushing towards this woods position, KPI has played it perfectly. And this is a good spot for them to hold as well. This could be a strong game for KPI if they can play from this woods position.
Exactly. They knew they had to worry about attack all around, but they positioned us, as you can see. And they know exactly where they have them. They position themselves so they're ready for the potential fight, but they also knew we have to deal with Na'Vi too. So punishing a two-way split, knowing that Na'Vi still have players down towards the gas station, they just say, you know what, we have to just full-on aggress. We have to force back Na'Vi. If we can get casualties on their side too, that's perfect, because that means that if we are forced to take the fight with them later on, we'll have that much more space to play around.
New Happy
more
pushing actually into KPI's dip. They back off. Ming's going to send it into the compound of Pero, which of course they have already been successful in defending once. Why not do it again? Ming's already down from 8's left. Closes the door in their face. Could not get away though. Ming, Zipyan both down. Nan is low. HS still half health as well. Mill got the down onto Zipyan, and unfortunately for New Happy, they're not going to be happy with the sight that has befallen them. Nan, I think the only one left, indeed. And he is no more as well. Pero defending once again. 8 kills. They'll get the revive onto 8's left. This is a very difficult compound to crash. And maybe they'll have another set of visitors. GEX rolling on up.
Petrichor, they got all the nades from BBL because they never got to throw any of them. Now we'll get them from New Happy as well. We'll see if they can hold off against yet another team trying to make their way here. So far, they're 2-0. They have managed to not only get 8 kills, but not take a single casualty while doing so. And now, unfortunately, I mean, smart play from GX to read what side of the compound they were fighting on and pushing on the other, but it just ain't the optimal side of the circle to really play this one on. Circle is going to shift massively towards the north, though, so all the south side teams will have to wrap forward.
Not surprising, of course, the Phase 4 water circle settings doing its job. Could have got a little bit more to the south, but that's fine, and it makes that compound even better. The woods position of KPI, great as well. Unfortunately for a doozy, was the solo for Unique. Elgin Bots will get that kill. Boundam United should be able to deal with Dava. Does have the rest of Mad Clan behind him, so he can actually just play a little bit safe. Decides to just get up, take the fight anyway. Sits down Zest. And unfortunately, it seems like Dr. Logi just hides inside of the shack. I'm not sure exactly the play here from Balnam United. They pushed away from a more central position, pushed into that more open territory towards this shack. They'll send one more. Godace comes in to try and save the day, salvage the situation. Dava just sits inside of the dust and heals up. But the nade will do the job from Dr. Logi.
But it's also going to flush Zest. I like the idea of them trying to kind of flush him out, but Zest didn't manage to crawl far enough away, so maybe there would have been a rest opportunity for his teammate. Instead, they take a catch. That can't, not really in a mood for flipping on over. Gopmeow will be the one to secure the kill. Not that that's going to matter a whole lot, but Baunam lose one and trying to stay alive here. A bit of a weird situation where, fortunately, I mean, at least they do get to stay alive as 3.
It's worth it, though. You get the position. Yes, you give up your teammate, but you were never going to get that revive anyway. It was never going to happen, so why not confirm Dava, get that position, get that shack. Who knows what can happen from here. Attack all around, though, making the position over to the gas station that Na'Vi were previously occupying. Kind of still are, but of course it's only Melman and Quizzy left, so they fall back a little bit just north of it. KPI, they have not moved, and I like that from them. They don't necessarily need to spread out too much. They've got a really good, solid bowl, very decent spot to defend as well. And currently with this Phase 4 circle, they're looking strong. So KPI, Pero, a couple of teams to look out for towards the late game. FaZe Clan, they're pushing up to this gas station though. For attack all around, they're going to have to be ready for this fight.
I thought was saying they were trying to wrap right around, but no, it was a bait all along. 80 drove slowly past initially. Gustav allowing to get into a good off-angle position. Now the molly. If that hits inside, I'm not sure if it did. It did indeed. That should for sure be one attack all around player eliminated. No, it doesn't spread wide enough for James to go down. Now Melman from the hillside able to engage on this one as well. Fex thought he had a good off-angle on the right side, but he's going to go down. And now Buzzface and 80 knowing we have to make an aggressive play because now Na'Vi is starting to interfere here as well.
Well, 80 finally deals with Gems, but the damage onto FaZe. Fex, Fuzzface, both down. 80's low. He might lose this. He will from behind. He got the one in front, of course, but as I said, damage has already been done to FaZe. Gustav, the only one standing, and he's a bit further back. He's not getting Fex back up. FaZe down to 1. In fact, now down to just 2 games remaining for their chances at the weekly finals.
80 looked to be in such a good position to make a 1v2 play there, but it was actually Fuzzface's nade, unfortunately, that dealt like a 60 damage to him, all of a sudden making those hopes a little more difficult. And now the circle even shifts down in that direction too.
Oh, look at that spot!
That is so unfortunate. This is just, I mean, the dot here is unplayable, at least for now. As long as we still have high ground on the southwest side, we cannot use the center of the circle for anything. And we still have 5 teams that have to find their way into this. We're in for a very chaotic, even more so than it is already, end game here, Xenox.
Yeah, and it's the nature of sort of Gatka field. It's open terrain, it's openness in the fields, of course, but most importantly, sort of the lack of compounds. There's not too many of them, and the ones that you do want, it's worth crashing for. We've already seen that a few times with Pero. Of course, Na'Vi just down to 2 players. Malman trying to see what he can find. He was a detriment to FaZe at the start of their initial push on to AAA, so for Na'Vi, they basically helped to take out FaZe in the end. Of course, Gustav's still alive, but as a solo player, not really much expected in terms of finding the chicken dinner. But Na'Vi just trying to hold on, see what they can do as the duo. No kills yet. It's KPI, though, that I've got my eyes on here. Because you're probably guessing FaZe 6 will move away from Pero's compound. Then where do they go? We'll have to push into the woods of KPI. Will they be ready for that fight, KPI versus Pero, if it does eventuate?
I like the fact that they're now trying to make more of a pressure play down towards the south side. They want to give themselves more room on the edge, and it makes perfect sense. 28 bullets for Oldless in his M16. Clear showing of teams not really having had the most time in the world saluting them. But now Matt going, you know what? Why don't we just take center? I mean, that's how we win these games, right? Let's just drive up to the center of the circle, sit tight for a while. I think they're going to be feeling a lot of utility coming their way in just a short while. In the meantime, though, KPI are focused on Na'Vi right now, so there might be a play for them to make, but no, you can see here already teams with good vision on them.
It's a really risky push from Mad. They obviously sense no team there. Spot is open, and they can see that, of course, courtesy of the terrain. As Na'Vi get taken out. Push onto GEX. Great nade, though. CJ goes down immediately. Second follows onto Silent Night. Maybe good night for AAP as well. GEX dealing with this perfectly. Carbs low on health. No chance. GEX defending their position. Pero's not going to push out either, and they should be able to just clean up the remaining 2 players of AAP.
The door was shut, and there was no entry for the Archangel players to get on in. Zenon won't be sitting around waiting. He wants to go in aggressive around. I like this 3-way push around the side. They're still inside the circle, and they know they have a fight to take. They cannot have a 3-way thing going on here. They need to deal with it now, right now, and they do. Smart play from SSR. Wrap around the side, get the double kill. Now they can go back inside, potentially get Xavier back up on his feet, and then they can take the fight for Petrichor. I like the proactiveness from GX in that one.
Yeah, and for those who maybe didn't catch it in the kill feed, it was a 1-for-1 knock between GEX and Pero. So Pero were going for that revive as well. That's why Xavier hasn't necessarily been flushed yet. He's in a somewhat safe position. They do need to deal with this fight now, though, sooner rather than later. Simply put, this is a friendship that has honestly lasted for way too long as it is already. Axelef still not up, by the way. And look who crept in! Yuppie from Kaishin! Oh, he's getting involved in as well. Xavier finally gets eliminated by Mill. They get Yuppie as well. A whole range of kills for Petrichor Road in this game. 10 plus now. And honestly, they're going to need more than that if they are to survive. But look at this phase 6 circle. You can see it in the minimap. This is the game for KPI, surely. Mill takes out Zennan, though. GX slowly falling apart.
You say it's a gift when circles come towards your compound. I'm not sure if Petrichor agrees with that right now, because they've been fighting constantly for the last couple of minutes. Now let's see, they are pushing out. They know, again, we need to deal with these guys if we want to make our way into the circle. Ming, solid peeks on over. Finds Genly instantly. Do they have the vision on the second? No, they don't, but they finally able to get one down. Finds the second as well, but damage has been done. 14 kills. Yes, that's all good and fun, but there are only 2 players left alive. Having said that, KPI have fully committed to taking out attack all around, and if Petrichor reads this, they have a play to make it up to the right, the east side of the hill.
Jays gets caught. That's actually Gustav who gets the knock. Emmy, though, should be able to find the kill and sells him with the nade. Job done there for KPI, further defending their territory, which once they deal with Janku, this is going to be a pretty easy spot for KPI to hold. Dead favorites from here. Only 2 teams have 4 alive. It's SSG and it's KPI. SSG on the other side of the circle. So for KPI now, it's all about just kind of spreading out, not spreading out, but sticking together, rotating, cleaning up these teams like Madclan, like Pero. Ooh, never mind. Janku, that is the solo player that makes a big impact on the game. As I'm hyping up KPI, they might lose Capitan.
They really need to get the rest on this one. It is, to me, at least inexcusable to lose one. You know you have just one guy left to worry about down there. And the fact that they have no one kind of worrying about their backside up until now, I think that one right there was them backing off. Canaxi will fall in the end. SSG and them. Ram has been fighting on the west side of the circle for quite a while. SSG actually able to survive with Forb. At least maybe should Roth be able to carry his teammate into the circle. He's running outside of smokes right now. No! Oh, the issue of carrying your teammate in the open is that you could potentially go down with him, and that's exactly what's going to happen there. So from potential 4 now to most likely 2, SSG will make it close to the circle, but they ain't in quite yet.
And we take it back a couple of minutes ago. It was Mad Clan who made that mad dash to the center of the woods. That's why they've got this position. And as we go into phases 7 and 8, they'll probably sort of bloom out a little bit as their trio and look to maybe take control of this western side if they can deal with the rest of SSG. You got Pure Boy there as the solo as well for E36. AAA still has the solo of Janku coming in behind KPI, which, by the way, did get that revive onto Capitan. So little prayer there for KPI. They're fine. They're safe. They're okay. They've got 4 players alive. And for Pero, well, unfortunately, as great as a game they've had, they've only got the 2 players still at that compound, hoping for one more shift. They kind of get it. They don't have to move just yet. But again, this circle leans itself into KPI's favor.
Yeah, if you're Petrichor and you sit in that compound for much longer, it's going to be guaranteed that once KPI gets control of the hillside, there's no escape for you. No matter how much utility you might still have, there's no way they ever get out from here if they don't start making that move. And if they can time it with KPI having a fight with, well, maybe attack all around, that should be a fast one though, but if they can time it with them and Matt fighting one another, there's a potential real backstab opportunity for Petrichor, but they have to get out of the compound at the exact right time. And believe me, I've seen teams try and do just that, and they tend to always find the wrong time to leave.
Yeah, Pure Boy's still inside of this phase 7 circle. He's not going to move. Just basically holding what's in front of him. He's got the dust here behind him, so he's safe from behind. Right now, the onus is actually on KPI to actually start to try and control a little bit more of the circle. Yes, they've already got a large portion of it. Mad Clan, by the way, I'm pretty sure they've got a car fort, and they're just not moving from it whatsoever. They're not pushing out. They're not trying to gatekeep. They are just holding on to their defensive position, and they are basically just stationary unless someone like an SSG tries to roll up on them, which I like this little move. Yes, it's only the duo, but they do get to a much better position. They get close to Mad Clan. You only need 1 knock. Now it's a 2 versus 2 here for SSG.
And you can see as soon as that happened, Petrichor starting to leave the compound as we speak. Gotta watch out for the snakes in the grass. He's been hiding behind that vehicle for so long. And just as you thought SSG had a good play to make Sharpshot is forced down on his belly to try and see what he can find here. He's got to get close enough to spot them at some point, as Sharpshot finally does, but it's going to be too little too late. Will go down. 2 knocks have come in on Matt, though, and look at this. Petrichor, they know exactly when to make a move. Now was the time. Will Janku be able to do damage on this side? He does manage to find 1 knock, but still 3 alive from KPI, and they're pushing forward here as well.
That knock is somewhat big. It definitely halts the momentum of KPI. Drafting has to get the revive, so that means that Pero, Mad Clan might be able to fight it out quickly by themselves before KPI can third party. Big stage from Mill, but it only got Lash. There's still time for Mad Clan to maybe get away from this spot. Never mind, no chance at all. Mamu with a massive nade. Petrichor Road up to 18 kills, but it's a 2 versus 4 finish. Toby, KPI surely can close this out and get the chicken dinner.
You would have to think that this is KPI's win. I mean, it is KPI's win. They've got the dot, they've got the position, but we've just seen so much individual skill out of the Petrichor guys that if there's a 2-man that can bring something home, it might just be them. They have 18 kills. in this game already. They got nades still, they have level 3 gear, they got an arm to play with as well. Let's see if Mill and Mamu can bring this home, or if we'll be bringing KPI on to the weekly finals.
If they win this game, this might be one of the best team performances I've ever seen from start to finish. They have been inundated with teams crashing their compound and just dealing with them every single time. Now a 2 versus 4 for Mill and Mamu as well. I mean, the odds are stacked against them. 34% winner chicken dinner percentage. Honestly, it should be lower. KPI, it's a 4-on-2. They should be winning this. What I will say, though, it's so important for Pero to get the opening pick. 2 versus 3, much different story.
Not only do they need to get the opening pick, but they need to get the opening pick fast. They have the 2v1 Emmy, and as soon as they get close, he's going to give the audible cues, and that's going to ship. Yep, you can see it already now. Capitan coming up here to help Silson, moving the exact same direction. But now, audio cues are going to be gone once more. They need to get one knock in an instant. They cannot allow for the opposing team to feed in front crossing. You can see that this is the hillside they have to push over. And I gotta say, massive kudos to KPI for not going hunting here. They know what's at stake. They know what they're up against. And they are not taking anything for granted. It's not, oh, guys, it's a 4v2. Let's just push them and get it over with. No. They're playing this cautious. They're playing it patient. And they're playing it to win. I love the fact that they're taking the time here.
If they had have sent someone down south to sweep like we typically see from a 4-man, and that guy gets caught, that would be disastrous.
Exactly.
They're holding it very compact, very tight, close together, which means they can play off of each other. If someone gets knocked like a Silson, while Capitan's right there, he can get the trade. Then it's suddenly going to be a 3-on-1. So that's the way that KPI are planning to win this game. For Pero, they had a little bit of a chance. Their only chance, though, was KPI making a mistake. They haven't done that. Now it's very, very difficult to see them winning from here.
They've got the rock. They've got the position here to play around. They know it's going to be in the open. They're pretty much like this rock is almost as close as can be the dot of where this game is going to end up. It's going to be a shooting fest with, well, Mamu and Mill both having to take out 2 each every time they do 100 damage combined on one of them. It's going to be a lot to ask for, unless if they can throw a Hail Marinade over the ridgeline on an opponent they can barely even see. Gonna try and smoke off the right side, allowing for themselves to run forward.
Oh,
there's the first nade. Silson falls down. If they can get one more to follow, now you really have to be cautious with when you go for the rest here, because they know where the knock was found. Do they throw one more, and do they potentially get down one more?
That's it. That's the final nade. Capitan, what? Only half health? That should have just blown him to pieces. Silson's dead. It could have been a 2 versus 2. Instead, Capitan stays alive. He's able to heal up. It keeps it a 2 versus 3. That nade was inches away from being full damage. And it gives KPI the chance. But are they fumbling this, Toby? Are they throwing away their advantage? Pero, they are the aggressors here.
They have played it slow, they have played it cautious, but now they might be playing it too slow. They're allowing for Petrichor to move on forward. They've been smoked off. I love the fact that Petrichor are holding off as good as they can here. Capitan does find 1v3. You need to pull off magic here, Mill, if you want to bring this one home. Barrel in hand, level 3 gear equipped. If there is any sort of situation where you could go out and do this, now is the time. But you would have to think that with KPI being 3 strong, they have the winning position here. Flash is thrown forward. This one could take a little while longer, but I feel like once the first shot is fired, now it isn't there. You have it. The win does come through from the South American team, but oh my lord, was that closer than it had to be, Xenox.
Sigh of relief for KPI, but they make it to the weekly finals. Pero, for everything though, they were the winners in our hearts, but it's KPI that are the winners in the game. What a match. Only 2 weekly survival matches remain. We go to the desk where they can break down this awesome match.
Unbelievable. I'm really glad we don't have heart rate monitors on the desk watching that final fight. KPI, playing with their hearts in their throats, but they managed to make it through. Look, Rick, they're the team that statistically are most likely to be sent to circle at any given time, right? They didn't do that this game, at least not as much as Mad did, for example, and they managed to squeeze out the W. They gave Petrichor so much respect at the end, and Petrichor almost showed us why, or did show us why.
I mean, it's a little interesting for KPI because they did find themselves a shack in the middle of the wide open field, and we were like, okay, classic KPI. And then they went and got a bit more aggressive and took the dip below Na'Vi. We were a little worried they were just going to get bombarded with grenades, but actually with a bit of assistance from a third party from AAA, were able to take out the Na'Vi players that were playing the hilltop above them, and then held on to that position long enough that the zone shifted in that direction long enough that actually where they had sent that was on the edge a couple of zones ago became pretty much the center. And from that point on, they weren't really under any pressure because nobody really wanted to go for the crash on the dip. Everyone seemed to be gravitating towards the compound of Petrichor Road, and everyone who crashed that was getting absolutely obliterated. So nobody else wanted any part of that side of the zone, so everyone else was wrapping around south towards the bridge where FaZe, Na'Vi, they were battling between themselves with AAA going in that direction as well. So really they weren't under all that much pressure until the very late stages of the game, and at that point on where they still have their utility left over, they're pretty much fresh on the durability on the armor as well. They were looking very, very solid at the end of things in a 4 versus 2 to close out their win.
And Chunks, the 4v2, yes, they played it KG, but they wanted to make sure there was a 100% chance of them winning that, and who can blame them?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's all about securing the chicken dinners, but my problem with KPI is I'm not sure how much that chicken dinner was earned, and it sounds really toxic, but let me explain. All right, they've been sending it center game after game after game, and they've been getting so close. And look, if you throw enough darts at the board, one of them's gonna hit a bullseye eventually, and it seems like that's what's happened with KPI. Sure, they did a really good job at being able to clear out their sides, making sure they're not getting pushed, but it's a really tricky one to say that this is the most effective strategy. And sure, it worked great for them this time. I'm really happy that KPI have made it through to that weekly final, but the downside is if they aren't in that top 16 going into next week, if they have to battle it out, if they aren't able to immediately, you know, get a chicken dinner and they're forced to keep going for these panicky send it to the center strategies, are they really going to be able to make it again? And I hope for their sake they'll be able to find some changes, because that position they played right next to Na'Vi, I thought that they were done, and that's just the theme that I've had with KPI, is they've taken positions that I just thought were unplayable for pretty much every game. But you know what? They've made it work, and this time around they've proven me wrong.
I cannot overstate Petrichor Road and the grenades this game. They had 19 kills. I'm pretty sure 15 of them were grenades, and they were pushing for even more towards the end. But KPI, they outlasted the bombardment, the onslaught that was coming in, and eventually they ran out of the compound, which meant that there was no bodies left to pick up more utility from, and KPI got the surround. They were ready for the flank to come through. They were already throwing flashbangs in anticipation, and the final spray from Emmy to come through to close out the win in one of the very final matches of the ranked decision. But again, it's one of the teams that came in a little bit later, not too far from the start. They've had a couple of games less than the teams who've been in from the very beginning, and so far they've had some very close results. They've had a second, a third, and a fourth place. So KPI, it's been coming for quite some time, particularly the way that they play out the position in the zone has played into their favor for the high-end placings, and this time they were finally able to convert.
Yeah, there's no getting around the fact that they've always tried to place themselves there or thereabouts, right? It's impossible for us to ignore, and we won't, guys, don't worry. The fact that Petrichor Road got 19 kills in that game, they were phenomenal, but KPI have very consistently been towards the center of the circle. I'm thinking back to times where KPI have died, I don't know, outside of the circle, phase 5 or later, and I think maybe I can count one game off the top of my head, and that includes ranked decision. They're very, very good at just being there or thereabouts, and you're right, Chunks, like, enough darts at a dartboard, you will hit a bullseye, but to be fair, they're also playing the format, and they're saying, guys, if we keep putting ourselves in good positions halfway through the game, we're bound to get some excellent positions towards the end of the game.
I mean, that's what you hope, and that's something that they've consistently done, and I'm happy that they've finally been able to clear out the fight this time. I really do hope, though, that they start to get a bit more scrappy going into later weeks. Obviously, it's really impressive from them. Look, they didn't just sit in the center. They had a long rotation to make it in, and when they identified there was a playable position, they did send it, and credit to them on that front. I want to see KPI get a bit more scrappy, though, going into the future weeks. You know, when we do especially get over to those weekly finals, when it is about the kills, I want KPI to get in more aggressive positions, because they are a team with really good fragging power, and I don't think they're doing themselves justice just going for a dip that is often a really rough position to play and not able to make much really happen out of, and then you just rely on everything else around you fall in the correct way to be able to get the win. But at the end of the day, everything fell in their favor. You got to give them credit for the win.
Rick, I think Liam just hit the nail on the head there. It's not really a, did they deserve this, did they not? It's more of a, it's now down to KPI to show us in the weekly finals that, okay, when they're playing with points rule, actually they can switch it up and rack up those kills and play the way we've seen them play in some of the PCSs.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. You can play however you like in the weekly survivals. It's all a means to an end. If you can get the win, whether it be with a 19-kill dumpstering of the lobby like Oath did earlier on, or whether it is a sneaky little 3 or 4 kill win where you do play a more passive game, as long as you're securing yourself a spot in the finals, that's what matters. And for KPI, they didn't do too badly in the super settings when we were going through the groups in the seeding part of the tournament. They were 18th place overall, which is just outside of the top 16. So they only missed 2 games at the very beginning of everything a couple of days ago. So they've definitely shown that when it does come down to the different style of format, the points rule, that they are able to hang with some of the more competitive teams that we might have expected to come in. And at this point, there's definitely some big names that are going to be missing from that finals lobby, but KPI will not be one of them.
So they've tried again. They successfully do it this time around. Let's go ahead and hear what KPI have to say.
제 옆에는 실젠 선수 나와 있거든요. 바로 인터뷰 나눠볼게요. 승리 축하드립니다. 실젠 선수 유니폼에 보여주세요. 성능 유지라는 말이 적혀 있어요. 본인들의 강점이 된 것 같은데 어떤 뜻이고 어떻게 이런 유니폼이 만들어졌는지 한번 여쭤봐도 될까요?
Keep performance in game is your guys' forte. What does it mean? Could you tell us for your fans, please?
La idea es de la organización, es el nombre de la organización en coreano solamente, y es simplemente eso.
저희 팀 이름이 영어로 KPI를 번역해서 성능 유지로 하였고요. 이 아이디어도 역시 회사에서 먼저 내놓으셨습니다.
한번 보여주실 수 있나요?
Our name in English is KPI, Keep Performance in Game, which is translated as 성능 유지 in Korean. It was suggested by the company.
상황에서 우리 실젠 선수가 제일 먼저 죽었어요. 그때 어떤 생각을 하셨나요?
When you guys were up against Patrick Road, Silson got eliminated first. How did it feel like?
Bueno, me sentí mal, pensé que la iba a trolear, pero los chicos la supieron resolver bien.
심정은 되게 안 좋았고 제 덕분에 혹시나 팀이 잘못될까봐 걱정했지만 팀원들이 너무 잘해줘서 덕분에 치킨을 먹을 수 있었습니다.
맞아요.
I got really worried because got eliminated first, and I was anxious to watch the rest of the match, but our team managed to win the chicken dinner.
¿De quién era la orden que estaban hablando en la hora?
Mía, teníamos la idea de que Navi estaba spliteado.
You pushed out Navi from the gas station ridge and showed very strong performance overall. Who gave that order and what kind of conversation took place?
그 기회를 잡고 그렇게 로테이션을 했습니다.
I gave out the order actually, and Navi, because I knew that Navi was split, and that's why I ordered that way.
Ustedes llevaron el pollo hoy y con qué mentalidad van a jugar en el weekly final?
Y creo que lo difícil ya pasó, ya creo que vamos a jugar mucho mejor.
For the weekly final,
제일 어려운 단계는 이미 거쳐왔다고 생각을 하고요.
what is your determination for the weekly final?
좋은 모습을 보여드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I think we've already went through the most difficult stage, and we'll try to show our best performance in the Super Bowl.
네, 이렇게 해서
Under the Super Bowl.
14번째 매치에서 승리한 팀은 바로 KPI 게이밍이었습니다. 저는 실젠 선수와 함께 인터뷰 나눠봤고요. 잠시 후 15번째 매치를 준비하고
And that was a KPI after their victory. They move on to the weekly final. And look, let's be honest, like we need to see something change from them once they get into the points format in the weekly final. If they're able to do that, great. But really, Petrichor Road stole the limelight a little bit there, Chunks. I mean, there's no two ways about it. Yes, they basically spent most of the game playing tower defense, but you don't get to 19 kills because you do that and nothing else. They executed every single hold brilliantly.
Yeah, look, Petrichor Road did really well being able to defend that compound, and to actually get out of there with 2 players up with so many different squads pushing in, is really impressive to see. I know that Blamus, the assistant coach for Virtus Pro, actually tweeted out a screenshot of the replay of the match, and you could see all of the dead bodies on the floor, and it was so impressive to see the fact that they were able to defend and clean up with so many chicken dinners. And I do want to say something real quick. I've been catching a lot of heat from chat for saying that KPI maybe didn't deserve the game. I maybe phrased that one wrong, so I do want to apologize. Look, they have been sending it to the center every game. It was only a matter of time now till they got themselves a chicken dinner. My worry now, though, is that teams are going to get a read on it going into the later weekly survivals and then be able to actually get aggressive onto KPI and shut them down. So I do want to see a bit more of an aggressive playstyle coming out for them, especially this weekend at the weekly finals, where, you know, you have to go for those kill points, which is something they have been able to do. I think it's the approach we've talked about a lot with ENTS as an example, where you can either play specifically for the win, or you try and play your regular game and then let the wins come hand in hand. And it feels like right now KPI have two different playstyles as opposed to some other teams that only have one.
And to be fair, you are absolutely spot on there, because Saga, I think both of you mentioned it during the game. KPI got themselves into a good endgame position, but Na'Vi in the mid game, and like there were a couple of close brushes with death where in the weekly final, a team hungry for kills would just push that and try and get the squad wipe. So to be fair to Chunks, I think he's spot on there.
I think the one thing that we especially need to point out when it comes to particularly KPI, but also teams like ENTS that tend to have a very more defined playstyle. ENTS, you know, we heard the interview from Squeaky, they're looking to change things up very slightly, but we're in this part of the tournament with an evolving, constantly rotating lobby. So it's different teams every time you hop back into the server. They all have different play styles. So you can't really prepare too much for exactly who you're going to be up against without knowing who's going to be getting the wins, which is frankly impossible to do. But once you've now qualified for the weekly finals, particularly if you're a team that qualified early, the likes of MCG, Gen G, and Fury as the first three teams to qualify, they can just sit back and watch how all of these other teams are playing. They can do their preparation knowing exactly who their competitors are going to be over this weekend for a 10-game period, which means that you can identify some of these more habitual instincts of some of these teams, like, for example, KPI going towards the center. Whether that will change up on a different format, we will have to sort of wait and see, but in particular, you can now go back to the ranking decision when they were playing in the super settings, try and identify some of the key features of their style of gameplay and look to make plans around it. That is something you can do knowing the lobby that you'll be up against in a more consistent path.
And now we have Game Home entering the lobby. So we've got Game Home and Sonics left in our final two matches of Weekly Survival. Chunks, what do we think about Game Home?
Game Home, really promising team. Obviously, they weren't the first seed coming into this. It was Unicorn Phoenix, but because of visa issues, they weren't able to make it through. So a very promising roster. And I will just say, look, 2 games and still 2 NA teams. The Americas Hopium is alive and well.
Well, let's see if Game Home can make an impact on this lobby. Toby, Xenox, let's go to match 15.
Thank you so much, Joe. Yep, 2 more games left to play here at the PGC 2021 Weekly Survival matches, of course, brought to you by Alienware and to me and Xenox. Oh, Xenox, what are we in for with just 2 games to play? Is the chaos gonna commence, or are teams gonna try and play it slow and safe now?
Yeah, especially off the back of KPI's victory as well, and the way that they were able to sort of play that more survival-centric approach to get the win, and it was completely deserved as well. They had a very strong position at the Woods, didn't really need to do much more from there. So honestly, it does obviously come down to the circles and a little bit of luck here and there, but I think when you see Petrichor Road get 19 kills, don't get the win, it probably makes you a little bit hesitant to go out there guns blazing. So you need a good mix, though. You need a very good mix of both.
One thing that I don't feel like KPI got enough credit for during that game, because yes, I mean, they had the east side of the up the hill there in the end game, and they were allowed to play pretty like calm for the most part because no one was aggressing on them. But that's how they got to that position. Not specifically the spot on the map, but to be in that situation. Remember, they pushed up. They were the ones to aggress onto Na'Vi when they had a two-way split. They said, Na'Vi, if you want to be around here, you better take a fight to us. They killed 2 of them, forced them back off. They only got to sit in that position and quote-unquote do nothing, although they were doing quite a bit. They only got to be in that position because they dared to aggress earlier when everyone else kept backing off. And that's what I've been saying the whole time. If you don't dare to make space for yourself in the early to mid game in these sort of edge positions, you will get smothered. And by doing so, if there's one team that can do it from that east side, being KPI in this last game, we see the highlights of the game here. If they can do that, the other teams are going to be kind of bunched up in small packs where they can just third party. That's exactly what they did. They played a perfect winner-winner chicken dinner format game, and they should be rewarded for it. And they were.
And obviously for Petrichor Road, it's not as if they did anything wrong either. They just basically dealt with the cards that were given to them. In this case, a couple of free kills onto PPL at the very beginning. That was the first of many pushes onto this compound that Petrichor Road had to defend, and yet somehow still finished second. Is just a sort of credit to the strength of this roster. Then came along You Happy. It wasn't the most clean crash onto the compound, but still, Akeslef does a really good job, closes the door, doesn't quite get away as quick as he would have liked, but then has help from Mill. And it is a very big thing to sort of touch on here, though. But for Petrichor Road, this was a very strong position to hold, and they needed to be aggressive, and they were in these fights. They were constantly looking at these windows, making it very difficult for teams to push onto the compound. It was, of course, pretty much center of the circle, and they played it very, very well.
For sure.
Did they get unfortunate? I don't even think so. I think it's just the nature of the position that they were holding was a position that everyone wanted.
They, let alone the fact that they took out, 10 players before they took their first casualty is, it should, I mean, I say it should never have happened. They make it happen, so of course it should, and it did. But replay all those fights 15 times, and that's probably the only time you'll see them not taking a single casualty. They played that one to perfection in terms of preventing teams from taking over your compound. The way that they are, like, we had Namu upstairs isolating the staircase, making sure that he could buy enough time for his teammates to come help. Everything played exactly like it should, but most likely we wouldn't see that happening in the same fashion again because, you know, PUBG, 16 billion different things you have to take into consideration.
I think actually somewhat was a part of their downfall was the fact that when GEX actually pushed on, they stayed in the warehouse. They didn't take the fight. And that just gave them sort of that long-term fight that, while it didn't happen immediately, it was going to happen at some point. And at that point would have been when they were pressed to take the fight, which is where Petrichor Road lost the majority of their team at that point. So that was probably the most unfortunate part. But still, moving on to, of course, what is now match 15. This is it. Final 2 chances. Game Home make their way into this lobby. A team that has little to no expectations. 2 substitutes. One of them the actual sub for the team, and then 1 player in Mikmu who is a sub that does not even play in PCS. So very much no expectations on Game Home, but we'll see what they can do with these 2 games.
Yeah, they have a rotation to make alongside with everyone else. Circle hard towards the west once more, and once again as well, face not in Montenuevo when the circle is right on top of it. It's almost as if it's meant to be that they ain't gonna be getting it. Attack all around BBL, 2 of the more center-heavy teams early on. Who would have thought they'd be fighting off early on? Seems like a rotation being caught in the middle of everything is going to be BBL taking casualties early. Of course, not what you would want to have happen.
Yeah, not ideal, but it's important here for AAA. They need to keep fighting here and keep trying to get the rest of BBL out of this position. It's a decent position towards the eastern side of Montenuevo, and Janku does a really good job as well here, taking out Smash in what was kind of a 2-on-1. Glooms was close by and also helping out Gems and Janku. And now with the rest of AAA, pretty much winning this compound. It's a very strong compound to have. And that's where, you know, in that instance, it's not like, oh, drive away, there's a player close by. It's more like, hey, let's take out these guys. BBL are close to our compound. We don't want to allow them to push on us or aggress us. Take them out early. Don't have to deal with them. For BBL, that is just disastrous. I think that's almost 3 games in a row now, Toby, where they have just lost a player super early.
Not a whole lot to do about it. Just scout better forehead. I mean, you have Gems literally hiding his vehicle down the roadside. There's no way Vitralia is gonna be aware what's gonna be happening. It's just an unfortunate situation to be caught in mid-rotation. Again, you have, with these changing lobbies, you can't really fault a team who, yes, okay, so they do maybe get a bit more time between games here than they would when playing their regions and the kind of online scene. But when you only have 10 minutes between every game, you get a new team in, and yes, you have to worry about what is that new team gonna do. But you also have to worry about what are the other 14 teams gonna do to respond to the fact that that new team is there. And there is just not enough time between games for a team to know every single change-up that's gonna happen. And that's why we see, especially in the Winner Winner Chicken Dinner format, we see more and more weekly survival, I should say. We see more and more of these early on, wait, what, where did you come from type of situations, like that one where teams crisscross and just run into each other because they couldn't have really prepared for it otherwise.
Yeah, and a lot of that dependent on the circle, of course, as well. And generally, the fact is that Miramar is at Erangel. Certain teams have got, not preferences, but the way that they can play and their play styles change up a little bit. And then, as you said, the revolving door of teams just change dramatically. And the other thing as well is, though, for the teams that are coming in at this point now, right, the final 2 games, or basically this entire night, any of the teams that have made their way in tonight, their play styles and how they're playing this, is it just simply, right, we're just going to find a position, try and win, or are they going to try and come in and be aggressive, take the fights, which we've kind of seen somewhat from AAA.
Yeah.
I'll highlight them here. I think they've actually done a decent job in taking fights, getting kills, defending their territory. Yeah, they haven't obviously converted that into a win, but they have, I at least think, coming in tonight, been pretty decent. 5th place, 8 kills. 4th place, 8 kills. There you go. The stats kind of back up the way that I'm feeling, that gut feel about them. And that's fine. Obviously, in a sort of point rule system, they would have been getting a lot of points while they don't get the win. It puts them in a position where they're making top 5 2 games in a row. So they're obviously doing something right.
Issue is, do they come into top 5 with 4 alive, or do they get in there with 3 kills but only 2 alive? That's that's kind of the deal breaker, right? Because yes, finding late game is great, but if you're doing it as a solo player every single time, your winning odds aren't really going to be all that great. So what would you rather, have 4 alive in phase 5 with 2 kills, or have 1 alive with 10 kills? In this format, I know which one I'd pick.
New Happy, a team that probably needs to do a better job of surviving the mid game, and yeah, as you said, keeping 4 alive towards the end. They, like BBL, Mad Clan, it's just generally been something, at least tonight, that we've noticed struggling with keeping those players alive for the very, very late game. Boundham United as well, been, I don't want to say disappointed, probably had higher expectations coming into tonight, but like 7th, 9th, 13th, a team that typically does well and is their strongest asset in the APAC region, staying alive, 4 up, late game. They just haven't quite been able to do that to, I think, the degree they're capable of. Maybe it's their positioning. Maybe it's just the fact that they're just losing their fights, the fights that they generally would win in the APAC region. So just one to keep note of. And of course, Petrichor Road. The winners in all of our hearts in the last game, Toby, but unfortunately 2nd place. You just got to hope that they can sort of build on that last game, take that momentum into this game. They're feeling strong, bring it into this one.
One of the things to me, especially with today's games, is if you take a look at the last 3 games, they've actually played out incredibly similar. We had the first game where you forced everyone onto the hillside early on, and it's so incredibly difficult to play in such a big open space. Then you have the other one where we just saw now, where for the most part it's all up on the fields north of military or north of therapy, right? Then you have the previous one where we're going into yet another open field, and now we have this one. So yes, while there are certain teams that you would think over the course of X games they should fare better, the circles have really not been kind today. And you know what? Why not keep it going, Xenox? Let's force everyone into practically an unplayable circle.
That is an unfair circle. I almost feel bad for the teams that have to play it. Vex finding an opening kill here for FaZe, though, on the HS. That's unfortunate for New Happy. Again, the kind of storyline we built for them is just these constant player losses that they're finding in the early game and mid game. And there's another one here in match 15. God Meow, though, for Buriram. They've got a bit of a fight on their hands here against Mad Clan. Now, this current position, actually pretty decent to fight for over towards the eastern side of this circle. And at the moment, Buriram playing this very well. Ian's gone, 2-tap, already knocked down. Canaxi had a chance to maybe get another knock, but it's David who comes in for Mad Clan with a bit of a flank. Lash can't find the knock that he was looking for. Nordra just gets away. 21 health. Buriram need to be careful. They don't lose any more players here.
issue being with this area of the map, unless if you get a massive northeast hard shift next circle, the odds of this one shifting east is gonna be very small with the kind of mountainside we have just towards the west. So while this might look decent right now, I think neither of these two teams, again, as soon as you have kind of casualties on both sides, it's a, well, was this fight worth taking kind of question you have to ask, right? And could Mad Clan have gotten away from here earlier, played more north towards Loboso to avoid this? Potentially, but I like the fact that Buriam are kind of sticking around to try and help fend them off.
Yeah, and we're obviously going to be expecting for Phase 4, if it doesn't in Phase 3, shift away from that unplayable terrain. Nice holding of the left side angle of this smoke for Nordra, gets the kill onto Lash. That was a pretty easy one. Melman. Well, more importantly, Edie, how do you get yourself out of this position? And he needs, honestly, Golf Meow, Nordra, you can see in the minimap, they are making their way over. They need to defend Edie. The smoke allows him to heal. Na'Vi have to make the run across. And this terrain, of course, does not allow for that direct sight line between the two players. So they have to literally get on top of him. By that point, Buriram hopefully have got a good angle to defend Edie, allow him to make that run back and push away Na'Vi.
Yeah, Na'Vi don't want to overcommit on this one either. I'm liking the fact that Alia is playing this one a little slower. Second nade ain't gonna be doing much. Should allow for Edie to stick around at least for a little while longer. You can see the kind of over-the-shoulder safety is there from some of the teammates, but that is a long run to have to make back towards the compound. It ain't gonna happen either. Alia able to take him down. Should be a flush to follow, but again, don't want to overpeak here, trying to get yourself a flush if that means you could potentially go down because of it.
I didn't quite catch where Nordra was getting shot from at that compound, but he got taken very low. So obviously Buriram weren't in the best position to sort of throw more lives and more players at that situation. Remembering at that point before Edie got knocked down, they only had the 3, so there was only 2 at the compound, not 3. So they were already not really in the best position to go and save him. Now they're down to 2 players. Good compound, but only 2 players. We'll see how they play with that one later. FaZe Clan, it is going to be, I think, south side of the circle for them, where actually quite a lot of teams already located. The map is so far out to the west, Toby, that we can't even see all of it. But we are going to be expecting it to surely go on top of Boundam United. It does. There's still actually unplayable terrain inside of this circle, by the way. So Boundam's position is actually like prime position. Or maybe he could go down to the south.
I was going to say, I think it's going to head down south. I mean, I think we're going to end yet again into a field between BPL and New Happy and GX here. I mean, FaZe staying on the hillside, I like that play, trying to prevent anyone from getting up behind you and potentially try to push you around. In the meantime, Melman found one, will be able to find Noadra as well. The taps with the mini, gets himself the double and got Meow now. All on his lonesome here. That's gonna be yeah, good luck getting out of this one alive.
How far did Edie have to crawl to get back to the compound? I'm surprised he was still alive. He never got there at the end, and unfortunately for Buriram, down to just 1 player remaining. Like Mad Clan as well, BBL down to 2, so already a lot of teams injured. You Happy also only with 3 players, so 55 alive, just short of the 15-minute mark. For those teams that have already lost players, it's very difficult to see them finding a win. Remembering, this is our second last game of the week for Weekly Survival. You are running out of chances. For Na'Vi, though, perfect play. They get this compound, which, as you can see in the minimap, Toby, just barely in. They can get rid of Gold Meow, take the spot, hold for Phase 3 until Phase 4.
That is a... it's going to be a short joy to have that compound if the circles does head in the direction of which I thought it will. I think it will. In the meantime, Game Home saying hello. 2 players upstairs in the building. There's really only 1 entrance too. That's not optimal. Deucey does find Megmu. Second player tagged up at Dante. Now from across, getting tagged up by New Happy. Has to play this one a little more cautious. Thought maybe they're only going to be within vision of 1 team, but not quite the case down on the south side. In the meantime, I'm curious to know how FaZe is going to respond to this. They are sort of the next recipients of people coming their way. And you can see just the logo out there in the horizon. Actually, there's going to be a bit of a ridge separating them, so probably won't be engaging on this one at all.
So a minute left till Phase 4.
Do they wrap around on this?
Na'Vi. What? Unique Disgusting just right behind Fate. He's going to be able to just sort of maybe ward him off a little bit. Unique actually going to go wrapping all the way around Game Home rather than going through them. But where do they go from here? Fate's just pulled up on the road, the side of the road actually. Is that a long-term play? I guess they're playing for the south shift.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. Another thing is, as long as that hillside to the east is still in, that is an unplayable area. Unless if you have 6 billion smokes and maybe a shack that you can build and grant yourself some hard cover with. Because there should be no way they get out of there alive. Having said that, I've seen crazier things before now. Let's hold that thought for a second. Archangel up against Interforce 36, both of course trying to make their way through to the weekly finals, but with this fight happening here on the very edge of the circle and Silent Knight being out in the blue, I don't see any of them making it.
I was going to say big days from E36, but one goes back the other way from Algenbots and gets the knockdown onto Aminar. Archangel Predator might be able to capitalize on that. That circle did not go as south as I was actually predicting it to go. So that's actually pretty nice for the duo of BBL. Merton, Code Marco in a really good spot, but unfortunately don't have the rest of the team with them. Shots, it's a 1-for-1 trade. Going for that revive, and unfortunately Pure Boy will not be in a place to get a revive, but gets Silent Knight. So in the end, that sort of mutual destruction does play out for Archangel Predator. They'll be coming off best, though.
That's a
with
DC.
3 players for Interforce. It's only Pure Boy.
Yeah, it's got to be a disconnect from Silent Knight way up on the hillside. You can see him slowly crawling forward. That is unfortunate. Pure Boy will try and see what he can salvage off of this. Not a whole lot to gain, of course. In the meantime, Game Home have made their way down here. And one thing is dangerous about this is that now he's within nade range. Yep, you can see immediately the nades get swapped on forward. You want to get him down before he can do too much damage going towards you. Damage done towards Dante. These vehicles will blow up eventually, and they will probably have to use them in order to get away. One knock does come in. Fate falls down. Vehicle exploded on the other side, but 307 here is being a real nuisance to the guys from Unique.
Yeah, and this is the downside of Unique's position, trying to play on the side of this road here. Absolutely susceptible to nades and Game Home's 3007 really proving that at the moment. But hang on a second, Na'Vi pushing up to Petrichor Road. Mamu was the front line. He understands the situation. If he goes down there, he's not getting revived. Mings, though, he loses that fight. Quizzy got the knock, but Mill able to get one as well. It's unfortunate for Na'Vi, but they are losing this fight. Example goes down to Aikeslev. Petrichor Road picking up where they left off from the last game, looking clean against Na'Vi.
Tag all around, wrapped right up underneath him as well. I thought for a second they were going to try and engage on it, but they actually pushed back on the other side. I like that play. They knew that SSG was still in the compound to the east, and they thought if we try and wrap on kind of third party this fight, we're going to be the ones being backstabbed in the end of it. So smart disengage from a tag all around in a situation where every single other engagement I've seen from them has been them going full on in, kind of head first. Here, they play it slow, they back off, and they survive for another couple of team eliminations. I'd have to think. Nate's in the meantime coming in, and now New Abbey taking the fight across the street.
Yeah, and they have to for the, I think, what is it, 3 remaining players of New Happy. They need to push up. They're not inside of the circle yet, so they're going to need to try and get into this position. Nice little car fort has been massive for Unique in staying alive. It has blocked the majority of the nades. It has blocked the majority of the Molotovs, but that one gets through the back line. Dante gets taken down. Zipyan as well gets Fate in the front line. This one might get flawlessly. How does he stay alive there? That's impossible. Fortunately, another one was thrown from there. New Happy just obliterate Unique.
Ain't gonna sit around and wait for too much longer. They just want to get the wipe, get on forward, and they are still inside this circle now. The pretty decent spot to play because FaZe had opted to wrap North around. In the meantime, CJ gets down Vex. That's the first one to fall. He is on his own, though. Vex does get flushed, though. So an unfortunate casualty. I think they thought they were safe to make the peek on over. But unfortunately, peeking into one team with another team third party, you ain't gonna be too much of a fight to take that you wanted to do. So CJ able to find one, but should be always gonna get here, I would assume anyway.
Well, CJ taking a bit of unnecessary damage by Gustav. FaZe down to 3. Vex, unfortunately, losing his life for what I think is the 3rd game in a row. His first.
Is that
so unfortunate.
Logo?
Is that?
Okay, that's a spray. The graffiti spray from NGEX.
Oh,
and they
shot.
How does he get
Paris
out of it?
gold.
Can't win that.
Yeah, nice little win there for GEX. Center of the circle, good position. I'm not sure how susceptible it is to other teams being able to sort of look at that position, whether they've got a nice terrain for them. But if it is a safe spot, which at the moment I would imagine it is,
They missed
that could
They
be
missed
sort of
him.
an end game spot. 8C gets caught from behind. CJ might be able to get another one. He does get spotted by Cobra as well from a large distance away. Fuzzface pushes up close, but there was very little health on CJ. He gets taken down by Gustav. They'll get the revive onto 8C, and all is well, but only for the time being. They need to get moving. Blue is on its way.
Air 5 over to Kaishin for doing a headshot before CJ peeked over the second time around there, because that could easily have gone against them. Now Bynam trying to make the rep on down, and I think they're going straight down towards where New Happy are currently positioned, or are they stopping just before? Seems like they might have sensed something, so they're going to set up shop on the other side. The thing is, FaZe would probably have wanted to be down here, to be honest. I think this is where they were looking to go early on. That's where they wanted to scout, but then CJ peeks on over. That delays them for a bit, and now they have to wrap even further south around.
Yeah, I don't see the long-term plan here for Balnam United unless things go absolutely perfectly from here. New Happy and or FaZe could be their undoing. Oh no, this is not great driving though from FaZe. They may go down here. Both of them could be. In fact, they are able to stay alive.
How are they alive?
Barely. They completely ignore that position.
Where's
They
Fuss
just
going?
keep sending it into the field. Over towards BBL. It's only Mert and Code Marco. It's 2 versus 3.
What is the communication on this one? They're going in each their direction down towards the combo. They finally do get here, and somehow they're all three still alive through that entire field. Wild rotation coming through. Code Marco does spot one. Gustav tried to get around the building, won't succeed in doing so. 8C down to just 2 bandages, showcasing just how much pressure FaZe has been on the edge of the circle. And now, New Happy, 3 in the car, heard the commotion, and they want part of this engagement, thinking if they can take casualties early on, there might be a win for us in this one. Full speed forward, mid-air knock on towards FaZe as New Happy make their entrance to the compound.
And what an entrance as well at that from New Happy Fuzzface. Unfortunately, he is taken down so early on. Nothing he could do there. FaZe down to 2 players late game. And the circle right on top of GEX. Balnam United though in Kaishin over towards the northwestern side of the circle. Yuppie's taken down by Godace. Cobra very low, but he wins the fight against Urine. Left side peak though, it's Godace. Successful knockdown. Lanaran, the only one left. Balnam United, they need to find revives though. But first, need to deal with Lanaran.
2 bullets and no spare ammo. I really hope you found some 7.62 up there, or else that gun ain't gonna do you a whole lot of help. Godace trying to wrap around. Does
No, what are you doing?
Almost taken down. They lost track of where the opponents were for just a short time. Youngby is still up for rest here. And now
he's pushing!
Is coming on forward. He's just calling the bluff on this one. You ain't gonna push me. I'll get my boosts off. Flash going out. Tries to wrap out on the backside of the building. Smart to make a play on the flash. You go forward, but I don't think he's gonna be right by any longer. Now the peak comes over the top.
No.
First time around.
No.
Out of bullets.
No.
And Ming manages.
No.
Sorry, manages to stay alive. In the meantime, FaZe eliminated as well, and somehow New Happy make this play without taking a single casualty.
Oh my days, what have I just seen? Do not ever show that again. I never want to see that again from Godace, from Balnam. That's so unfortunate. Lanaran survives for Kaishin, but of course all of the action happening elsewhere. GEX with 4. SSG, they've gone quiet in this game. Only the 3 kills. They've got 4 alive. Good spot on the north side. They probably don't have to worry about Lanaran too much, right? He's the solo at that compound. So GEX position that they took earlier against Petrichor Road, a wounded Petrichor Road, has turned out to be a boon for them. It's been quite successful. They've got 4 players up. This is where now, though, you're going to have to take these fights.
Yeah. Curious to see for SSG when they're planning on hopping off the mountainside here as well. I'm liking that New Happy ain't in a hurry to leave this. Of course, they don't necessarily know exactly how many players are alive for BBL. They know that there was a fight going on when they got here, so clear indicator that there's still somebody alive, but the shotgun from behind peaks one. Unfortunately, Ming is there with the immediate trade, and not only that, but they'll get the rest on the backside of the building too. Smart play from New Happy. Send out one, but always make sure that the bag is safe. I love that play from them. In the meantime, Lanaran will fall, so SSG now, I would assume, must know that they have a play that they could potentially make down on the west side of the hillside.
And the thing I love about this final circle here with these 4 teams, everyone's healthy. I mean, New Happy is the only team that is missing a player. Sharp shot will send it down towards the compound. That's fine. It's clear.
Smart play.
Everyone is playing on this eastern side. So having a player or 2 out towards the west here, I think, is really good for Space Station Gaming. This is a nice little maneuver. They've still got a bit of high ground out towards the east as well. Really decent late game 2-2 split from them.
And then you do not have a helmet, and there's no way that they get up on that side. Thank you for wrapping back. I was gonna say, if you peek on over here and you get yourself knocked, that is unnecessary damage taken. Let's see, near circle is gonna head a little north. We know it's most likely gonna shift down south. with phase 8 coming in after this one. So they have to get off the mountain eventually. And if you're SSG here, you're just hoping that all kinds of hell breaks loose before you have to make a play. Really want to see if maybe they'll fight each other first.
So can AAA get up towards Keenan and Altless?
No,
that is the
I
question.
don't think
If they can't get up, then that means they have to push on to GEX,
Exactly.
and New Happy also have to push on to GEX. So SSG sitting pretty. I know we don't have the winner chicken dinner percentages up just yet, but if they were up, I would put them in front. Nice split, good rotation, good awareness. They've got the compound, and everyone has to push on to GEX position at the bottom of this hill, which of course SSG on top.
Exactly.
Will they be on top though at the end of the game?
The more damage SSG can do now before they have to hop down, the better off they're going to be. You can see Oatless is actually inside the circle from the position that he's in, and now Keenan should be wrapping down towards him. Maybe they get a knock or two. Yep, yeah, shooting down towards New Happy already. No shots connected first time around. Oldest would have loved to find the knock there, even if they get the rest back up. That's just still damage done, helmets removed, vests removed, whatever it may be. Maybe working in your favor. Question is now, does Attack All Around know that GX is sitting 4 around that bin?
Well, the answer is no, because otherwise you would
7
think they
nades?
would have thrown those nades.
What?
Yeah, 7. That's just for
Do you have
Jayers
3
as well.
bullets?
They have probably an idea, but I don't know if they have the exact whereabouts. These nades just falling short for GEX. Now they understand the severity of the situation. The other thing, by the way, those shots that were missed on the New Happy won't matter so much for Space Station Gaming, at least not yet, because New Happy are going to be pushing to this fight as well. So AAA, GEX, New Happy are basically all going to converge on this location. It's then up to Space Station to sort of manage their own positioning so that they can get free shots in without actually falling into the madness of it. Now, I don't know if you saw, but does Keenan and Altus, do they have nades they can maybe underarm throw down below?
They do, but I think every single peek they make over this hilltop would leave them completely exposed to New Heavy. Oldless does manage to find an Attack All-Around player, and I'm curious to see if maybe... I don't think that's going to go anywhere. Oh, as I say that, actually does manage to lob all the way where I thought he was throwing it up the hill to damage SSG, but no. A smart mortar attack over the hilltop is going to do damage towards the Attack All-Around guys. Run towards your teammate, even if you go down. Glooms might be able to rest, not going to happen though. I'm liking the fact that SSG ain't in more of a hurry to do this. They can always back off west now that the circle's gone down in that direction.
Yeah, New Happy's the outlier right now. That's kind of not stopping SSG, but SSG can't really send Keenan and Oldless down until New Happy are in a position that are not going to punish them for, as you said, peeking over the top of that hill. Nades continue, but I think so far GEX has been in the better spot in getting damage from their nades. New Happy do need to move now, and they are going to have to move towards this fight of GEX and AAA.
You would have to think that this is an SSG win. They've just sent 2 down to take the dub. They still have 2 up on the hillside. They can wrap back safely on the northwest side. We've just seen the fragging power from New Heavy. And I'm not sure what to expect. Here we go, though. The push is coming forward. Whoa, that nade! No, it's a flash.
Oh. Well, they're going to go in now. They got that knock, and as soon as they got that knock, call time. Look at the heart rate monitors on all of those members. JS, though, he's cool, only 110. Gems up top. That's a really, really good Molotov. New Happy have not moved on this, by the way, but it's GEX that just keep landing all of the shots, even though it's AAA. The aggressors, the nades, the Molotovs, it just don't matter. Only Gems and JS remain for AAA.
How do you still have nades left at this point? They have been throwing
How
them
many?
constantly. That's going to be 3 minutes. Peek on your... No,
how do you lose that?
Save you! Again, there to do damage. Oldless finds a double behind the face camps there. Finds a double on towards New Happy. SSG are harvesting in here while everyone else are taking casualties.
Oh, this has just been awful from AAA. SSG are going to clean up here. Just finish off the job. Janku, he's the only one left for AAA. There is still New Happy, but only 2 current standing members. SSG, they're going to win. They've worked for it. They've waited for it. 15 long matches, but finally, Toby, they will be heading to the weekly finals.
It would need, require the miracle of miracles. As I say that, I mean, even if they get 2, I don't even want to do this. Even if they get 2 alive, this has Space Station written all over it. They played a great position up on the north side. Now they have no HP. Sharpshot finds one. Oldless finds the second. And that, my friends, is SSG through. And look at their faces. They knew there was a chance. They knew they could do it, and they brought it home.
Yeah, as I said, 15 long matches, but in the end, deserved for SSG. Good things come to those who wait. We know there's, of course, one team that has been waiting all this time. It's Sonics. They'll be in after this. Good news though for North America. Maybe it might continue back to back. It remains to be seen, Toby, but what a match in the end from SSG. Played it perfectly. The split, the call to send the two over to the compound, in the end just paid dividends.
It paid out perfectly for them. They had control of the hilltop, they had control of the west side, the new ones to circle went towards them. We just have to sit back here and wait. The fact that attack all around were so slow on the engage onto GX just bought them more time, allowed for the two split players to go down and take out New Happy. Just overall incredibly well played end game by SSG.
Well, I mean, for SSG, this is obviously job done. Now, there's only one game to go for 16 other teams. This is it. There'll be a short little break. We'll go to the desk and all that. But the final chance will be coming up soon. Over to the desk.
What an interesting result this was. We were talking about several teams going into this match that might have been on the cusp of a chicken dinner, but not quite winning it. I will confess, SSG weren't one of them. However, when we take a look at how that last fight panned out, Chunks, SSG, they had 4 players alive and they took their chance specifically at the correct timing. You can't fault the way they played that tactically. It was really good.
I'll be honest with you, Joro. I'm a bit of an SSG fanboy at times. Oldless carries me in ranked quite often, so now is the time for me to just absolutely fanboy for a moment. SSG played that perfectly. That was so well played from them. Look, they got themselves the high ground, which we all know about now. High ground in PUBG is really powerful to work out of. But you got to bear in mind that that high ground was classed as unplayable. So they knew that come the late game, they would be forced off of that hill. They weren't going to be able to play it until the very end of the match. So once they managed to get themselves a knock over in that western compound, they actually sent it down the hill in the bike to send 2 players and actually rock a 2-2 split. Keenan and Oldless, I believe it was, held back up on top of that hill, just gathering info, not getting over aggressive while their teammates down at the bottom made a bit of noise and tried to just get info themselves. When they heard attack all around and GEX start to get involved, well, obviously SSG sent those 2 players out the compound to actually attempt a third party, but that's not exactly what they ended up doing. The zone shifted over to the west, and I believe it was Roth and Sharpshot ended up playing super passive over on that hillside, playing for zone control more than the kills. Then obviously when they saw the kill feed popping off, SSG went to get involved. It was nades left, right, and center to shut down both teams. New Happy losing, I believe, 2 players to the blue zone was not ideal. And then from that point onwards, SSG pretty capable of cleaning it up, but really impressive all around there. Nice kills on the board and a really aggressive endgame. Controlled aggression. That's what I like seeing win a chicken dinner.
And I think controlling that aggression and focusing on making sure you nail that timing is really what got SSG the victory there. We saw New Happy had a fantastic number of kills, but at the end of the day, in fact, Attack All Around, I think, had a great number of kills as well. But Space Station Gaming still came out of that with 9, Rick. It might not have been quite as flashy earlier on in the game with the big, super tense engagements. They might have been picking a couple of people off, but that's because they knew when to start the engagement, and that's what got them the dub.
Yeah, staying up on top of the high ground, keeping themselves safe out of all of the bombardment battles that were going on below. I mean, you saw it was a stupid amount of grenades that AAA had, and not really all that many of them actually connected onto GEX. Yeah, GEX had 7, Gems had 5. Like, between themselves, that's a whole ridiculous amount.
So now we're going to hear from Space Station Gaming themselves. They, of course, booked their ticket to the weekly finals. Let's hear what they have to say.
15번째 매치에서 행운의 파이널 티켓을 가져가게 된 팀은 바로 스페이스 스테이션 게이밍이었습니다. 제 옆에는 로스 선수 나와 있거든요. 바로 인터뷰 진행해 볼게요. 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
네, 이렇게 파이널로 극적으로 가게 됐어요. 사실 PGC 2021에 오신 것도 아메리칸 지역에서 마지막 시드로 왔다고 제가 알고 있는데 PGC에 임하는 각오가 남다를 것 같은데 한번 들어봐도 될까요?
SSG was the last team to qualify in the NA region to PGC. Was there any specific determinations that your team had in this tournament?
I think we're as confident as ever coming into the tournament. I don't think there was any point in my mind that we could come together. I don't think what people remember is that we're actually the newest roster. Like, most of these teams that qualified, they have like 3 members and they just plug and played one guy. We were a brand new team from the start of the year, so coming together and actually, you know, making this work was, I didn't think I had any doubt in my mind that the guys would be able to pull through.
저희 팀이 사실 되게 새로운 팀입니다. 다른 팀들은 세 선수들이 있는 상황에서 한 선수 정도 교체하는 상황인데 저희는 네 선수 모두 다 올해 초부터 교체한 경우였지만 그렇지만 저는 항상 저희 팀을 믿고 어려움 없이 항상 잘 해낼 수 있다고 믿었습니다.
네, 계속해서 팀워크를 맞춰가고 있는 멋진 팀인 것 같아요. 이번 매치에서도 탑4 상황에서 굉장히 자기장 내에서 위치도 좋았고 또 다른 팀들이 교전 중이었을 때 핀 뽑는 소리가 막 옆에서 들렸을 것 같거든요. 개인적으로 그때 어떤 생각했을지 좀 궁금해요.
When there were top 4 teams left, there was a situation where your team could hear the pin coming out of a grenade. What was your thought when you heard that sound, if you did?
We knew they were chucking grenades at us the entire time. Sometimes we get a little lost with hearing those sounds because I'm super loud, Keenan's super loud, everyone's really kind of loud. But I think we had been in those scenarios. We should have won the first 2 games before that. It really just comes down to we tried to remain calm, discuss how we win the game and how we lose the game. And you know, we ended up to manage to pull this one through.
사실 수류탄 핀 소리를 잘 못 들은 상황이 제 목소리도 되게 크고 제 팀원들 목소리가 되게 커서 수류탄 던지는 걸 보고 눈치를 챘습니다. 그리고 팀원들 상황에서 되게 조합이 잘 맞아서 끝까지 마지막까지 잘 할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
네, 정말 어떤 상황일지 궁금했는데 이렇게 또 설명을 해주시는군요. 이제 파이널로 가는 기회가 이번 1주차에서 딱 한 자리가 남았거든요. 혹시 어떤 팀이 올라올 것 같은지 예측 한번 해주시겠어요?
There's only one team left for the weekly final slot. Which team do you think, in your expectations, will qualify for the last slot?
I think Sonics will come out really strong. I know they're a really strong team in this tournament, and I don't think they're really happy with finishing 31st. You know, they kind of dug themselves a little bit of a hole with the hot drops, but they're a strong team, and I think that at the end of the day, they'll pull through in this game.
제 예상에는 소닉스가 올라갈 거라고 생각합니다. 31등을 해가지고 되게 실망을 많이 했을 텐데 핫드롭 때문에 실망을 많이 했을 텐데 하지만 한 팀이 올라간다면 소닉스라고 믿고 있습니다.
네, 과연 소닉스가 올라가게 될지 저희가 한번 마지막 매치 지켜보도록 하겠고요. 로스 선수 인터뷰 감사드립니다.
Thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
네, 이렇게 해서 15번째 매치에서 승리한 팀은 바로 스페이스 스테이션 게이밍이었습니다. 이제 마지막 매치가 여러분들을 기다리고 있는데요.
And that was Space Station Gaming live after they won their previous game, allowing them to move into the weekly finals. But by God, it was at the 11th hour. There's only one game left now, and Sonics are coming into the lobby. We'll talk more about that before the start of the next game. That last game, Chunks, I have to say, the circles in that last game, I know we've seen some weird ones, but I feel like that game was particularly brutal, and we saw all sorts of chaos long before we would normally expect to see it.
Yeah, it was the best circle, in my opinion, you know, starting off all the way over on that western side where it, like, a third of the circle was, like, cut out right away. And then, you know, the brutal shift after shift, everyone was scrambling for positions, especially over on that western side, which is an area that you don't see played often. I think the road springs to mind there, and obviously the crashes all over the place. There was so much action that game, a lot to break down, but I think the takeaway from it all is, look, the best teams, it doesn't matter how the zone goes. They're going to feel confident. They're going to make plays. Sure, they're not always going to work out, but I respect the plays that were made and the sheer sends that came out throughout that match.
Xenox is shaking his head at them putting that in the replay package there. Unfortunate for BN, but it definitely demonstrates the difference in approaches. I mean, you saw the crash from FaZe where it was a tentative crash. Calling it a crash in and of itself is maybe a bit of a stretch, but like the opening knock came from AAA, shooting them in the back, and then staying on the outside, and then New Happy just comes in, all guns blazing, Dukes of Hazzards their way pretty much over the first building in the compound. It was all kind of all over the place, but the aggression, unfortunately for New Happy, got them yet another second place, which is not what you need in a format like this. The points do not matter unless you can convert it into a win, and that's our third place team from the seeding decision as well, so still very, very unfortunate to see them unable to pick up a win.
New Happy, Petrichor Road, FaZe Clan, Na'Vi. Soon we're going to have Sonics in here as well, and there's only one game left to go. Only one spot left in the weekly finals, ladies and gentlemen. That's the end of game number 4. So we're going to go to a short break. And when we come back, it is the last game, the final chance for our teams to continue playing some PUBG for some massive prize money this weekend. See you in a bit.
안녕하세요.
이해도가 높은 위치에서는
안녕하세요. Gas cans try to decide to avoid everything and just go to street. Do this on their own if they can. Keenan will go down. Sharp.
너무 어색한데?
How you doing?
그냥 잘 지내고 있는 것 같아요.
Is Inonix okay with his surgery?
Yes.
Okay, nice. Good. Genji will be strong.
Thank you. Solix is strong.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Can we drink? Gangbu, like from Squid Game? Yeah.
You like chicken?
Yeah, Korean chicken is the best chicken. So should we just start eating? Yeah. That's good.
Good. 어색하다.
We met in a warehouse for a photo shoot. And I was like jiggling my hand warmer around and I accidentally touched the heater that I was standing next to with my hand warmer and it burst open. And all this like black sand went everywhere. So I lost my hand warmer. I was kind of sad because it was really cold. And then Pio gave me his hand warmer.
Yeah.
Before that, I thought he was like a cold-hearted killer. I was like, this guy, you know, he's the top dog, he's a robot. But then I realized he's a human being as well. Are you excited for the games? How do you feel about TSM in South China?
젠지는 역시나 편하게 강남을 진입하고 있는 그런 상황이고요.
We win.
I spoke to Gunnar this morning, the coach. He said, tell Pio I send him my regards.
살아가서 꼭 죽여주겠다고.
I don't know if there's going to be much surviving for us in Pochinki.
17게임이?
AAA and 17, it's a bloodbath.
You do have Tiggleton up on the roof with a scar. That's pretty devastating if anybody gets themselves into a sight line. Quick and easy.
이어서 꼭 마지막 탑4에서 만났으면 좋겠다.
Good. Why do you still prefer the SLR and barrel?
일단 데미지가 좀 세고 5탄 총은 좀 약해서.
The M4 is still king.
No, Perry is king.
On the roof with a scar. That's pretty devastating if anybody...
It's going to be a quick exchange back and forth between the two. Like gas cans try to decide to avoid everything and just go to street level. Tiggleton.
I was just gonna say, can we take a moment? How his plate, all the bones are just polished, and then on mine, it's just like... We are Gongbu. We are Gongbu.
일단 대회를 이겨야 되니까 이거라도 이기고 가야죠. 승리의 스타트를 할까? 가위바위보. 깔면 되나요?
Okay. Is there like a technique I should know? Oh, I didn't even hit it.
에이, 저도 못 치는데.
How's it supposed to flip?
되는 거 맞죠 이거? 오! 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 Yeah! Yeah!
That's good.
I mean.
You win. Genji winner. I will be, what's his name from Squid Game? Doc So.
오. 너무 멀리 날아가구나. 오, 쉣. 오, 씨. 오, 씨. 네. 느낌 안 것 같은데? 아! 아!
Sonics.
Oh, shit.
1-1, baby.
I'm genius, yeah.
Genius?
Yeah.
That's what it means.
야, 잘하는데?
Thank you. 감사합니다. He's dead.
2019년도 때는 대회를 안 나왔었는데 그 당시에는 뭐 어떤 걸 하고 있었던지.
I was at PGC 2019, but in the crowd.
그 젠지가 우승할 거라고 생각했는지.
Actually, yes. For my Pick'ems challenge, before the tournament even started, I picked them and only them, and I got it right.
오, thank you.
In 2020, we won PGIS. What was Genji doing?
사실 진짜 5주차 우승할 때까지만 해도 와, 이거 진짜 재우승 할 수 있겠다 라고 생각했는데 6주차 때를 좀 많이 못하기도 했고 그 당시 소닉스가 진짜 너무 말도 안 되게 잘했던 것 같아요.
Genji, I remember after the first day, I saw Genji on the leaderboard and I was like, that's impossible. What settings does your team play with on stage?
사실 진짜 기본적으로 all 매우 낮은, all very low,
Low?
and yeah,
Okay.
very simple. 약간 특별한 건 딱히 없어가지고. Oh shit.
I don't know the total scene or idea. I just know my part.
저는 알고 있었어. 합성하는데 쓴다고 촬영 감독님인지 모르겠는데 한 분이 제 앞에 서 있었거든요. 차라리 티켓팅이면 그냥 편하게 볼 텐데 처음 보시는 분이 눈 마주치고 이렇게 총을 겨누라고 해가지고
Yeah.
총 쏘는 거 안 힘들었냐? 누르고 쏴야 되잖아요.
For us, it was just I was just holding it. I didn't really pull the trigger.
전 쏘는 거 했거든요. 엄청 무거워가지고 총이.
That probably means he's gonna shoot me in the trailer.
모르겠네. I don't know.
I found it hard to hold it steady because the lens was right up against the barrel of the gun, and even if I was holding it like as still as I could, for the camera it would be going. Woo, 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 woo.
그거 말고 다른 것도 있었나요, 촬영?
Yeah, I had a small PGIS trophy.
아, 부럽네요. 트로피.
Maybe the PGC trophy will be for Genji.
아, 나는 헤어지기 전에 준비한 선물이 있는데 그거를 드리겠습니다.
What is that?
It's 축구인.
축구인?
sleeping.
Sleeping.
Yeah.
Oh, this is my PO.
Yeah. Cooling system.
I'll give it a try. That's for sure.
인증 좀 해달라고.
Yeah. Okay. I wish Genji the best. Obviously, I don't want you guys to do better than us, but if it's not us, then I hope it's you.
예, 무조건 상위권에서 경쟁하게 될 텐데 17게임이랑 트리플 A 꼭 이겼으면 좋겠고 결승전 와서 경쟁하겠지만 우승 저희가 못하더라도 SQ가 했으면 좋겠다.
Well, that was one of the closest games we've seen all day. That was incredible. I really enjoyed watching that. And of course, we're going to have Tiggleton in the lobby now as well. Rick, more NA, Sonics are back.
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 well-known boosts in PUBG. You've got your energy drink, your painkillers, your adrenaline syringe. The little-known 4th one is being flamed by Chunks, because it seems that ever since that has happened at the start of today, it's been the boost that the Americas have needed, particularly for this final game. In fact, if we look at the standings, it's been all Western teams. A large part of that comes from the fact that, like, there's not that many Asian teams actually left, because most of them have already qualified. But today we've only had 2 Europe and 2 Americas teams qualify, which, you know, it's got to bode well a little bit if you are the likes of FaZe or the likes of Sonics coming in. If you know, all your Western broskies have been actually performing very well on the final couple of days.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Chunks? Maybe we need some APAC flaming coming in to balance things out from your end.
Yeah, as soon as Saga said that, Xenox tagged me in our Discord and said, please flame APAC. So, now is the time. APAC, what are you doing? Buram, first of all, just so split up right now. They need to stop just sending solos. They need to work as a unit, because sure, it works well sometimes when you're feeling confident, when you're the top team in the lobby. You can go out, you can flex, you can get aggressive, but in a lobby like this, I feel like Buram should definitely center it up a lot more and sweep as a team. So that's my hope for APAC here. We want to see more than one APAC team make it through to the weekly final.
It feels a little bit rude to talk about the top team in the lobby as soon as we switch over to the Sonics cam, because we expected them to be up there, but they're coming in for our very final game of the weekly survival series. But like we said before, they're a team that is well used to success, both regionally and internationally and globally as well. So if there's any team that we would maybe, you know, if you are, for example, Rems from OCE, if there was any team that you would put money on, let's say, for example, $1,000 on a bet, then this is probably the team to try and do that. So best of luck to him. I hope it goes well for him, and by proxy, I hope it goes well for the Sonics as well, because, I mean, Pio himself said it. He's hopeful that he will get to face off in the weekly finals up against Sonics, and it's definitely an expectation for a lot of us that they would make it to that point. They've really put themselves, like, on the back foot in the possibility to do so, but there is still a very strong possibility that they are a strong enough team, but they have to get through the hot drop, potentially with AAA first.
And we need to talk about that in a couple of minutes, Chunks. Are we about to see a Pachinki hot drop? Is that going to happen in this final game of the day?
Surely not. I mean, just surely not. Sonics have one chance right now. One chance to make it to the weekly final. They wouldn't take that gamble, would they?
Would they? Would they?
Please don't.
Rick, what do you think? Are we going to see? I mean, you heard in the video, like, the players were talking as if, look, hot dropping, we just have to win these fights. Going somewhere else isn't an option. That wasn't mentioned anywhere. Are we going to see it in this next game?
You know what? We've been lacking in hot drops today. We even highlighted it. Like, the starts of these games have had far too many players alive for our liking when it comes to phase 2. So we need to sort of sort that out a little bit. And AAA, you know what? They have actually looked pretty solid when it comes to picking up the frags, but they've been doing it in a more systematic way. It's not been scrappy APAC style fights, which is more, you know, what would typically maybe lean into success in a hot drop, but they didn't really have the best of times in it during the super settings portion of the event earlier on in the week. So if there was a time for them to convincingly win a hot drop, this has to be it.
I mean, that would be incredible. Heroic did it in 2. Can Sonics do it in 1? It's match number 16 of Weekly Survival. 1 spot left for the weekly finals. Who's going to take it? Casters, over to you.
One game, one chance. That's all that remains here for the weekly survival, of course, presented by Alienware and Toomey. This is it, Toby. The final plane before the weekly finals. 16 teams, 1 spot.
And you know what? I like this plane. It's a fair, decent plane. But I do feel like more often than not, when we get these really fair and really decent planes, they tend to be followed by brutal circles. And if today's game's anything to go by, Xenox, I feel like brutal circles is all it's been throughout the entire day.
Yeah.
So hopefully for these 16 trying to find final spot, let's give it a fair playing field, shall we?
Yeah, back over to Erenkel as well. I think Miramar, the 2 games that we had off it, probably threw up the craziest of the circles. Erangel itself has also had some pretty interesting ones too. I'd like to maybe finish off with another one. Why not? Of course, we are looking at Sonics on the right-hand side of the screen. They are our new team that has made it into the lobby. They have waited all this time. Match number 16. They get one chance, one shot. It does mean we don't expect them to go to Pachinki, and of course, that is where they have avoided. AAA are there, and AAA will get Pachinki to themselves. Sonics will go somewhere else.
I was gonna say, are they hot dropping Shelter? That is, it's been a while since I've seen that one. They are hopping up towards the northeast, of course, with the plane going diagonal down towards the southeast. Not a lot of teams will be headed in that direction, but having said that, there are still a few making it over here. It seems like they will be able to fly on forward, but they're getting shot at already, and I'm seeing game home players in vehicles. This is suboptimal playing grounds right from the get-go. Backmoo does turn around, though couldn't get to Tiggleton in time, and fortunately for him, he did turn around because Tiggleton ready and waiting with an M16 inside.
Yeah, that would have been a very unfortunate start for Sonics, and, well, this circle's actually not that bad for them. Kaishen, though, has Sylphie, sort of just infiltrating their compound. Landren's found an M416. They should be able to deal with him quite comfortably. Kaishen's been a team that has, quite honestly, gone under the radar a little bit today. Only 9 kills, by the way, from their 7 games, so they haven't necessarily been a team that has maybe deserved to be in the spotlight, but if they can deal with Selfie here, that's a nice little early kill, get the blood pumping, get the game rolling a little bit. They finished 3rd in match 2. Outside of that, not too much else.
And again, we talked about switching lobbies and whatnot. How do we end up? I know I called it a pretty fair plane. How do we end up having 3 teams in Shelter or the nearby vicinity? Kaishin are split with one down towards prison. I guess this was just the area that everyone thought, well, this is probably the one spot that no one else wants to go to, so I'll just go here. And now 3 teams. I don't recall the last time I've seen this many teams try and fight over scraps, which this essentially is. And because of that, now Mansion, Mills of Power, and all these other very viable positions, Novo to some extent as well, are completely up for grabs and available. So curious to me that this ended up happening, but that's what happens with changing lobbies, I suppose.
If the plane path had been a little more northerly, I would have expected maybe a bit of LeBlanc from Mansion as well, but not to be. The pull-up Landrin just gets set down by 3007. Cobra needs to get a couple of shots back, does get the down onto Disgusting. Sylphie there, but unfortunately Cobra completely outnumbered here. Has Nordra actually just behind him in the woods. Nordra just pulls up and just spots him getting out into the Wizzy Tower on the top floor. Cobra and for Kaizhen, not a way to start their final game. Game Home get the revive, so they've got 4 players up, and they've got the compound. This is good for the APAC team.
Well, Kaishen sitting all on his own inside a building that could potentially be where the game is going to end, but he's got 16 bullets, hasn't looted anything but a Wizard Tower, and he's got 3 teams around him, so there's that. In the meantime, the remaining Kaishen players not exactly grouped up and united. They are trying to do that as we're speaking, but you can see here Buram trying to maybe get a little bit of a coordinate on where they're playing from, and now realizing there's one inside this compound is going to make easy turn around.
What are they doing though? I mean, Buram have players everywhere. They are split. I mean, we're only 4.5 minutes into the game. Yeah, all over the place, quite literally, and struggling to sort of get an idea as to what they're trying to do. I'm assuming try and scout out a position.
In their defense, I don't think they expected to have this many people join them to go towards Shelter. Similarly, that Sonics didn't expect to be joined by anyone, and Game Home probably didn't expect that either. So, again, you can't prep for that many teams with such a short margin. And now let's see here, Game Home, they're already split, and now they have to fight off Backmoo. He does manage to take down Smash, but unfortunately, the full force of BBL were there, and they wouldn't learn of them.
Oh my god!
Everyone is
fighting. And when you think about the format and you think it's all about survival, well, teams are taking fights to get big play positions. The map is so congested on top of this farm and Milta area. Like, if you could see the map, I wish we could pull it up. But it is so congested already. Inside of the first 5 minutes, teams vying for these positions based off of this circle. That's why they're fighting for these spots so they can survive for the long game.
It's unfortunate that none of them know that it's going to be military. I'm just saying.
Oh no.
Could you imagine? Not only do we have all the players except for Unique up on the north side, but they're also bunched together already. As oh my god, that need. We didn't get to see it during the game, but holy moly, that's a hole in one if I've seen one.
Yeah, this is, of course, the ending of our previous match, Space Station Gaming. They had it pretty easy in the end, all things considered, due to, of course, their positioning and the way they played it, so all the credit does go to them. For AAA, GEX, it was always just going to be that bloodbath between those two teams. New Happy were down to the south. They didn't really get involved, actually, really at any point. And Space Station Gaming, Roth ended up pushing up, cleaning up, and then they had the 4-on-2 to finish it all off, and of course booked their place in the weekly finals. They left it almost to the very last game, but still job done in the end for SSG. But of course, with our current game and our final game of this week's weekly survival, things kicking off early between Pero and Archangel Predator. 1-for-1 trade, both teams now down to 3 players. Not ideal for Petrichor Road. For those that only maybe just tuned in, I would very much recommend go back, watch match 3 of the day. They played a phenomenal game and unfortunately walked away in second place, but one to maybe watch back later.
A lot of utility spent to try and clear out Yippee. A headshot does come through. Notre runs back though. Well, the Molly did the work for him, so no reason to. Is that what we call a fadeaway in PUBG? You know, just throw the Molly, fire one bullet. That's a headshot. Pff, don't even need to peek it anymore. That's fine. I know the Molly's gonna deal with him. So he gets himself the kill and what I can only assume to be the flush here to follow. And yeah, Burram making a bit of space for themselves. This is where they got their win to go through, I would say, with the in the ranking decision matches. So maybe it's a bit of home turf advantage going for them playing in that area of the map.
And for Sonics as well, this is really what they need to do. They need to avoid the fights. Everyone else that's played, 7+ games, in some cases 16, 15 games. They're ready. They're all warmed up. They've been fighting for these early game positions. But for Sonics, the best thing is to honestly just loot up, chill out, hold a decent compound, play for the late game. And that's just something they didn't see a whole lot of in the ranked decision. Of course, losing out to 17 Gaming almost every time. Not every time, but close enough to it. So it's just all about getting to that late game scenario for them and see if all of that, confidence can come back at the right time, find a win here in this final game. What a story that would be if it does happen. But of course, 15 other teams in this lobby. Mad Clan all the way up north towards Severny. They are making their way down south. New Happy close by to the split of BBL. That might kick off here as I'm looking at the map. They are getting quite close. And Unique still on Sosnovka Island. They somewhat are getting bridge camped by FaZe.
Yeah, just stay Unique. No reason to stress that one. Marco does manage to find one from New Happy. Second one might be to follow. No, not gonna happen. 6 bullets in the chamber for Marco. Would probably want to reload before the next engagement starts. Not gonna matter. Nan finds him, gets the instant flush confirmed as well. Down to 2. Should they be able to get Jan up, that's going to be 3 alive, but there are still more BBL players in the area. Issue is, they called this perfectly. They read the split, they called the bluff, they pull up 3v2, and now the remaining 2 players, Mert and Metrali, is actually a little bit further away. Nice play from Nan around the backside, hurt the nade being pulled. Wraps back, gets the kill, and that's going to be BBL down 2.
Yeah, perfectly played from Nan. Here's that pin being pulled, like you said, Toby, and then he's able to just wait for it to get thrown. As soon as it's thrown, he knows there's that animation. He knows that player doesn't have the gun out. He pushes it, gets that kill. New Happy play that pretty well. Yes, they lose HS, but still 3 players. You can work with that. We've all seen teams in the past win with 3 players. It's not impossible, but that is something that they're going to have to work with now for the remainder of this game. They needed a northern shift, though. 25 seconds until phase 2. New Happy cannot afford to be rotating as 3.
They could use a military shift if they just insta-sprint to the western bridge. I'm just saying. It wouldn't be the worst circle for them. Petrichor would beat them, but if they start fighting attack all around, maybe there's a chance that could happen. We'll see. Just 7 seconds from now. Where is this one taking us? Everyone is bunched up in the middle. And who is it gonna pay off for? Circle? Well, it's going to try and keep as many players inside as possible, and only a few outside.
The old center donut shape looking circle. I like it. For this kind of finish, I think it's deserved. Had we got a Sosnovka Island finish for this very final match, it would have just been chaos. As fun as that is, just really want the best team going through. And this kind of circle, I think, really pays dividends for those teams. I wonder if a Unique, do they force the Milton Bridge, or do they go for a very late rotate back over to the Lighthouse Bridge and come in from the western side of this circle, from the yellows, from the cliffs, and play from that position? It looks as if, though, they are going to force it over the Milton Bridge. So they'll be pushing in actually towards FaZe and over towards E36, who are making the push on the beach at the moment. So FaZe Clan got a couple of teams coming to their doorstep.
That is interesting, because the fact that, E36 wraps around this way at pretty much the exact same time as Unique and now starting to cross over. And I hope for E36 that they think better of it and wrap the other way. This could be pretty disastrous for FaZe if they end up getting tangled up in all this. And on the other hand, they could get a lot of free kills should this fight end up happening. It does seem like Unique are able to wrap around. In the meantime, Kai Shin, game home, they have been sitting door to door the entire early game, really, and none of them has really gained anything from it.
It's not a bad spot here either. Unfortunately for both teams, Wounded. Game home down to just one player left. Disgusting does well, though. Now forces Kaishin down to one player as well. So they meet the same fate when it's all said and done. Cobra, the last left for Kaishin. He's over towards Shelter. No chance to see him really get too involved. And of course, for Disgusting and for Game Home, they are down to one as well, but at least inside of the circle. Good little spot for the time being. For Pero, they lost one early. They're down to 3. Got to be hard to see them finding the win from here. But over towards Snake Way, they've got a decent spot next to Na'Vi, who are playing a very big 2-2 split, in fact. So intriguing to see how Na'Vi play from here with 4 up still.
Especially now that they've found it's not directly in between them, but they could come to harm their split rotation to some extent. I just gotta say, you know, you've had a tough game when you're Cobra and you have a 15 bullet barrel and a pistol 12 minutes into the game. that's the indicator of you having not the greatest game right now.
Yeah, Ace team's not having the greatest game either, or at least weren't having the greatest game. So they're all dead. And unfortunately for Kaishin, only 9 kills from 7 games. It's just not going to cut it. Even in this kind of format, you still need to be winning fights, getting kills if you are to qualify. It's still a really good indicator for playing well. And that's really what you want to be doing. Even if you don't find the win, you know, the likes of New Happy, FaZe, Boundham United, they've got a high amount of kills. Of course, they've played 16 games, and that's a factor. But they'll be feeling confident, even if they don't qualify from this final game, going into you know, the bottom 16 and to sort of give themselves a good chance at next week.
Exactly. Let's see. New circle, 30 seconds away from Pubbin. I'm curious to find out when Petrico, if they do want to call the bluff here on Na'Vi, maybe they realize that not enough shots are being fired from the south side of the compound, that maybe it's a split going on. Because if they pull the trigger on that, they could, not easily, of course, but could go out and get themselves quite a few, a solid double kill and gain control of the entire landscape in that area. But let's see if it's going to pay dividends, should they do so or not. New circle, where are we going?
North.
South, could you imagine? BBL.
Well, it could have.
There you
go. Doesn't though. Right on top of BBL, they'll take that. Of course, they're only a duo, so how much can they really do with it? But for now, GEX also a decent position over towards Farm. If they can defend that, they could group up as 4 and leave the southern compounds Farm if they want to. Teams, of course, are going to want to try and crash that position with this kind of circle. Pero with 3 over towards Snake Way, and Na'Vi, that's where it's time to group up as well. Their 2 will move up to the other 2.
Na'Vi trying to reunite, makes perfect sense. Archangel opting to play this open position. We've seen many teams play it in the past, and now, well...
Oh, what?
Cobra, if you shoot now, he's not. He's gonna sit there and he's gonna hold that angle until Konaxi, unfortunately, goes down and ends up dying. Because there's no way in hell that Konaxi expects this.
Well, this is not inside of the circle.
It
so
isn't.
at some point, it's not... So at some point, Cobra's going to have to make his way out. Konaxi, of course, has absolutely no idea that Cobra's in shelter. Mad Clan are around the area as well. I still don't know what Birem are doing. They've got this weird
trying
split.
to find a hold, I think. I mean, if you look at if you look at the map, they're trying to find somewhat of a hole in the wall. A bit of a gap where they can sneak on through. But as you can see, both of us, there ain't one. I mean, maybe you can spot there's only... I mean, their best read right now is seeing that there's only one from Game Home in that compound, and they go take it for you. In the meantime, a team that didn't hesitate at all to make a move on forward. Just goes to the end of Force 36, full speed ahead. Gustav runs on, gets run on over by Indigo. There's still 2 up on alive, so they could potentially still do damage to them. Gustav has fallen down. AT's down there to get a bit of a revenge going, but they have taken casualties already. That is the slowest run over I have seen in a very long time.
It was like slow motion. Unfortunately for Gustav, he didn't get run over technically. He got rammed into the sun. He got sent packing, flying. FaZe, they clean up, they get the kills, but they do lose a player for it. It's not ideal, but what can you really ask them to do in that scenario? Enter Force with a crazy little push, and they get one, but ultimately that will be a detriment for FaZe moving forward. And it feels like that's probably been the story of FaZe's night. They've just never been able to have 4 alive past 20 minutes.
It's not been easy for them, especially not when you get thrown a curveball like that one. Now they're on the hunt for him. They want to get him dealt with, and it makes perfect sense to me. They know that more teams could be looking to make that direction down to the south side of the map at some point, whether it be for rotation, trying to claim some terrain. So avoiding a potential backstab there, smart decision to commit us to and go out and take out the last player from Interforce 36.
And now 7 seconds away from phase number 4. Does it continue on to farm for GEX? They would certainly like it, but it goes north, and that's a good sign for Sonics fans. Of course, they're not in the circle, Toby, but they're close by to it. They can play the northern side of the circle. Yeah, space to work with is the mantra. AAA, decent spot for them, but it's the south side of this circle, right? All of these teams that were towards the beach or around the farm, what do they do from here for phase 4? Do they send it to farm? Do they send it to this position sort of center of the circle around that little footpath where it's kind of elevated a little bit? What's going to be the play for them?
No, you would really want to found that knock. I was going to say the more time they wait to engage and attack all around here, the more players are going to be in this area for the fight to come. In the meantime, Baonam thought they could potentially get a piece of farm. Not going to happen. They back off, and now Mime finally does get one knock. They spot one more attack all around player, wrap around the other way. And that's going to be them up on the hillside. And for Sonics, fortunately, one less player to worry about on that team. Baonam now making the pull up on the compound. They went full speed forward, and they have a 3-on-1 versus Disgusting.
Yeah, Disgusting getting that knock helps his chances here. Had it been a 4-on-1, you wouldn't have given him much of a chance. They can get that revive though, Baonam United. If they understand the scenario here that it is a solo. Cobra does go down to Dava. That was Mad Clan over to the top right. Zest and Young B push in. They get rid of Disgusting. They'll get the revive. FaZe on the rotation as well, just north of farm at the moment. Where do they go though? They're starting to wrap back around. They've just done a full circle. They're going back to where they started.
Why scout with your scopes when you can scout with your cars? That's the play. Drive into the center of the circle and go, nope, didn't like what we saw there, and head straight on back out again. I think they wanted to get the position that Archangel currently split in, because not a lot of teams up to play that dip early on, but they saw there were people there, didn't like it, and somehow, that's the most impressive thing to me, got away from there. I might be saying this a little too early, but got away from there with everyone alive. Fuss seems to be in a bit of a pickle here, though. Here comes
Dodger just as well to his right. And God Meow's spotted him, can't land the shots. Those aren't easy shots. Little seat swap here from Nordre is successful onto Fuzz FaZe. FaZe down to 2. Only 80 and Fex remaining. And it's looking like FaZe, unfortunately, will not be playing on Sunday this weekend.
Out they go. 12 more teams still alive and kicking, trying to see if they can fight their way on through with the final ticket, of course, with the weekly finals being the victory of this game. Nate's everything being put to use as Na'Vi try to make an aggressive play towards Petrichor. They know they're playing the backside of this combat is going to leave them exposed. You can see it right here. Attack all around. As soon as they're on the backside of that building, will start shooting at them.
Example wants to throw in this flash and then make his way in. Checks the right-hand side. Alia had a little bit of an angle. Glooms, speaking of angles, gets the knock onto Mings. Couple of fights all happening at once, especially over towards the west. You can see up to the northwest as well. Sonics, AAA still close by to each other, but it's Pero and Na'Vi. Example gets Aches left. That's a big kill. Of course, Pero did not have all their players intact. Now it's only Mill that's left. They had an amazing day, and honestly, they've been a fascinating team to watch throughout the weekly survival, Pero, but unfortunately, it's looking like their time is done here.
It's almost as if the game knew, with so many people jumping in that direction early on, we wanted the game to end up by that north side compound. At least that's what it looks like right now. Milt trying to hold off 1v3. Finds the first one, ain't gonna get more of it though. Now the rest has to be commenced to both of them make that. Na'Vi, well, they have a rotation to make it just about 30 seconds. In the meantime, a fight's gonna happen here. Mime is looking in one direction, but they have a tackle around just on the other side. In the meantime here, GEX.
What is this?
Sneaky
the slow walk.
Keep making his way on forward. Unfortunately, that's the bit of utility, and now Burry Ramp from above spots him.
God Meow just tagging the feet. Oh, AAP, unique. Dante gets knocked down. Faultlessly was already eliminated as well prior to that. AAP doing well. Fate's down. So is Elgin Bots, though. Mutual destruction between those two teams. Elgin Bots gets eliminated by Zest. Unique, though, also somewhat down for the count here. They're out of players. CJ, though, the last one alive for AAP for Unique, they've also only got the one player left. For Sonics, they've been so defensive this game, Toby. They have been hugging this blue. They're not wanting to go into the circle at all. 21 minutes, it's time to move forward. It's time to take some fights.
Well, where are we going? Playing passive as maintain full on their feet for the entire thing so far. Here comes the drive-by. SR with the double from the car. 3-man vehicle pull-up, and they managed to stay alive with 2. Having said that, they are taking casualties by the second, and everyone else here trying to force fights on the southern side of the circle, while only a few managed to roam the lands of the north side. This Southern Spinner ticket, Melman seals the deal for Archangel. Out they go in 10.
9 teams left, 28 alive for our final match of the Weekly Survival Week 1. Still a lot of teams that have got 4 players alive. Baonam, Buram, Mad Clan as well, and Sonics, all with 4 up. Everyone else 3 or less. Sonics, though, not the best position, if I might add. New Happy have only got the 3 players, but they can gatekeep Sonics out of this position. Then you've got AAA just to the south of them as well. This position for GX, by the way, that they crashed, yeah, it wasn't even inside of the circle, so... I'm not sure exactly what the plan was in the end. SSR, the only one that's left, throws out a couple of smokes. He'll die to Buram or maybe Baonam. But Baonam's got the only compound in the circle, Toby. And they are a very proficient team at fighting late game with 4 players up. I'd look to them to maybe win from here.
Yep, wouldn't expect to see anyone try and crash that compound until they absolutely have to. The bounce of that nade, thought it was gonna maybe explode earlier. Could easily have been a double knock. Not gonna happen though. Examiner in the meantime does manage to do damage uphill. This is playing out perfectly for Sonics. Don't have a lot of space to maneuver, but if damage can be done to the teams that are holding them outside the circle right now, this could really, really work out for them. 2 down from attack all around. In the meantime, New Happy, I think Sonics know they are their first, or at least immediate, threat here on the north side of the circle.
Yeah, and that circle is now... the compound's out of it. So Baonam United need to push out of it, and everything I said before 30 seconds ago is no longer warranted. Mad Clan, decent position up north. They can push into the circle onto Sonics and or New Happy, depending on what happens. Buram, Baonam, they'll come in from the eastern side, but it's out west where we've got the majority of these teams. Jayers through the smoke onto example shots back the other way. Needs to be careful. Still 3 first aid kits. He can go for it. And as you mentioned, the nades. He had 7 in that earlier Miramar match. He's got 5 now here on Erangel. Throw them down onto Na'Vi and end their fate right now.
Well, this is what I was waiting for. The team to have the furthest to transition will be Buram, and here they come. They know it. Doozy is down here somewhere. He's inside the circle too. He's gonna be welcomed by a full-man Buram. Pull up the nade is there. He's actually gonna do damage to himself. Sub-convenient to say at the very least. And now, Doozy jumping around the spaces again. He's gonna molly himself as well. This is going from bad to worse as Doozy does everything he can to take himself out. Unfortunately, that's gonna be the case. Unique for the nade.
Good spot. APAC might be able to find yet another team into the weekly finals here. They've got a lot of teams alive right now. AAA, Buram, Baonam United all still up. 7 kills, 6 of which from Zest as they start to push out. They've got Mad Clan, though, pushing in above them up to the north. 24 minutes has now elapsed. Only 7 teams remain. The nades, they are bouncing over Na'Vi's heads. Looking for the revival to Alia. Jayas had 5. He's now down to 1 remaining. This one is very good! Big nade from Jayers, and AAA send Na'Vi packing in 7th. 6 teams left.
That's why you have 8 nades, so you can throw the first 4 and miss and hit with the 5th. I like it. And Na'Vi knew that once they allow for Buram to come in on the south side, it's game over for them. They were simply gonna... There was nowhere they could sit and heal and not get shot at. They had to make that play uphill earlier. They thought they could buy their time. Didn't work out for them, and down they go. Nice hold by attack all around, but they took casualties in doing so as well. Now, we head on over to Matt. They've been able to sit tight for a while. Headshots traded. None of them really forced to make a move here. Sonics have space inside the circle, though.
And this is now where, for Sonics, they have not really had much fighting this game. They should have a lot of utility. Tiggleton, though, no nades, no molly, no smoke, only 2 first aid kits. So I'll just take back what I said. Apparently, they don't have exactly a whole lot of utility. Mad Clan do, though. They've used a lot of their smokes already. Lash holding the first one. Dava pushes out. That was a chance for Tiggleton to maybe get that first knock. No one is third-partying this, not just yet at least, but New Happy are close by. You can see on the map.
I'm looking at Buram right here. If they make a play onto Baonan, that is going to be Baonan forced to take that fight all back further up the hillside. If Buram stays on the south side, which could well happen, that could be Baonan making the third-party fight and forcing the fight between Matt and Sonics to escalate. In the meantime, New Happy as well, not really too keen on engaging on anything. Don't know if they have the exact numbers of alive players on attack all around. As I say that, here they come, full speed forward. They want to clear out Jayers and seal control on the west.
Yeah, smart play here for New Happy.
Yes.
If they had pushed on to Sonics, then they give up this western control. Obviously, Jace is only the
There you
solo.
go.
They get rid of him. Very quick, very clean, very sharp as well. And they are going to be able to control this circle. Mad Clan, though, do not want to get into a scrap with Sonics. They're going to send it.
Where are you
Recall
going?
back to our last game of Erangel, and they did something very similar. It did get them into third place. In fact, they're going a little bit further, scouting, learning from the Book of FaZe. But David gets knocked out, so does Ian as well. That's Sipyard from New Happy, Edie as well from Buram. Mad Clan looking quite mad at the moment.
What is going on?
What?
What?
Okay, moving on. 4 teams left, one of which is a solo player. There's an absolute massive chance that Sonics can pull it out. One game, one go. It is going their way at the moment, especially with Balnam United and Buram fighting each other. If they wound each other, if they're down to only 2 or 3 players remaining, it makes life so easy for Sonics. There's a very happy man right now in Rems somewhere out there who could be smiling in a couple of minutes. 10 kills though for Buram. Do not count them out. Look at that heart rate monitor. All in the red. Sonics on the move. Man should go down.
They get the kill on towards him as well. Just 3 teams left alive now. Buram knows exactly where the guys from Sonics are. How does Baunan's last 2 players engage on this though? And should it come to a 4v4, who will hit their shots? Sonics have just landed on, I think, 25 crates worth of utility ammo and everything else, so they should be properly looted coming into this final fight. They had 1 game and they get themselves 1 chance to make it on through. It would be absolutely insane, but that's the first one. Look at this, 8 kills already for Nuadra. Potentially a 9th to follow. Should be able to get the flush on Shrimsy.
It's a little bit of like APAC versus NA at the moment. Shrimsy deep inside of that smoke, like you said, on those supply crates. They got a lot of that utility now banked up. Mime, need to hit these shots, need to get a knock, need that pressure onto Buram. Right now, they're the only team with 4 players currently standing. Quinn going for the revival to Shrimsy. That will be successful, but Buram need to make a move and they need to make a decision. Do they finish off the rest of Balnam United or do they go to Sonics?
Everyone has to make a move at this point, and I feel like Sonics are in the better position, honestly. Right now, Baonan kind of focused down the hill towards Buram. Buram have their vehicles parked in a way that they can't really utilize them a whole lot to move away from there. You can see the tires are being popped. They don't want to allow for Sonics to go take center position with the vehicle port, but they do have players on the edge of the circle. We're talking a tree, 2 trees to sit behind. Tiggleton gets knocked by Konaxi. 8 kills for Nuadra, continues to do damage, but every single time they get a knock on Sonics, Baonan is up the hillside doing damage to Buram, forcing them to stay behind the ridgeline.
And all of these smokes that Sonics have now expended, they may not have many pushing forward after this. They're not inside of this circle. And that blue is going to start moving soon as well. Balnam United, if they head over to Sonics, they could really crash the party. Dr. Logi just getting a position at the tree with the Dacia.
Oh, I thought he was gonna go further than that for a second. I got real scared. Let's see Nuadra. 60 bullets into the chamber in total. And remember, if this comes to a close quarter fight, all the damage they're doing to helmets, to vest right now on towards Sonics could be the difference maker. And whether they get this one or not. Busted vest for HWin. No smokes available as well. No helmet for Godmeow. Everyone here wounded, to say the very least. And there are still 2 Baonan players alive on the hilltop.
H-Win's down! Shots from God Meow. Buram have continued to find knock after knock onto the Sonics, and they have not been able to find one yet the other way. That's what Sonics have been waiting for, to land a knock, to get it down to that 3 versus 4, then make that run over the cross towards the other side of the circle. Tiggleton's low. Baonam's shooting at both teams from the north side. Buram looking to really punish them here. Sonics, that blue, it is now enveloping their position. They've lost their cover as well. They've lost H-Win. They are all hiding behind the tree. Buram's just lost Nodra though. Canaxi's low.
My lord, again, every time they get something going, there's a team up the hillside doing damage. Now finally, Baonan looking the other way as well. Shrimsy wants to get rid of one, and now the committed push is happening. They know that there is players from Buram forced down the hillside. Look at this small rock. That's all they have to play. No one's within the vicinity of being able to utilize any sort of utility. Godmeow does find one. Edie does go down the other side. 2 players alive for Buram. 1 alive for Sonics. It's a 1v1v2.
Mime.
What's Mime? Tags
Mime!
up, 1 HP!
Oh! Badham's still going to play it. Dr. Logi up north. He's not out of it. Sonics are out third. That's it. Booram or Badham. It is Booram United. Oh! 17 kill win in the final game of the weekly survival. They survived and they will play on the weekend.
Oh my lord, we saw them east, Xenox. We saw them sit on the east going, how in the world are they gonna make it through? They sat there, they peeked, they tried to put the dagger in and see if they could find a bit of a gap, and you can see Sonic's faces. They know they had a chance there, but Buriram stopped them. Buriram said no, and they take the final spot for the weekly finals.
They usually say there's the caster curse. Well, in this case, it's the analyst blessing of Chunks. He flamed APAC like I asked him to do, and he has gotten another result. APAC will get a second team in the weekly finals on the weekend. Toby, what a match! I'm gonna let you throw it out. Close us out here from the casters, Toby, and throw it back to the desk.
If there's a way to finish off a weekly survival, that's it right there. Solid game for Buriram. Tons of kills coming the way. You can see the joy. Heart rates at 2 billion. No doubt about it. They're happy. They're through. Let's throw it back to the desk and see what they have to say after that one.
Massive thank you for casting today's games, Toby and Xenox. An absolutely fantastic job. And look, Chunks provided the flame and they turned it into a chicken dinner. Buriram are going to take that one home. Chunks, what have you got to say for yourself?
Hey, all I'm going to say is my DMs are open if there's any teams out there that are looking to get instant qualifications next week's weekly finals. Just hit me up. I'll send you my PayPal. We'll sort it out, all right?
Oh my God, what an absolutely intense final fight. Rick, this is one of the very few times I think I'm going to bring up something that it turned out to be true while we were busy analyzing that last fight. I think I said something along the lines of, Sonics used a lot of smoke grenades before Phase 7 would finish. Are they going to have any left for later? And it turns out Buriram didn't have any left either. That's what made that final fight so exciting.
And I think a big difference for them was their position was a little bit better covered from BN up at the top of the hill. Gustav just gets sent flying, I love that. But like, yeah, both teams that had to play on the low ground, their only real option was use their vehicles for cover, so they weren't going to be able to use those in the late game, or use smokes for cover. And smokes are a limited resource. Like, you don't have infinite smokes as much as you would love to be able to have it, and eventually they're going to run out, and that just forces the engagement between the two, and it just came down to a peak battle. Buriram, man, they've been sat running around. They've been fragging out the whole game. Sonics has been sat back more so in their compounds up towards the north, mostly uncontested apart from a couple of key engagements. But for the most part, it was very different paths that both teams took to get them to this point. I mean, it was literally Phase 1, where even the commentators were adding in their special sauce of flaming them. Like, what the heck are Buriram doing? Why are they just driving around at everyone? Why is Nordra running away, dropping fadeaway dunks onto Yuppie in the bottom of a wizard tower? It was all part of the special plan, all according to Buriram's game plan, which is, if we can't tell what we're doing, how can anyone else possibly tell what we're doing? That's the APAC way.
I love that logic of just being able to go in, because what they did was, it was interesting. They started out super split, super aggressive, frag heavy. Then when it got to the mid game, they kind of slowed down a little bit. And then when it went to that late game, they just ramped it back up again. Really impressive see from Buriram, but I think there was a bit of a problem here that I think Joro mentioned before we came on air, is the fact that both teams had burnt through so many smokes so early. It left both Buriram and Sonics completely open in terms of smoke. Sonics threw all of theirs down as soon as they were getting shots taken at them, which just left them completely exposed when that Phase 9 started to move in. And well, Buriram were there to sponge it up and get the final spot in the weekly final. It's a shame for the teams that didn't make it through, but at least they get another opportunity to make it next week.
Exactly right. And Buriram there, I mean, look at that kill count. That doesn't lie either. 17 kills there, and they take home that chicken dinner. The relief, you could feel it from here, watching the players' faces when they finally won that game. This means the world to them, and I'm really, really happy for Buriram, but there are also a number of teams that we have to be gutted for today. The good news is, though, we start again next week, and they will have a chance to come back. But Buriram right now, they're the stars of the show, Rick.
They definitely are. It's a team that has a lot to prove after an okay performance at PGIS. I mean, they played a very similar style to this, where it was inconsistent. They weren't making the weekly finals in the vast majority, but I mean, you've got man like Nordra, God Meow running around absolutely fragging, getting that damage, and putting highlight reels together in a sort of format where that's not necessarily the optimal play, but they're going for it anyway because that's how they want to play the game, and sometimes it just works, and when it does, man, it looks incredibly good. And if they're able to have performances like that during super settings, regardless of whether or not they win the game, they are in for an absolute hefty sum of prize money when all is said and done. And particularly after not qualifying for PCS 5 in APAC, to come out and be able to do that on a global, I mean, yeah, it's taken them 16 games to get to this point, but it's like you said, just throw enough darts at a dartboard, eventually one of them is going to stick. And if you throw Nordra at several teams in a row, 400 meters away from the rest of his team, eventually he might just get a squad wipe or two.
I mean, that 1,347 damage does not lie, and his longest kill isn't exactly a kilometer away. That's because he's driving, and he's basically making delivery stops at every single one. He's the delivery driver, and he's delivering bullets. That's an insane amount of damage. I don't think I've seen in one game a player get higher damage in the entire tournament so far, Chugs. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that is huge.
Hey, look, I'm not much of a stats guy, but I will tell you something. The clips he was hitting were insane. Being able to just drive around, rolling people. I remember it's something that Saga pointed out earlier on, like super early in the game, is that Buram just had players rolling around in vehicles. And then there was a player all the way down the hill in a compound that tried to peek out for half a second, took a shot, and immediately, I think it was Noadra, just seat swapped and took shots down there.
Well, let's go ahead and hear what they have to say. This is Buriram United, their winner's interview. It took till game 16, but they're going to be very happy with it. Let's hear.
에디 선수가 나와 있습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations.
네, 부리람 유나이티드 e스포츠는 16번째 매치에 모두 참가하면서 체력적, 정신적으로 많이 지쳤을 것 같은데요. 어떻게 극복하면서 여기까지 왔는지 좀 궁금해요.
You guys went through the entire matches from the weekly survival. It must have been tiring mentally and physically. How did you guys overcome?
เหนื่อยมากๆครับเหนื่อยจนไม่รู้จะแต่ก็พอถึงตาสุดท้ายก็คุ้มค่าครับหายเหนื่อยเลย
엄청 힘들고 지쳤는데요. 마지막에 이기니까 너무 기분이 좋습니다.
It was exhausting, but I feel so much better now that we've won.
혹시 괜찮으신가요, 지금은?
Your heartbeat went up to 182. Are you alright?
ไม่รู้เลยครับ
본인도 몰랐다고 합니다.
Oh, I didn't know Eddie's heart rate went up to 182.
이게 위너 치킨 디너 치킨 룰인데 돌진하는 모습이 굉장히 인상적이었던 부리람 유나이티드 e스포츠였거든요. 특히 노아드라 선수가 한 입만 메타를 계속 시전을 하던데 선수들의 반대는 없었는지도 궁금해요.
Noadra been a straggler for the whole time. Was it agreed between the teammates?
ว่าเป็นแบบบุกเดี่ยวเลยด้วยไม่ทราบว่าความคิดเห็นของเพื่อนในทีมเนี่ยเป็นยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็เราไม่ได้เขาเรียกว่าเราไม่ได้แบบว่ามีการแบบว่าห้ามหรือการกล้าเล่นหรืออะไรพวกนี้ครับคือเราก็สนับสนุนอยู่แล้วถ้าเกิดสมมติว่าเพื่อนคิดว่าข้างหน้านั้นมันดีอะไรเงี้ยก็ไม่ได้ขัดอะไรครับ
네, 그래서 뭐 일단은 모든 팀원들을 존중하고 이게 팀워크라고 생각을 하고 각자의 게임 플레이도 우리 팀에 도움이 될 만한 그런 플레이를 했다고 생각을 합니다.
I respect all my teammates, and even individual plays contribute towards the teamwork, so it helps towards the final.
เกี่ยวกับว่าในไฟนอลเนี่ยจะทำยังไง
What's your determination for the final?
พอเป็นไฟนอลมันก็จะเป็นอีกกติกาหนึ่งครับเราก็จะทำออกมาให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับ
룰은 이제 지금 오늘 한 거랑 다르지만 이제 최선을 다하겠습니다.
The rule is different from today, but I will do my best.
정말 축하드립니다.
Congratulations once again. Thank you.
네, 이렇게 해서 부리람 유나이티드 e스포츠와 함께 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 위클리 서바이벌 1주차 파이널로 가는 대진이 이렇게 해서 완성이 됐는데요.
And that was Buriram United, who take home the 16th and final chicken dinner going into this weekend's finals. We now have the identities of all 16 teams. It's been a difficult couple of days trying to predict anything. It's been so unbelievably exciting. Our heart rates have been over 180 a couple of times. I know I certainly need a break. Here we go in order that they managed to get in. MCG, we have Genji, Fury, Oath, and TSM on day number 1. Day 2 saw Virtus Pro, Danawa, Ghibli 17, GNL, and Team Liquid make it through. And today we have Heroic, ENCE, KPI, Space Station Gaming, and Buriram United. What a lobby this is going to be, Rick.
Oh man, I'm so happy that we actually get to see Buriram back on super settings. This is so, oh man, ridiculous game. And like you say, it's so difficult to predict anything in these, but one prediction that certainly has come true was in the little video that we saw during the break. PO predicting that Sonics would make top 4. I don't think he was anticipating that it would be in one single weekly survival match, but he at least got that part right, and it was so close for Sonics to actually be able to come in with the one single game and secure their spot in the first week of weekly finals, but wasn't quite to be. Very unfortunate situation for them. The good news for them is that when we come back in to the rank decision, there will be a bit of a situation with AAA, who were unfortunately unable to qualify for their side, but 17 Gaming is one team that has absolutely caused them so many issues, and to have a sort of three-way hot drop for Picardo and Pachinki in the bottom 16 would be just a recipe for getting 31st place once again. So they will have a very solid chance of giving themselves much more chances. And with the one chance that they had, Sonics did look very solid and very close to actually being able to close out the win. If the fight on the low ground with Buriram had gone the other way, it could be a completely different narrative that we're spinning right now. But they'll definitely give themselves many more chances, and I'm sure even if it's only sort of like 8 to 10 games that they get in the next week of weekly survival, that will more than likely be enough for them to get it.
And if you want a chance to predict which teams you think are going to be moving forward in the weekly final as well, go ahead and check out this code on the bottom of your screens right now. A massive thank you to all of you who have been moving with us and watching the broadcast throughout today as well. Thank you very much for that, and hopefully this promo code will do your chances just a little bit of a boost. Chunks, I think Rick mentioned exactly what I want to echo, which is that fight could have gone either way. Sonics only had one shot. They're not in the weekly final, but they have done themselves proud today.
No, and look, going into those bottom 16 matches that they're going to be playing next week, they're definitely going to perform a little bit stronger. I'd be surprised if they don't. Obviously not having to worry quite as much about hot drops or anything. They should be putting themselves in a good position to actually take those fights and get involved and hopefully get themselves some of those early game kill points. So commiserations to Sonics, but congratulations to Buriram and all of the other teams going to that weekly final. I can't wait to watch. It's going to be an exciting one.
Very well done to all of our teams that will be competing this weekend, and to everyone else, we'll get to go again next week to figure out what that order is. A huge thank you from Saga, Chunks, and I on the desk, Toby and Xenox bringing you the wonderful games through their casting. Stay safe wherever you are, and we look forward to seeing you back here on Saturday for the weekly finals. Take care.
Bye.